Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Jim Baird recently claimed the Bookwalter for Congress grassroots campaign to unseat Baird is a political weapon of the swamp and that Charles Bookwalter is a rhino. Really? Well, let's just see who really owns who. On the left are the top donors of the Jim Baird campaign. On the right, we have the top donors of the Bookwalter campaign. What do you notice? Baird is right. Charles Bookwalter is owned by the people of the 4th District. And who owns Jim Baird? The swamp. The swamp owns Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
There's a question I've had for a very long time, and it has to do with this map. This is a map of the 18 states in the US where Democrats control the legislative and executive branches, or else have some veto-proof majority in the legislature. Democrats in DC often blame the GOP for foiling their progressive vision.
When middle-class families see their taxes go up, they'll know Republicans are to blame.
But if you zoom into these 18 states, there's effectively no Republicans standing in the way. So my question is, what do Democrats actually do when they have all the power? To answer this question, I teamed up with the Times editorial board writer Binya Applebaum.
Okay, you got my attention.
He's been thinking about and writing books about and reporting on this topic for decades.
I think, Americans tend to view politics as a competition of us versus them, and they tend to think that if they would just get out of the way, then we can do the things that we want to do. There is no them standing in the way. There's just the we of Democrats and their supporters, and they get to decide what policy should look like in those states, and that is an opportunity for them to implement their vision.
For this story, I also delved into this giant document. It is the 2020 Democratic Party platform. If you want to really understand what Democrats say they want, what their vision is for America, it's found inside of this document. This document serves as a guide as we zoom into these states to answer this question. What do Democrats really do when they have all the power?
Nearly 554,000 homeless people
from the 25 wealthiest Americans shows they're paying little in income taxes compared to their fortunes, sometimes nothing at all.
We cannot, in good faith, blame the Republican Party when House Democrats have a majority.
There's still very intense segregation happening in all kinds of forms all over this country.
Okay, so let's start with California. To me, California is like the quintessential liberal state. From the state legislature to the whole executive branch to most of the big cities, Dems hold majority control. So what do they do with all this power?
Looking at California, you have to look at housing.
Okay, now wait, listen. When I hear the words housing policy, I tend to sort of doze off. But Binya insists that housing policy and what is happening in California is definitely worth looking at.
You cannot say that you are against inequality in America unless you are willing to have affordable housing built in your neighborhood.
And Democrats completely agree. Here in this document, the word housing is mentioned over 100 times.
The neighborhood where you're born has a huge influence on the rest of your life. Children who are born in neighborhoods with degraded environmental conditions, with a lack of access to high-quality public services, poor schools, poor public transit, are at a permanent disadvantage.
And they even say verbatim, housing in America should be stable, accessible, safe, healthy, energy efficient, and above all, affordable.
Housing is a human right.
Housing is a human right.
The rent is going through the roof. Housing is a human right.
How does California do when it comes to housing?
You know where those signs are when you drive into a state? It says, "Welcome to California." They might as well replace them with signs that say, "Keep out." Because in California, the cost of housing is so high that for many people, it's simply unaffordable. The state has simply, for the most part, stopped building housing. I mean, there are cranes, there's housing going up, but it has slowed down over time really, really sharply, and it is nowhere near sufficient to keep pace with California's population. And so what you have is not enough housing and too many people trying to get it, and the inevitable result is that prices have gone up and away.
The median price of a home in San Diego County is now a staggering $830,000.
All around California, there are cities full of people who say that they are progressive, they're liberals. They believe in a more equal America, a more diverse America. They show up to the marches, they put in the lawn signs about everyone being equal, but at the same time, they're actively fighting to keep their neighborhoods looking like this. Okay, wait, but that doesn't look so bad. It's just a bunch of houses in a neighborhood, right? No, it turns out that this is actually the result of specific policies, intentional policies that keeps these neighborhoods spread out and full of single-family homes, as opposed to higher density buildings like duplexes or apartment complexes. This is a real, serious fight, and you can get a glimpse into it by looking at a zoning map. Yes, we're looking at a municipal zoning map of Palo Alto, California. Don't leave yet. This is really where it sinks in, so just stick around. So everything on this map that is yellow is zoned for single-family homes, like this and this. One family can live here. But here in Palo Alto, there are a lot of new jobs. This is a desirable place to live for new opportunities. Over the past 8 years, the San Francisco area has added 676,000 jobs, but only 176,000 housing units. So a few years ago, the city council voted to change the zoning of one section of the city right here. Specifically this 2-acre plot of land. They wanted to change it from low-density housing to higher density housing so that they could build a 60-unit affordable housing complex for elderly members of the community. Okay, so they changed the zoning. Start building the 60-unit complex. No, the overwhelmingly liberal residents of Palo Alto decided to hold a vote to overturn the decision, to revert it back to low-density, single-family housing, back to yellow. And it passed, and the zoning was overturned. So now when you go to this plot of land, instead of an affordable housing complex for the elderly, what you're gonna see is this. A row of just a few houses, all of them massive and worth around $5 million each.
I think people aren't living their values. You go to these meetings in these neighborhoods where they're talking about a new housing project, and it's always the same song, and it goes like this. I am very in favor of affordable housing. We need more of it in this community. However, I have some concerns about this project.
We have the hearts to do this, but we're doing it wrong, and we're dictating and harm onto the neighborhoods.
And then off we go with the concerns, and then nothing ever gets built.
This is happening all over California. And the result is that these neighborhoods are so expensive that they keep anyone out who isn't a part of this small group of super rich residents, many of whom bought their properties decades ago, and who spend their time fighting vigorously to keep the value of their real estate assets super high.
If you want to keep Palo Alto the kind of neighborhood and community that we all treasure, low intensity, low density, safe for kids to walk to school, you've got to vote against Measure D.
There's an aspect of sort of greed here and of nervousness about actually sharing those opportunities.
Let's go to another liberal bastion up here in Washington State. The Democratic Party talks about taxation, saying that our tax code has been, quote, rigged against the American people. Democrats all the time are decrying the fact that tax cuts are going to the wealthiest Americans.
It is time for a wealth tax in America.
Democrats believe in a progressive tax system where the rich pay a larger share of their income than the poor. This is like the most basic policy vision of like a progressive movement. It's front and center in Democrats' policy platform.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
But if you go and look at Washington State, what you find is that in Washington State, if you look at the state and local taxes that people pay there, less affluent families pay a much larger share of their income in taxes than the wealthiest residents of Washington State. So people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, two of the state's most famous and wealthy residents, are in this lovely situation of paying less in taxes as a share of their income than the poor people who live in that same state. And this is a fundamental inversion of the values that the Democratic Party professes. There's no state with a more regressive system of taxation than Washington State.
And I'm talking like the most regressive, meaning Texas, which is like the conservative bastion of like anti-taxes, is more progressive than Washington State, liberal Washington State. How is that real? Oh, and guess what? Other states on our map also are in the top 10 of most regressive tax regimes, like Nevada and Illinois.
There have been some changes, particularly in recent years, but the overall situation remains resistant to change.
So I am very concerned that at this time, which is a very poor time to disincent people from creating jobs in Washington State, that we're even considering it.
From that paycheck that you earn, more of that money is going to state government. And so the effect of that is basically to exacerbate inequality.
Okay, so rich liberals don't show up when it comes to housing or taxes. Another major theme in this policy document is education. And the wording in here I find quite interesting. The Democrats say, quote, "We must provide world-class education in every zip code to every child because education is a critical public good." They use this word zip code to represent the fact that in America, schools get their funding based on the real estate taxes of the houses within that school district. The more expensive the neighborhood, the more funding goes to the school. So over here in Illinois, which is like the quintessential liberal state, there's this one county that contains the city of Chicago. It's called Cook County. The residents here voted overwhelmingly for Democratic candidates in the presidential and senatorial elections last year. Often what would happen is that this would just be one big school district and that all the taxes from all the towns in this county would be put into one bucket and distributed equally throughout the county. But the residents of this very blue Democratic county have actually decided to divide themselves into more than 140 school districts. So now you have all these tiny school districts like this one, which are like gerrymandered around the richest part of town. And so all of the taxes from these rich homeowners go into one little bucket and then only get distributed to the schools within this rich region of the county.
It can be on the same block that the town line runs through the middle of it. And if you live on one side of that line, you're consigned to an inferior education by virtue of the fact that you and your neighbors don't have as much money. And if you live on the other side, you're basically a member of a club that is sponsoring a private school, essentially, for the benefit of that small group of kids who are lucky enough to live in that affluent community. And the result is that poor communities have less money to educate their children, and rich communities have more money to educate their children. This is crazy. It means basically that the kids who have the greatest needs have the fewest resources.
The same thing is happening in wealthy, liberal Connecticut, where the inequality in education opportunities is shameful, with some schools having huge budgets for their libraries and facilities, and others in the same state having to use duct tape to keep wind and snow out of their windows. Like, this is a real thing.
We need your help in establishing guidelines, procedures, and funding to address issues negatively impacting our students, like extreme temperatures, mold, lead exposure, and poor water and air quality.
So yeah, Binya tells me that the states could change this. They could actually just collect all the real estate taxes and then equally distribute them. But if you look at some of our liberal strongholds, that is exactly what they are not doing. Let me be clear about something. In blue states, progress is being made, albeit slowly. For instance, a few weeks ago, California finally passed a law that gets rid of single-family zoning. It's a small step in the right direction, and in many cases, blue states provide more and better public services, and historically have given better chances to low-income families to climb the economic ladder. But for some of these foundational democratic values of housing equality, progressive taxation, and education equality, Democrats don't actually embody their values very well.
We're talking, once again, about a system that's been rigged.
Republicans today
are to blame.
What we're talking about here is that blue states are the problem. Blue states are where the housing crisis is located. Blue states are where the disparities in education funding are the most dramatic. Blue states are the places where tens of thousands of homeless people are living on the streets. Blue states are the places where economic inequality is increasing most quickly in this country. This is not a problem of not doing well enough. It is a situation where the blue states are the problem.
Affluent liberals tend to be really good at showing up to the marches and talking about how they love equality. They're really good at putting signs in their lawns saying that all are welcome here. But by their actions, what they're actually saying is, yes, we believe in these ideals, just not in my backyard.
We are not living our values. People who live in blue states, people who profess liberal values, you need to look in the mirror and need to understand that they are not taking the actions that are consistent with those values, not just incidentally, not just in small areas, but that some of the most important policy choices. We are denying people the opportunity to prosper and to thrive and to build better lives, and it is happening in places where Democrats control the levers of policy.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Here's what the people of the Fourth are saying about Charles Bookwalter.
Hadn't heard of this guy before, and Charles, and I thought I'm always interested in trying to find a new conservative candidate to support and get more involved in politics. We have to stand up. The men have to stand up. Where are the men in the country to stand up for this? We have to be the watchmen on the walls. We need to close the border immediately. Nobody comes across. I mean, we've got open places where they can come across.
If you live in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, you have a choice for Congress this primary. Charles Bookwalter. Visit bookwalterforcongress.com to learn more.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Years from now, some of them may look back and ask themselves whether they've made the right choice, whether they've made the most of the opportunities they've been given. Together, we have the same mission. Over the course of your life, you will find that things are not always fair. You will find that things happen to you that you do not deserve and that are not always warranted. But you have to put your head down and fight, fight, fight. Never, ever, ever give up. Don't give in, don't back down, and never stop doing what you know is right. Nothing worth doing ever, ever, ever came easy. And the more righteous your fight, the more opposition that you will face. In your hearts are inscribed the values of service, sacrifice, and devotion. Now you must go forth into the world and turn your hopes and dreams into action. America has always been the land of dreams because America is a nation of true believers. When the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, they prayed. When the founders wrote the Declaration of Independence, they invoked our Creator 4 times. Because in America, we don't worship government, we worship God. It is why our currency proudly declares, "In God we trust." And it's why we proudly proclaim that we are one nation under God. The story of America is the story of an adventure that began with deep faith, big dreams, and humble beginnings. The next generation of American leaders never, ever give up. There'll be times in your life you'll want to quit. Never quit. Never stop fighting for what you believe in and for the people who care about you. Carry yourself with dignity and pride. Demand the best from yourself. The more people tell you it's not possible, that it can't be done, the more you should be absolutely determined to prove them wrong. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. You must keep pushing forward. And always have the courage to be yourself. America is better when people put their faith into action. Pray to God and follow His teachings. Today, each of you begins a new chapter as well. When your story goes from here, it will be defined by your vision, your perseverance, and your grit. You will build a future where we have the courage to chase our dreams no matter what the cynics and the doubters have to say. You will have the confidence to speak the hopes in your hearts and to express the love that stirs your souls. As long as you have pride in your beliefs, courage in your convictions, and faith in God, then you will not fail. As long as America remains true to its values, loyal to its citizens, and devoted to its Creator, then our best days are yet to come. May God bless the class of 2017. May God bless the United States of America. And I just want to let you know that God blesses you. And I want to just say, you are special in every way. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
Now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
All right, everyone, welcome today to our Liston Town Hall. Thanks for coming out. It's not the best weather, sunny, but it's a little cold. But I appreciate you all coming out here tonight. Tonight we're streaming this tonight on our X and Facebook and YouTube. My name is Charles Bookwalter. I'm running for Congress to represent you in the 4th Congressional District. Thanks for coming out. I recognize some faces. Thank you very much. And so thank you for coming out, because there's going to, at the end of this, there's going to be an important ask, and these are the kinds of people that we need to ask to do these important things. So, so before I start, let's introduce a couple people, if you want, that are running for other offices. If you want to come up here, do you want to say something? Oh, here's a mic.
Thank you, Mr. Bookwalter.
Yeah, of course.
And it's an honor to be here tonight with you. My name's Joe Baddick. I'm running for State Representative District 28. I want to make a difference I want the seat in the House to be the voice of the people again. And you've got my full support, my prayers, and I'm there with you, Charles.
Yep. Thank you very much, sir. Yep. Anybody else? I was just telling Joe Baddock, there was my observation of the Boone County Candidate Forum that we had a few weeks ago was that the incumbent in is it 28? 28. Yeah, in State House 28. It's just crazy when you go to these forums now, and people are actually admitting that they screwed up during COVID. They're like, oh yeah, well the government should never have that kind of authority or power or anything like that. And these are the same people that did nothing to stand up against it. They're the same people that voted for House Bill 1209 here in Indiana, that took away power from the local health departments, put it in the state. They like rewarded themselves for bungling and mismanaging COVID. And so the incumbent said that the other day and admitted right there on the forum, yeah, that was a scam. We should never have mass children. We shouldn't have shut things down. We shouldn't have done that in the state of Indiana. And we got it all wrong. And I've been elected here for however many terms, and I want your vote again.
13.
How many? 13 terms or 13 years?
13 terms.
Oh my goodness. 13 terms. So that's why we need people like Joe Baddock. It's happening all over Indiana. We all see what's happening as these positions are being challenged. Precinct committeeman, delegate, state rep, Congress is being challenged across the board. So for some notes, I got some notes that I need to read to make sure I hit. That tomorrow night we're going to be in Fountain County doing another live. It's our Thursday night live stream. We're doing it in Fountain County tonight. The 4th District is half of Fountain County, but the reason we're doing it is because there's a big opposition to solar event that's occurring before one of their planning meetings. So we're going there with other people to speak out against it and try to stop it. You have a commissioner that's like the president of the commission that already has a contract in place with one of these solar companies that they're voting on to bring these solar companies in with our taxpayer dollars. So that's why we're going there to speak up. We're asking them to consider what was done in Boone County, which is put a moratorium on solar fields in the counties. And Boone County passed it. Yeah. So Boone County could do so. It's a model for how we can do it in other counties. Saturday morning, there's teams all over knocking on doors. Again, most people have heard the number. We've knocked on about 25,000 doors up to this point. We have an app that tracks all this. So a lot of support knocking on doors. Tomorrow we're focusing some efforts in Morgan County. So if anyone's in Morgan County and you want to come out and join us, reach out to the campaign, mike@bookwalterforcongress.com, and we can put you in touch with the coordinator there. We'll also be in Montgomery County tomorrow, knocking on doors, Jasper County, Hendricks County, and Tippecanoe County. So if you have any questions and you want to help out, you can email mike@bookwalterforcongress.com, and he'll put you in touch with the coordinator. Saturday night, we'll be visiting Carroll County. They asked, who wants to see a debate with Jim Baird?
Yo.
Who would like to ask Congressman Baird some questions about voting record and have a debate and ask 2 questions? What would you do in these scenarios? Unfortunately, he is not. I'm sorry. Is there? Yeah. Well, we gave so many dates and so many months of time to just do at least one, but it doesn't happen. I can tell you, I've said it before, that if we win this primary, we win the general, I'll be back here. I'll debate. The party will challenge me, and I'll debate anybody. I've already debated the Democrats. I'll debate anybody in the 4th District about this position, and I'll have to do it every few years, and I'll show up. I'd rather do a debate than a forum. The forum, like, did anyone watch the gubernatorial forum last night? Yeah, and it was like, oh, geez. And these forums are the same questions over and over again. And they're the same questions that we've all heard for the last few decades. They're the same questions with the same responses. And that's how you can kind of control that narrative. Like everything that you can talk about is on a 3x5 card, and that's all you can talk about, right? And that's how these forums keep you in that instead of having a debate where people could ask questions that aren't scripted. And then on May 2nd, we're going to have another town hall meeting in Plainfield. That'll be our final town hall meeting, I believe, heading into the primary there. So we got a lot on our plate in the next few weeks. On top of that, the whole staff is out door knocking every single day. All right. So, most of you know why I'm running. Most of you heard this before, but I'll just go into briefly. That, why are we doing this? Why are there so many people coming out and doing this? Because COVID and the response to COVID completely disrupted so many of our lives, and it continues to. And when that opened up a few eyes to what was going on, people started looking back. They saw what happened to President Trump in 2016 and 2020. COVID happened. We see all the bungling of this and this overreach by government, and people decided that it's time to get involved. So that's why there's been this massive groundswell, this grassroots campaign, where we have 2 gubernatorial candidates that are grassroots candidates that look very attractive. We have candidates in precinct committeemen, delegates, state, across the board that are running for office and doing it for the first time. And this year the party had to kick off, I don't even know what the total number is, 500 or so candidates that they kicked off the ballot because they're challenging so many people. They just hadn't voted in 2 primaries. It only voted in 1 primary. So the party was kicking these people off, but they're patriots that are trying to get involved for the first time. But that's really what has gotten me involved in the last few years, to get out in the district, to go to all these meetings that we're supposed to be going to, because that's how this works. But most of us don't have time, but we have to go to these commissioner meetings and these planning meetings. Otherwise, just a few people are making these decisions about how our communities work. And when people ask me what the biggest issue of the day, I say, well, is it short-term or long-term? Long-term, it's apathy, because this is what we get when we're apathetic about our process, how it works, how we're supposed to be involved in our government. Because when we leave it up to just a few people, you get the kind of things that we get right now, which, whether it's Democrat or Republican, you get a small collection of a few people that get elected again and again and again, and then they use this government to wield it in whatever way they want to develop our communities, to rearrange, develop health care however they want to increase our taxes, whether we show up at forums or not, to tell them we don't want to do it, where they use shadow agencies like the IEDC and buy 11,000 acres in Boone County, or whether they say they don't agree with green energy policy, but they all go after the money, and then they implement it in our own communities with solar farms and wind farms and carbon sequestration farms. And it goes from the commissioners all the way to the top, to the 4th Congressional District congressman, because our congressman has the primary sponsor of the Carbon Sequestration Act, Collaboration Act, which brings more of this funding to the district, in Whiting, where BP is trying to bury all these pipes and sequester carbon, which is just the craziest thing you'd ever think of. Where our local commissioners and communities are going after these federal dollars by all these solar companies that are now talking to them first, not the community, to get into the local government so that they can develop these solar fields and these wind fields, which is only possible with our money. It's only made possible through these federal subsidies. And so our congressman is responsible for that. And only recently, has anyone noticed that there's been a slight change in the messaging of the congressman?
Yes.
It's become a little bit more conservative. Yeah. The most recent message was that he doesn't support Ukraine's endless war. Well, for real conservatives, we had that position from the very beginning. Conservatives feel that way. It doesn't help us here in our communities supporting what we know is a money laundering operation that's going on in Ukraine. And it's unbelievable what's happened in Ukraine. I just heard some of the most recent numbers. An entire generation of men have been wiped out in Ukraine. Did you guys know that? Yeah, they're destroying this country. and telling us we're not patriotic if we don't believe in giving them more money so they can kill themselves. And our congressman voted for 3 of those spending bills before he got primaried and was labeled as an A+ sponsor of funding in Ukraine. So these issues that are important to us, that are important to conservatives on the ground, we turn around as we're fighting them and complaining about them right here among ourselves, and we turn around and our elected representatives are the ones that are making it all possible. And that's like the most irksome thing, all right? So, that being said, I'd like to hear what you guys, I got a number of issues we can talk about. If you want to make a statement or ask a question, we've got a microphone here. And then I'd like to, after discussion, follow up with some, we can talk about the campaign, where we are, how we think we're doing, and then some asks, like dragging all your friends to the primary and making sure they vote in the primary.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. What does Chip Roy think about Jim Baird's yes vote for Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill?
Any Republican who votes for this bill should be ashamed of themselves.
Jim Baird should be ashamed, and we should be disgusted.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
But at least Baird voted to protect the border, right?
If you care about the border, you're getting nothing here.
On May 7th, vote no to big government Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Joel, did you have something? You have a question? No? Yeah. Does anyone have a question? Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Mary.
I think something important would be defunding from Washington the money that's going to our schools that tie our schools up, all the red tape, all the money we spend on schools needlessly just to chase federal dollars. I think it's a big waste, and how can you stop that?
Well, the first thing you can do is come out as a candidate and say that that's your platform, and that is indeed our platform. One of the biggest things, I was down at an event with Michael Flynn that was the keynote there, and he made the point, and he brought up all of the evidence of how bad communism is for the world and how many hundreds of millions of people have died in communism, and said, well, you know what they take first? And my mind went to what, right? Guns, right? That's what we think. They take our guns, and then they can take us, and then they can do anything they want to us. And like, no, it's like they take your education systems first. That's what they take first. That was Saul Alinsky's plan, if you didn't know, to take over the teaching schools first. Like Ball State has a big teaching university. They take that school first, they indoctrinate those teachers that then go out and indoctrinate kids. So a big part of our platform has been defunding the Department of Education, which isn't that old anyway. It was established in 1983 or 1980, so it's not that old. Conservatives fought against this during the Reagan administration. It's not an old fight for us, that we've been trying to get it out. And that doesn't mean we don't believe in education. It means we don't believe in the federal government being involved in these decisions that should be at the state level. It's in our Constitution that the state's in charge of it, and pushed even further and further down, as close to the people as possible, to teachers and parents. Most of you know I homeschool, and people have these crazy ideas about homeschoolers. But man, there's hundreds of children and dozens of parents that are involved in these co-ops. No one cares about the education of their children more than parents do, or most parents do. And so I haven't seen what these accusations are. I'm a big advocate of getting the money back to the parents, back to the local communities, and then the state, having more of the authority over that than the federal government. And there's already bills in there. There's already bills. Thomas Massey, just again, he's a primary sponsor of this defund the Department of Education bill, and that's something that a freshman representative, not legislator, would do. Is I would go look for those opportunities, look for those spots where they're already having this legislation and then join them and find ways that you can move that forward or get support to it to try to defund some of those agencies. Yeah. And it's not just Department of Education, it's just like across the board. I mean, you name one, try to someone find out, try to think, I'd like to know an example of one sector, one entity that the federal government doesn't have some kind of regulation or some kind of impact in our lives. I mean, the federal government runs up to your doorstep, inside your door and in your home, the way they're taxing and spending our money and regulating our businesses and the things, our land and the decisions that we make. I don't think, I mean, maybe there is one. I just can't think of one on the top of my head. Can you think of one? No. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Yep.
Thank you. I would like to see term limits implemented from the local to the state to the federal level. And if you watch the news, and I know that it's hard to do, but if you watch the news, it made my mind go in the direction of, if a United States senator had a 2-term limit, how many nations would send him gold bars? Or if a U.S. senator had 2 terms that was his maximum, what foreign nation would wire millions of dollars into his checking account?
That's right.
So are you seeing a push across your platform or across the people that you've talked to for term limits?
I hear it everywhere I go. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Every single place I go, that's what people ask about is term limits. I was reminded not long ago on one of our social media platforms that I haven't been endorsed by U.S. term limits, but I signed the term limit pledge, and they wrote a press release and said, we like that Charles Bookwalter has endorsed U.S. term limits. So I don't know how else to say it other than term limits endorsed us, but they kind of did, but they don't endorse candidates. But they really like it when you sign their pledge. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they really like it.
Do you think that you first have to do the corruption in D.C. before you go to term limits?
I'm sorry?
Do you feel that you have to fix the corruption in D.C. before you go to term limits?
Yeah, that's hard to answer. That is the argument that people say is term limits has to be graduated in or titrated or however you want to look at it, because otherwise we'd get rid of good people like Thomas Massey who are actually doing something and fighting back, and bring in poor ones. So yeah, I think that's the intent, is to get there, do as much as you can to rein in the federal spending and defund some of these agencies, and then graduate it in so that as people are coming in, they come in and they're under those term limit standards, and then those that are gutting out have to graduate themselves out as well. But let's not forget that we already have term limits built into our system, and that's voting them out of office every 2 years. Like, that's the term limit, and that's what we have to do, and that's why you have to vote in the primary. Remember, the primary is the people's election. The 4th congressional district is going to elect a bunch of Republicans, so the Republican primary is the election. So you have to go to the primary and determine who's going to go to the general and who's going to beat the Democrat in the general. So that's why the primary is so important. That's why it's so important for you to tell all of your friends and family members, if they are interested or concerned with the way of the country right now, they need to go vote in the primary, certainly. I was going to talk about inflation too, because it reminded me about education. At no time, we're talking about this Department of Education. Remember that half the Indiana state budget goes to education, and it's like $48 billion is the state budget. So, $25 billion is going to education already. At no time in history has the federal government and our government had more money and more power and influence over education than ever before. And never before have we fallen so far behind other standards of other countries. So when they tell you they want more money, we've already given it. If Democrats would just open their eyes, they would see that they get everything that they ask for. They just might have to wait a few more years as weak Republicans just cave again and again and again. They cave on these important issues. So I can't, like Democrats get everything they want. They just don't get it as fast as they want. And we need to send Republicans there that aren't going to give anything. I'm tired of that whole thing about we need people working across the aisle and stuff. Like, that has not helped us. That has not gotten us anything as conservative Americans. I would say that we've never been in a worse situation in our lifetime. And it's not just me saying that. I'm only 47. I've talked to 90-year-olds that say that. I've talked to 25-year-olds that all say, they all agree with the same thing. They're confused. They're angry for different reasons. They either can't buy a home or they can barely afford their home anymore. They don't recognize their country, and they think they've lost complete control over who they vote for, who represents them, and anything that they have, any concerns they have about the government right now. And giving them all that responsibility and signing these spending bills, like Jim Baird recently signed Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill. Well, inflation is a result of deficit spending. And if we're going to spend that kind of money, you shouldn't be surprised that you go to get fuel and it's almost $5, or our Jimmy John sandwiches are now $10. And when things go up in price, like, that is a result of them coming and saying, don't you want to fund Taiwan for a 25-year? Don't you want to go to war with Iran for 25 years so the contractors can make all this money? Don't you want to do that? Well, no, we don't want to do that, and we see the effects of that after all of us have experienced it for all of our lives, our entire lives. We've seen that same response they have, and the same push towards bigger government, more war, more say in healthcare, more say in education, more say in green energy, more planning and centralized planning, and we pay for it all, and it doesn't help us, in my estimation. Any other questions? So I get asked a lot, and we'll close it out here real quickly if we have no more questions. I get asked a lot, like, how do I feel about the campaign? It's 2 weeks. We don't have much time to go. So for the first time, admittedly, in the entire campaign, I'm actually kind of, getting a little nervous about Election Day. And I had not been concerned. I've really very little anxiety, but we've worked a lot to get to this point. There's a lot of people working, but I just want to make some observations to people when they ask me, because there's a lot of misinformation going on out there. We did an internal poll, and we scored pretty well on that, double digits on that poll of a name recognition. We've outraised Jim Baird the last 2 consecutive fundraising quarters. We outraised Jim Baird. We're almost at $200,000 that we've raised for this campaign, which is a lot for someone running for the first time that has never been elected to office before. Jim Baird and their team has completely changed their messaging, the way they talk now. If you get their emails, now they're saying things like ending forever wars, and they're using verbiage that appeals to conservatives. They're using words that appeals to, like I was saying, at the candidate forum, when they say, hey, there was an government overreach on COVID. Yeah, and you did it, right? So they're using our language, but they were in those positions when it all occurred.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Congressman Baird, just a week before filing, loaned his campaign another $200,000. So when that was April 15th, the primary is May 7th. Congressman Baird loaned himself $200,000 to finish out the rest of this this term. So when people say to me, how do you think it's going? I look at that, I'm like, it's going very well. It's going very well. They've had to use their franked mail privilege and hammer you all with mailers that you paid for, those campaign mailers. You paid for them. And now they had to loan their campaign a lot of money. I'm getting a lot of attacks. I got my first death threat by so it's little things like that where you can see that our campaign is hitting a nerve, and a lot of these other grassroots campaigns are hitting the nerve of the people that don't want our voice to be heard, in my estimation. So we should be very excited about it. Our team has not let up at all. We're still knocking, I don't even know what the number is now, but it's around 3,000 doors a week is what our team knocks on. And most of these people have full-time jobs, and they're knocking in the evenings and on Saturday in different counties. And we're averaging around 3,000 a week, I'd say, at this point. So a few more weeks, we're going to knock on another 5,000 to 10,000 doors. And we're getting so much good feedback. People are telling us when we go to the door, I already voted for you. We've already voted for you. So unless there's no other questions, I'll leave it on this. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yep.
When I'm out door knocking, one of your beliefs there is about the paper ballots and election integrity. Can you kind of explain that?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, well, yeah, paper ballots are very simple. They'd be easy to keep track of. So maybe you can explain that
absolutely.
a lot better.
Yeah, thanks for asking that question. It allows me to talk a little bit about this important issue. First of all, paper ballots and single-day voting is written in our Indiana Constitution. It says that we'll vote on one day. There's no mention of primaries, first of all. It says we'll vote on the first Tuesday in November. And it also states that we will take an election on a ballot. And remember, when our Constitution was written in the mid-19th century, a ballot in the dictionary is a slip of paper. That's a definition of ballot. So it's constitutional, first of all, that we should be doing that. Secondly, the federal government is not supposed to be involved in state elections. Does anyone out here know how the federal government is involved in our state elections in a major way? Anyone know? Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't know that.
All right.
But yes.
Yeah. So in 2000, that's right. It's the Help Americans Vote Act. In 2001, after the Hanging Chad incident, the governments decided that they needed to step in because us morons couldn't figure out how to do this on our own over a hanging Chad or whatever. Not to say that things don't happen, mistakes happen, but you just got to figure it out at the best of your ability at the local level. So they passed the Help Americans Vote Act, which gives the states millions of dollars to upgrade their systems and to be on voting machines. That's when all the voting machines started. It started in 2001 to 2005 time frame, and they started just inundating the states with voting machines. And the opponents to the Help America Vote Act said that you can't do this, federal government, because if you do this, the states are never going to be able to run their own elections. It's too expensive to do it the way you want us to do it. And now we do 1 month of voting, which means, excuse me, per diem for people at $125 a day. The polls are open for long periods of time. So it requires a lot more effort to do these instead of doing it on one day where the community is involved. That's what we saw out in the Iowa caucus, is they write it on a paper and they vote, and everyone wanted to be a part of it. They wanted to sit at the table, they wanted to vote, they wanted to count votes on their own. So when the government officials tell us that it's too hard to staff, I don't believe that. I think that if there was a concerted effort to get people to get involved and do it, there would be people behind it that would go. I've offered many times and they've not contacted me to help. So I'm an example of like just being passed over. I know many people have that story. Like I asked to get involved. I wanted to help, and they didn't want my help. But Indiana this year got $2 million, and if if we wanted to get back to one day of voting on paper ballots, we've got to get rid of that money. You take that federal money away from the state, then those clerks are going to go back to single day voting on ballots and hand count them immediately because they have no way, they can't afford to do it any way else. There's third-party organizations that have done the studies that have shown that one day of voting on paper ballots is way less expensive than the way we do it now with the service contracts on these machines and the upgrades to these machines that have to happen every so often to keep them up to date. And it's frankly more secure. And the reasons it's more secure is because if you're going to commit fraud in the election, which almost no one denies there's fraud in an election, it's just that usually the people that it's the people that profit from that fraud, they just say that it's not enough to change the outcome of the election, right? They're like, oh, well, I mean, yeah, there's fraud, but it wasn't enough to okay, so you're admitting there's fraud. Okay, well, now how do you know it's not enough to change the outcome of the election? Because everyone admits there's some form of fraud. There always have been. There have been 2 presidential elections in America that have been proven to be fraudulent. Nixon and Kennedy was one, and there was one in the 19th century. I can't remember who it was, but they've proven that there was manipulations and fraud that went on. It happens. But if it happens locally on paper ballots where you're hand counting, then you have to commit fraud at your local precinct with your neighbor standing right next to you. And that makes it way more difficult than some hacker in China or Russia hacking a machine, or some CIA agent out in Washington, D.C. doing something on computers that we know is happening. They do studies of this all the time. It's not conspiracy to think that these machines are vulnerable, and they have that potential. And so I say all that to say it's another example of how we have to get the federal government out of our state and local communities. It's very disruptive. It creates inflation with all these costs that we have to pay for. They say that they're going to make all these fixes. They need more power, more money, more taxes, and they're going to develop a perfect system. And now everything's never been more mismanaged in our entire lives. Healthcare is worse off than it has ever been. The elections, people don't trust them. The borders are completely insecure. We've been at war for 100 years now. The economy, we have double-digit inflation because they keep changing the definition of it. So it's being mismanaged like it's never been mismanaged before, in my estimation. Yes, sir.
I got a suggestion. I've thought about it for a long time. Let's say voting for a month someplace.
Yep.
I think we ought to have one day, first Tuesday in November, that's a national holiday.
Yep.
Everybody gets off work, and you vote from, pick a place, Washington, D.C., 12 o'clock. It would be, from there, you vote for 24 hours, every state. So, I mean, if you say you go to work 8 o'clock in the morning, either you go before or
Yep.
after, and everybody gets the same chance.
Yep.
But this early voting, I've done it, but just for the heck of it.
Yeah.
But I think, just one day, and everybody gets a chance to vote within a 24-hour period.
Yep. So again, I appreciate you opening that up because it allows me to just discuss it real briefly. People ask my legislative agenda. I tell them I don't really have one. You want to repeat it? A question? Okay. So I've already said that there's a very few things that I want to go write a law for out in Washington. We have enough laws. We either need to enforce them, and we need to delegislate, we need to defund, delegislate, and make the federal government much smaller. And we can't do that by sending representatives out there that just want to get their name on a bill. But one thing I did say is that I would sponsor legislation that creates a national holiday. One day of voting, a national holiday. We have I don't know how many holidays we have, but we have holidays that are silly, that are for silly things, and we don't even have a national holiday on the day of voting. We should definitely, it's one of the most important things that we do. So I appreciate what you're saying, and we've got it written down. It's on one of our platform points Whenever I have to fill out those questionnaires from surveys, they ask me what kind of legislation would I would sponsor. That's my answer.
I got one here from Facebook, Charles. The question is, any thoughts on how voters aged 18 to 24 are feeling? I'm curious about that generation.
Yeah, so I speak to a few. I made a comment earlier. A lot of the parades and the fairs that I went to, we're talking to people of all different ages, and I would specifically seek out young families because I wanted to know the same thing. And just based on what I remember last summer, a lot of the concerns were affordability. Like they can't afford anything. They're both working and they can't save any money and they can't afford to buy a home. And if they're single, they're living with a parent. I heard that a lot of young 20-year-olds. A lot of other people said they just don't agree with like the mainstream narrative that's going on around. People call it wokeism or woke, however you want to define that. I don't know. It's this mainstream narrative about social issues that they don't agree with. A lot of these young people in rural, where we are in rural Indiana in the 4th District, there are a lot of people that don't agree with the idea that America is not exceptional, but America is the worst thing that happened to the world and to society. I would check them on that and say it's not. It's these governments. It's not the people. We have incredible Americans are wonderful people. America itself is a great idea. It's these governments that are so reckless across the world. I've said many times, all of us right here have more in common with an average Chinese person than we do with Hillary Clinton or Mitch Romney or all these guys or the Bushes. We have more in common with an average Chinese person, with an average Russian, with an average anywhere across the world. We're all facing the same things. We're trying to take care of our families. We're trying to serve our communities. It's the governments that do this to us and then tell us that we need to kill each other for 100 years. It's the governments are responsible for that. So don't believe anyone when they say, "Oh, you need to go bomb Ukraine." They're crazy. They don't know what they're thinking. They don't know what they're saying. They've never seen that before. They've never seen what that looks like. I don't think they understand what they're saying when we need to bomb or fund the bombing all over the world for 100 years. I think that's crazy. But they are concerned to get back to it. So we're walking out with a gun case. That's nice. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what voting system we use here in
Yes.
Hendricks County?
Yep. Microvote. The question was what voting system do we use here in Hendricks County? And I believe it's Microvote. Microvote has almost all 92 counties in Indiana. Microvote is a local company out of the 4th District in Zionsville, Indiana is where they're headquartered. Yeah.
And my other question is, what do you do when your congressman and your senator, one of them, won't even answer your emails and questions anymore?
Yeah. So the question is,
a really good
Yeah.
question.
Yeah. What do you do when your congressman and your senator, one of them, won't even answer your emails anymore? And it's basically because they call them out and they don't want to be held responsible. So what are you supposed to do to get through to them? Don't vote for that.
yeah. Well, I can tell you what you're going to do. You need to vote for me in the primary. That's what you need to do. I mean, it doesn't. And we've all been burned so many times by this that, who am I to say? I get that. How do you know? How can I trust you're not going to go out and get corrupted? I can't even answer that question. It's so you can't. We've been burned so many times. But I say that flippantly. But honest, that's why I say that's. So we got 2 weeks left. I knocked on, 50 doors today. And my main message and the message of all the people that are knocking on doors right now is that you have to vote in the primary. The primary is the election in our district. So if you're concerned with how you're being represented in Washington, D.C., you've got to vote in the primary. You got to tell your friend to vote in the primary. You have to call your brother and tell them, and your sister and all your friends, and you have to drag them to the primary and say, I'm done listening to you complain. You have to go vote in the primary for the candidate that's going to represent us, because it's not going to be a Democrat. And if you have any question about that, you can go watch our Facebook Live. I debated the two Democrats. Just go watch for yourself, and you tell me how serious these Democrats are that are running for Congress. I'm not talking about these are the two candidates. Yeah, and so you have to engage in the primary. And here's something else that we've talked about in our campaign, what it would look like if we won in the primary. Well, we've already said we'd like to have 3 or 4 offices throughout the district, and we're going to continue doing these town hall meetings. So they may not be every Thursday like we do now, but we would do them once or twice a month out in Washington, D.C. to make sure that we're answering your questions and we're talking to you all and we're telling you everything that's going on in D.C. And I'm going to have to explain to you why I'm voting the way that you may not like, right? I'd have to say, look, I know many of you don't like the fact that I didn't vote for this spending bill because it gave Hendricks County $2 million to grow gerbil feed in the swampland or something with solar power. Yeah. And and the people at Hendricks County will be like, why didn't you do that? You don't care about us. We want that $2 million. But say it's not constitutional. If we were all together, remember, we were talking about inflation and all that, and we can't do it. So we just have to, it's not redefining the roles of these elected representatives that we're running for. It's demanding that they get back to their original intent, the original focus of what it was, is to be a representative of the people to the government, not be the representative of the government to the people. And so that should be your requirement. And if you elect me in the 4th district and I fail you, and I don't do what I'm saying by being in this district, like I say, I'm rebuilding this party, bringing people in to engage in politics, then you better fire me. And you hold me accountable, and you practice term limits, and you don't let me serve another 2 years, and you bring somebody else in. That's the way this is supposed to happen. I know it's frustrating. I hear that all the time. And we get a lot of messages and phone calls, and I try to return all of them, and I'm sure I've missed a few. But if someone send me a few, I'd get back to them. But we just have to have our standards. We have to keep our standards and hold them high and have that expectation and not go away and stay committed to it. Yep. And drag people to the primary. All right. Any other questions tonight? Nope. All right. Well, again, thank you for your time. Anyone out there, go to bookwalterforcongress.com, or you can go to Twitter at TCBookwalter. At TCBookwalter is Twitter. We have another town hall tomorrow night that will be live, and Saturday will be live, and next Tuesday will be live, and next Thursday I think we'll be live on these town hall events. So thank you very much for your time and your support here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for watching the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. For more information about Charles Bookwalter and the Bookwalter for Congress campaign, visit bookwalterforcongress.com. You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
My name is Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. In the average campaign commercial, the announcer, backed by patriotic music, would inform you I'm a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient. Or you'd be told how my opponent, Jim Baird, voted to send billions to Ukraine, or that he authored the bill to bring carbon sequestration plants and Joe Biden's Green New Deal to Indiana. But this isn't that kind of ad. I just want to let you know, for the first time in 6 years, you have a choice in the Republican primary. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I humbly ask for your vote on May 7th. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, I hope you're enjoying our special edition of our town hall meetings, and you're able to learn a little bit about me and why I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. Remember, in Indiana, the primary is the election, so make sure that you get out and vote and take 10 of your friends with you on May 7th. Thanks again.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
I said in my opening speech, there's a stir in the land, and there's a mood of uneasiness. We feel adrift in an uncharted and stormy sea. We feel we've lost our way. As I say, I used those words in launching my campaign for the presidency of the United States, and they're words of great sorrow, for nothing is more tragic than to speak of drift and decay in your own native land. Why do we see wave after wave of crime in our streets and in our homes? Why do we see riot and disorder in our cities, a breakdown of the morals of our young people, an alarming rise in juvenile delinquency, an increasing flood of obscene literature, corruption around our highest offices, erosion of the honor and dignity of our nation and of the individuals who compose it? Now, you and I know the tragic answer to these questions. And the answer is that the moral fiber of the American people is beset by rot and decay. And the most tragic thing of all is that this decay has made its most virulent attack upon our young people. While adult troublemakers often incited the riots, the mob violence was dominated by the acts of youths ranging in age up to the middle 20s. They were variously characterized by responsible people as school dropouts, young punks, common hoodlums, and drunken kids. Rioting by these young people reflects an increasing breakdown across the nation in respect for the law and the rights of other people to be secure in their person and their property. And that's what Mr. Hoover said about it. And in this same report, Mr. Hoover points out that juvenile arrests for serious crimes have been rising 3 times as fast as the juvenile population. In fact, crime as a whole is rising 5 times faster than the population growth. Now just stop and think with me a moment about what a serious thing is happening in this land of ours. You and I know that the elders of every generation always shake their heads and wonder what's becoming of the younger generation. I know my parents did, and I have to admit, not always without reason. But is that all there is to it now? Are we just watching the normal pranks and rebellion of youth coming of age? Well, I might say that's the easy answer to give. It's certainly the comforting answer, and some Americans may be reassuring themselves tonight by saying it. But deep down, in the depth of our hearts, you and I know this is not the answer. We know something much more fundamental is at work. Something basic, something dangerous is eating away at the morality, the dignity and respect of our citizens, old as well as young, high as well as low. And that brings me to the question I want you to ponder tonight along with me. My fellow Americans, is this the time in our nation's history for our federal government to ban Almighty God from our schoolrooms? I'll remind you that for almost 90 years in the life of our country, children regularly said prayers in the public schools of states permitting it. And nobody in authority said it was against the Constitution to open or close the school day with a prayer that children of all faiths could join in offering if they wished to. Nobody said it was unconstitutional for a child to say grace for his fellow pupils before a meal. Yet 2 years ago, the Supreme Court struck down this tradition long honored in practice. The justices ruled that it was contrary to the First Amendment of the Constitution. And mind you, the session in which this ruling was handed down was opened, as all sessions are, by the bailiff's invocation, "God save the United States and this honorable court." Now, millions of Americans have since expressed disapproval of this federal banning of worship in public schools. Several proposed amendments to the Constitution permitting prayers in schools have been drafted, and I am a co-sponsor of one of those. But I don't wish to discuss the merits of the various draft amendments. My purpose tonight, if you will permit me, is much broader. I want instead to examine with you the basic issue of worship in our public schools. Ours is both a religious and a free people. Over years past, we have encountered no difficulty in absorbing that religious character into our state institutions, while at the same time preserving religious liberty and separation of church and state. It was Alexis de Tocqueville, that uncanny commentator on American life, who observed over a century ago, religion in America takes no direct part in the government of society, but it must nevertheless be regarded as the foremost of the political institutions of that country. And I might remind you in that respect of a very simple truth, one that we are prone to forget, that we as a people, for the first time in man's history, in man's long search for freedom, recognized that freedom was an endowment of our Creator, and we said so in our Declaration of Independence. We are a religious people. We are a strongly spiritual people, or we have been. And because of this and this only, we have become a great material people. And the danger I sense tonight and today is that too many Americans look upon the measure of greatness and the test of freedom in a material way. How many cars do we have? What's the average income? What's the gross national product? And I think it's time in America that we remember these simple, wonderful, beautiful things about our government before we've gone too far in the other direction. I was speaking These simple truths shine forth in almost every page of our founding documents, in the opening and closing sentences of our Declaration of Independence. And it shone forth on the very day when Congress passed the First Amendment to the Constitution. On that occasion, both houses called jointly upon the President to proclaim a day of public thanksgiving and prayer. And I quote, "for the many signal favors of Almighty God." The coin and the currency we carry in our pockets are constant reminders of our nation's trust in God. Our Pledge of Allegiance, the oaths we subscribe to in court, both are testaments to that faith and trust. I am opposed, General Eisenhower has recently said, to any effort to eliminate mention of God in governmental institutions and practices. Our form of government rests upon a religious faith, and scores of prominent Americans have signified agreement with these sentiments. The National Governors Conference has twice recorded its approval of a prayer amendment, both times by overwhelming majorities. 7 governors of our states from both political parties are members of the board of the Constitutional Prayer Foundation. 6 other governors list themselves as official supporters of this non-sectarian and nonpartisan organization dedicated to passage and ratification of a prayer amendment. Other distinguished clergymen, laymen, and governmental officials hold the same posts. The legislatures of 8 states have supported some form of prayer amendment. So have the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the United States Junior Chamber of Commerce, the National Conference of Catholic Youth, and the National Association of Evangelicals. I can't get that word out. Many congressmen from both parties report massive support for a prayer amendment by their constituents. And in brief, there is clearly a deep and widespread public interest, nonpartisan and non-sectarian in nature, in rectifying the Supreme Court's decision through the amendment process. But the disturbing thing to me, even though we recognize that time has surely come for Congress to put the question to the test, will the Congress pass it? Because there's an amazing and disturbing amount of activity opposed to the introduction of any such amendment. It's way past time for Congress to pass this amendment and place it before the various states for ratification. And I challenge the Congress to do it with this one simple statement. What do they fear? Do they fear the American people? Why not give the American people the chance to vote on this? Ladies and gentlemen, that's why the Republican Party gave strong endorsement in its 1964 platform to a constitutional amendment permitting those individuals and groups who choose to do so to exercise their religion freely in public places. The platform statement provides, of course, for safeguards preserving the separation of church and state, and it leaves the decision on whether voluntary prayers are to be permitted in, for example, public schools, up to the state and local authorities.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Not the 9 appointed justices of our Supreme Court. And I remind you that this is precisely what our Constitution intended. Now, unfortunately, and I say this with feeling, the platform of the opposition party is entirely silent on the question of a prayer amendment. In fact, you will search in vain for any reference to God or religion in the opposition party's platform. Now this is a matter of regret, because religion is of concern to all Americans, no matter what their party label may be. This is a matter of even greater regret when we realize that this platform, with its utter disregard of God, was written to the exact specifications of our president. Now, perhaps the platform is silent because the candidate for vice president, Hubert Humphrey, is totally opposed to any form of prayer amendment. The formal statement, in fact, of the Americans for Democratic Action, as presented to the Democratic Platform Committee, reads, "We oppose all attempts to modify or weaken the First Amendment, which safeguards the freedom of religious worship and maintains the separation of church and state." Then Mr. Humphrey, who was one of the founders of this organization and up until recently a vice president, personally endorsed this formal statement with his signature. And earlier in the year, he put himself on record in even stronger terms. On addressing the American Baptist Convention in May, he said, "If some people were as interested in good schools as in making God popular in the school, I think this country would be better off. Now, I've never asked him, but I wonder if it ever occurred to Mr. Humphrey that the very meeting at which he uttered these words opened and closed with a prayer. And I wonder if it ever occurred to him, and it should because he's in that Senate every day, that every session of the Senate in which he appears opens with an invocation to the divine being. And I ask this simple question, is that against the First Amendment? I don't agree with Mr. Humphrey. I don't agree with the Democratic platform. I agree, and I believe you do too, with the words of Thomas Jefferson inscribed on his memorial in Washington, God who gave us life, gave us liberty. Now the question comes, can the liberties of a nation be secure when we have removed a conviction that these liberties are the gift of God? I agree, and I believe you do too, with the first president of our country. And if you've read his message, his farewell message, you'll recall these words: of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. In vain would that man claim the tribute of patriotism who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness, these firmest props of the duties of men and citizens. And let us with caution indulge the supposition that morality can be maintained without religion. Now, I suggest tonight, let us heed these words. Let us take warning of the moral crisis of our time. My fellow Americans, is this the time in our nation's history for the federal government to ban Almighty God from our schoolrooms? I trust not. A people who believe in freedom, who believe in self-restraint and diligence, must also cultivate humility and reverence. And with your help and with God's blessing, I pledge my every effort to a reconstruction of reverence and moral strength, those great pillars of human happiness in our land. But I must also remind you, each and every one of you, that this is not solely the job of the president. It's not solely the job of the people in high office in this land. Yes, it will be our responsibility to lead good, moral lives, lives that can serve as examples. But if you don't do it too, if all Americans don't do it, we are not going to attack and overcome the evils that walk our streets today. I don't despair. I don't think this country is lost. I don't think the immorality that we see can't be corrected. But I want to say one thing to you in closing. It's not going to be corrected at the bottom. When immorality occurs, and you know this from a study of history, it always starts at the top. I don't care whether it's government, a corporation, a business, an organization. When the boss can get away with something, it's perfectly natural for someone down the line to say, if he can do it, I can too. And then it becomes perfectly natural for the child to say, my father does it, My father cheats the government on his income tax, brags about it. So what's wrong with me doing a little bit of it? A little bit of stealing. Think about these things. They're very simple. They're very basic. They're not complicated. But they're things that Americans in too great numbers do not understand because they are simple. Many Americans don't like simple things. That's what they have against we conservatives. They want complicated answers that only bring control over your lives. We look to history. We want to preserve the best qualities of history so that we can advance on those qualities. And we conservatives of both parties know that the real strength of America is to be found in America's families, and the future of America rests with you future fathers and mothers, and you present fathers and mothers, and yes, we grandfathers too. It's been wonderful to be with you tonight. I'm highly honored by having been permitted to visit with you in this building that we all have reverence for regardless of our faith, and I thank you for your wonderful attention, and I hope that what I've said tonight will mean something to you. Thank you.
Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. Jim Baird recently claimed the Bookwalter for Congress grassroots campaign to unseat Baird is a political weapon of the swamp and that Charles Bookwalter is a rhino. Really? Well, let's just see who really owns who. On the left are the top donors of the Jim Baird campaign. On the right, we have the top donors of the Bookwalter campaign. What do you notice? Baird is right. Charles Bookwalter is owned by the people of the 4th District. And who owns Jim Baird? The swamp. The swamp owns Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. This is the Charles Bookwalter for Congress Digital Town Hall. Your chance to talk directly with Charles Bookwalter about the issues important to you. Jump into the comments and join the conversation. Now, without further ado, here's your host, congressional candidate for Indiana's 4th District, Charles Bookwalter. Well, here we go. Another week, and we're back. Charles, we had a big week last week. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, we sure did. I'll open up with that's the rich man's trick. That was interesting to throw that in there. I'll tell you what. Well, I'm willing to back my taste with necessary force too.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what the rich men don't understand. That's what the globalists don't understand, is that we're Americans. We are a unique beast on the face of the earth. We're the first group of people who have been brought up with no king in our history, no oversight of who we are as a people. We get to choose what we want to do, and it's not the global elite that get to do that. So
that's right.
And that's why you joined the fight.
That Christ is king, and that's a beautiful thing about Jesus. Jesus showed us for the first time that, so many empires and dynasties in the history were they were men that they called deities, that they were bestowed this kingship or whatever by God, and that's what Jesus came to show us, is that no man is God and no man will ever be God. Jesus is king,
And it was a great lesson throughout history. And that's what makes us different. That's what makes Western civilization, Christian culture. It's what makes us different. We'll bow to no man. And, if anything ever proved, Afghanistan proved it 2 times against the Russians and the Americans, that when you're fighting for freedom on your own soil, and Americans proved it during the Revolutionary War.
Yep.
When you're fighting for freedom on your own soil, you can defeat the most powerful military in the world, as opposed to people that are just paid mercenaries or paid soldiers. It happens in every movement. I saw it. I can see it in the fight in the 2 primary rule. The attorney, Michelle Harder, that's working on that, is so passionate about this. She's so invested. She would do it for free. And the state, they're just paid to do it. So I've been to every single argument. Their arguments are terrible. They're not good. And Michelle doesn't need notes. She doesn't need anything. She knows this case in and out. It's just an example of when you're doing it through passion and liberty, it's easy, and you can easily defeat a more powerful adversary.
Well, I think it's interesting. Here this last week, there was a lot of news, and one of the things that you might have missed, and if you haven't seen it, I'm going to recommend that you go watch it, Charles. The interview that Tucker Carlson did, number 75. I can't remember the gentleman's name. It's Ben something. It escapes me right now.
Benz. Is it Ben?
That's
B-E-N-Z?
it. Yeah. Where he went off and explained. Tucker Carlson basically just said, okay, go. And the guy, he vomited information that the American people need to see. It's about the deep state. It's how we're being run. It's who's controlling everything. And it's interesting that what he said in this new episode number 75 and what was in that documentary, Everything is a Rich Man's Trick, it just comes together and shows you that we've been run by tyrants and potentially Nazis, believe it or not, since World War II. And it seems insane to hear that, but the more and more we dig into this, the more that we're finding is that the Bushes, for example, were very involved with supporting Hitler and the Nazis, Prescott Bush, George W.'s dad. And it sounds insane and it sounds conspiratorial, but when you dig into it and you find out we've never escaped what we fought against and what the brave men and women fought against in World War II, we're back up against it today. And it's important that we start paying attention to the signs of what's happening. And that's why I'm excited to have you here as part of what the campaign is. You've traveled the world, you've seen what's going on, and you know that there's a bigger enemy out there than the American people are even aware of, and that's why you're running, correct?
Yeah, that's right. And it more than just, it was not just Prescott Bush. It was George Herbert Walker, I think was the name of it, Herbert Walker. It was the other side of the Bush family as well, and E.H. Harriman and all those nefarious actors. And I encourage anyone to go check out that documentary, Rich Man's Trick. There's a few out there on Rumble and other other channels about this. I think I've watched the Rich Man's Trick twice, all the way through, and I've recently looked at it again lately, but it's fascinating.
This is the Charles Bookwalter for Congress Digital Town Hall.
That's
your chance to talk directly with Charles Bookwalter.
I should have turned that off. I thought we had that turned off and ready to go.
Commercial. I can understand you just want to throw it up there anytime. Great commercial. Like very well done.
Sorry for the interruption.
All right, but hey, we'll so I did actually, someone brought up that Ben's interview to me, and they told me I don't know what's going on in the world until I watch that Ben's thing. And I'm like, slow down. Like, it's not a false dichotomy. It's not one or the other. I probably know what this guy is talking about already. This is just another messenger of information that I've already, because this isn't the first time. There's guys like Andrew Sutton that have been writing these books, Wall Street and the Bolsheviks, Wall Street and Hitler. Sutton's been writing about this. Quigley has written about this. And so I've read this stuff of these authors that have been studying this for decades. It's just that these Bens and these new guys are coming across information for the first time, and they're starting to talk about it.
Well, it's not. This isn't information. This is brand new information that Ben's is portraying. What he told Tucker was the connections between all of the three-letter agencies and their subsequent agencies that they've created that are listening to us and spying on us and violating our Fourth Amendment rights and our First Amendment rights and silencing us on social media. That we, the American people, actually funded the process that is now censoring us, and it all comes through the military. all of it through the Department of Defense, including everything that happened with the censoring on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, in particular, TikTok. TikTok has a huge presence. America has a huge military presence on TikTok in censoring Americans under the guise of democracy. That's air quotes, by the way. Under the guise to protect democracy, you can't talk against the way that they're practicing democracy. It's insane.
The concept is no different. I think I brought it up here before, but the concept is no different. I know you and I have talked about this, Frank Kramer, and the best book that I saw this outlined in was in As We Go Marching by John T. Flynn. John T. Flynn was a former classical liberal and almost you could call leftist during the Roosevelt era, and he was anti-New Deal. He was completely against the New Deal. And then World War II started, and I think he kind of fell in line with it, but then started to object to what was going on with World War II. And he said this, and this is what the original America Firsters said, because I'm an America First candidate, and there's a lot of people that call themselves America First, but I don't think they know where America First came from. It came from this old line of thinkers: Robert Taft, John T. Flynn, Garrett Garrett, Frank Chodoroff. These are Colonel McCormick, who started the Chicago Tribune. These are all the old America Firsters, also called isolationists. And what they said was, the reason that we cannot go with the New Deal, which is progressivism and socialism taking over America, and then go fight in World War II, is because in order to do that, what you are saying is we are fighting communism abroad, and we are adopting these principles at home. And they're like, what is going on? Why would we adopt price controls, conscription, high taxes, food rationing, all of these socialist, communist ideas we started implementing right here on our shores in the New Deal, World War II timeframe, World War II era, and then started building this administrative, managerial class around it that we're facing right now as these weapons get turned against us because we have adopted these policies right here at home. So we can say that it's for democracy, but you see how they're using those words against us. We're doing this for you to protect democracy. They said the same thing in the World War II. Right. We're going to fight this abroad so that we can preserve our freedoms at home, all the while forcing socialist, communist policies in America that have only expanded to where we are today, at a breaking point, at an inflection point.
Well, and it's interesting that they're using the tools, and what Benz goes through in this episode 75 and talks about with Tucker Carlson is that the tools that they utilized to use against our enemies, they've now turned inward. Now, we've been saying that for the last few years, but Charles, it's evident. You know, myself, I don't want to put myself out there too much, but I've had over 100 TikTok accounts, and all I talk about are American freedoms and our system of government. That's all I talk about. I don't dance naked. I don't do any of the weird stuff, right? I don't do anything other than patriotic stuff, and for that I've been silenced over 100 times. And then we learned last night from Benz is that that's the Department of Defense doing that to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Doesn't surprise me. I mean, we talk about this a lot. It's a common thing we talk about. Well, let's switch gears. Let's talk about what's been going on, what we did all last week, and lead into kind of what I want to talk about tonight. Okay. You can monitor for questions. We'll take as many questions. Do we need to go to commercial first before we get started?
Let's do that, and we'll be right back after this.
All right.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Oh, I can't hear you, Kramer.
Yeah, we're back, and last week was a big week, and this week has been just as hectic. Let's get into it. Go ahead and share with the people what's been going on.
I just got a text from my family. My father just had a cabbage, a triple bypass, and he is on his way home tonight. They're just leaving the hospital. So if you're a praying person, you can say a short prayer for them. He's doing great. I just wanted to share that with everybody, and prayers are welcome. So last week, we started off the honor of speaking at the Service Club of Indianapolis. The Service Club is a group of veterans that started 104 years ago, right after World War I. It was a group of veterans that wanted to get together and do good in their community. And then every time they went to do good, they kind of realized there's already and back then when associations mattered and the church was big and community was big before the government took over all these roles, there were people doing it. So the service community just started meeting as a group of veterans that met and told stories and had a good time. So I was able to speak at their event this week. And because today's Thursday, it was Monday. And then that evening, we went down to Kentucky, and I spoke at the America First Revival Project, an incredible program they have going on down there. General Michael T. Flynn was the guest speaker there. His speech was incredible. What he spoke about, we might get into a little bit of that today. Latinos for Trump were there, so they had a little concert. It was a really good event. It was fun. And then the next day, Tuesday morning, I had to speak. I was invited to speak at the Hendricks County GOP breakfast, and that's what I want to talk a little bit about because I had some words prepared to talk about at that breakfast. But after the Flynn event and after speaking at these few events, like I just felt it was a little different. My approach wanted to be different, so I just started over on the drive home. I was driving with somebody. And I got home, I wasn't done. I stayed up till 2:30 in the morning working on that. And then I got a lot of positive feedback of what I talked about at Hendricks County. So I want to talk about that here. And another reason is because it has to do with engaging in the political process and the two primary rule. And I also got some feedback about last week about, coming in hot. And I came in hot last week. And you know why? Because I had found out an hour before the town hall that the Indiana Supreme Court had overturned the lower court's ruling that the two primary rule was unconstitutional. And I'm very close to this, as many as you know, having invested a lot of my time and resources into defeating this unconstitutional rule in Indiana, making Indiana the most strict for ballot access in the entire United States. It's crazy what they have done. They have put a 6-year holding period on 81% of Hoosiers that don't participate in the primary election. So if you have not voted in two primaries, which affects about 81% of Hoosiers, then you cannot run for office for 6 years. And what we've talked about before, and that Anderson v. Celebres makes it clear. It states that a candidate is a rallying point for important issues of the day. And these important issues change quickly and frequently. And you need to have access to the ballot and access to political power and action immediately in these quickly changing times. And COVID proved that. And I've said all along that the reason that Indiana made the one primary rule, the two primary rule, effective immediately in 2021 was because they knew there was an awakening happening. They knew that conservatives were upset, and they knew that conservatives were engaging in the political process. So here's how I opened up to Hendricks County. I kind of told them why I was running and what our campaign was doing. Because one, Hendricks County does a GOP breakfast every month, I think, which is a great thing. They're one of the few GOPs in my district that actually have something regular going on for the party to talk about things and have candidates in. And so that's great. That's great that they're doing that and open it up and invited me to go speak there. And I told them what I had done in the last few months as a candidate, that we had, and Kramer, you're very close to this, we went out to the straw poll in Iowa because a blizzard had come through and it was negative 20 degrees and people weren't getting out to campaign in that weather. So we decided, we had some time, we decided to go over there to see how can we help Republicans get out the vote, particularly and specifically, how can we help Trump have a resounding win? And that was the words we used and what we talked about. We went out there, we contacted the Trump campaign. We said, we're on our way over here. We got a 4-wheel drive truck and we can help people. We can get out the vote. We can do whatever we need. It ended up, it was too cold to do door to door or anything like that. So we went to a gun show where they have to collect signatures, and we campaigned with a local America First candidate, David Pouch. And David Pouch, and it's different in Iowa. Iowa needs signatures for every primary. So David has to get 50 signatures from each county within his district. And so we helped get signatures, and we helped the Trump campaign kind of talk about Trump during that time. But it was because we need a resounding win, right? We need a resounding win in Iowa for Trump, which he got, by the way, immediately. He won all 92 counties, I believe.
He missed one. There was one.
Okay.
One.
94 counties. But that's a major win. And then that night, we went to the only town hall available because they had all been canceled. We went to a Vivek Ramaswamy town hall in Davenport, and it was a great event. A lot of people showed up, and specifically at the end during Q&A, someone asked the question, Vivek, what about election integrity? We all are concerned with the mail-in ballots. We feel the election was stolen in 2020. How are we going to make sure that doesn't happen again? And Vivek Ramaswamy said, we need a resounding win.
Yep.
We need massive voter turnout. We need people engaging at the grassroots level. He said all of these things, right? And then we went to the Iowa caucus, to that high school in Davenport. We spoke for Trump. We said some similar things. And then, again, I'm speaking to the Hendricks County GOP. I told them just last night, I was in Kentucky at the America First Revival Project, where General Michael T. Flynn was speaking. And what did General Michael T. Flynn say after he endorsed my candidacy once again and made a video? And by the way, all these videos, the Service Club of Indiana, the America Revival Project, General Michael T. Flynn's video, they're all on my Facebook page. You can go to that page and you can watch all the speeches and you can see what we had to say, and it's all available online. General Michael T. Flynn said, in order to secure a 2024 election, we need 75% voter turnout. We need massive turnout. We need people engaged. We need a grassroots effort. I think General Flynn endorsed me because of our political campaign to recruit precinct committeemen, recruit delegates, engage people, and bring them into the party. Like I tell people, exactly what Green Berets do. Recruit, train, and fight alongside your allies. And we've had tremendous success in Boone County and in the 4th District of Indiana. Indiana's been successful at it, and it's happening all over the United States, which was confirmed by General Flynn, who travels all over the United States, meeting with people like me and groups like ours, and to recruit and do what he's doing. And so I spoke to that crowd in Kentucky, and I told them what we were doing in Indiana about that recruiting, training, and helping conservative Republicans get elected, understanding their responsibilities as a citizen in our government and the responsibility to get involved in governance and not just let a ruling class govern over us. And like I said, General Flynn let everyone know in that room that this is happening all over the United States. And I told these people in Hendricks County, we should not be discouraging people getting involved in the party. And that's exactly what they are doing with this 2 primary rule. This is exactly what they're doing. And I am so disappointed. And I said this, Hendricks County, for all of you that are out of state, and I appreciate you watching and I appreciate your support. Hendricks County in my district has the largest voter turnout in the primary. 25% of the votes will come from Hendricks County. And I sat there among a bunch of elected officials and a bunch of political party people, and I told them how disappointed I am in the Republican Party for their strong support of the 2 primary rule, which is unconstitutional on its face because it is in Indiana, based on the Constitution, you can run for office at 21. But if you get out your calculator and do the math, if you can vote in your first primary at age 18, and it's depending on where your birthday is in the year, it may be that by the time you're 21, you don't have two primaries, and therefore you can't run for office according to these new rules. So it's unconstitutional on its face, and the Constitution says nothing about primaries in the first place or any qualifications other than being of a certain age and a citizen. Those are the only qualifications. It's just codes and statutes layered have added to all this stuff to make it more difficult for us. And it's like I said, it imposes a 6-year wait on 81% of Hoosiers. Now, something else to consider is that the Supreme Court of the United States has only upheld a 12-month waiting period on a candidate to run in one of the two major parties for them to prove that they're one of those parties, right? So you got 12 months to either join the party or vote in a primary or become active in the party. The Supreme Court has only held up to 12 months. That's it. Indiana put 6 years on it. They by 6 times. That's what Indiana put on it. And here's what's probably
and by the way, Charles, some people are confused that this is just a GOP issue. It is not just a GOP issue.
No, and I get into that. I've got my notes here. I get into that. Okay. The Democrats are doing the same thing, and I'll just talk about that now because the Democrats are doing the same thing. Up to this point, I've heard from 3 counties so far, and they've confirmed that there have been precinct committeemen and delegates challenged. 10 in one county, 12 in my own county, and 30 in another county. And if we just say that the average is 10 in 92 counties, that means we're going to have like 1,000. We'll have 1,000 challenges to people that are engaging in politics for the first time because they're concerned about their country. And it's happening on both the Republican and Democrat side. The Democrats are doing it too. I just don't know the numbers because I'm not that interested in what they're doing. And they're not a serious party in the first place. They're socialists. They're Democrat socialists. They're not even Democrats like of your parents' party. But the Democrats are doing the same thing. And here's how I feel about that. I'm an example. I'm proof that the Republican Party will use this law to keep conservatives off the ballot. They did it to me in 2022, and we fought back. And now we have more proof. We have hundreds of candidates that are being challenged, not because they're not Republicans. They've voted in general election Republican their entire life, just like me. It's just that they only have one primary because they didn't know, they haven't been engaged or whatever. They're apathetic. We all admit it, mea culpa. We're all responsible for that. But what the Republican Party is saying, well, if we don't do this, Democrats are going to come into our party and run. Well, what I say is, bring it. This is a primary. We know that, first of all, in Indiana, the primary is the election, okay? In many districts and counties in Indiana, the primary is the election. We also know what incumbents do during the primary. Do incumbents in the primary become more moderate, more like Democrats, or do they become more conservative, like people like me? They become more conservative to get closer to their base, to rally their base. So if you get a Democrat that wants to come into a primary and challenge me from the left, bring it on. I don't care. I wouldn't even challenge it. Bring it on. Let's show you how soundly you'll be defeated in a primary. So that's not even an excuse by the Republican Party. It's a terrible excuse for them to say, oh, it's just going to lead to party rating. First of all, we have demonstrable and provable. We have proof that is being used to hold conservatives off the ballot, first of all. And second of all, it doesn't even align with how primaries go anyway. Democrats.
Well, let me jump in. Let me jump in real quick because I think it's important for people to understand what you mean by that. When you say that they're kicking conservatives off the ballot, let's explain what's happening in the state of Indiana right now with those precinctmen and committeemen, delegates rather, that are running, some of them for the first time ever getting involved with the GOP in the state of Indiana. And how many are getting kicked off the ballot for this rule?
I don't know yet. Our team right now, our team is looking and requesting information from county coordinators, all our district, and we've broken up the state into different areas, and we're getting our county coordinators to get those numbers. We don't know, but I'm saying it's going to average 10.
So an estimation would be if you've got 90 counties, 90-some counties in the state, it's going to average out to be about 1,000 people get kicked off the ballot.
Yes, 1,000 Hoosiers who are engaging in politics for the first time because they're upset with the country. We all know there's a major problem going on. The Republican Party is going to use this to remove them from the ballot. Okay, so let's say out of the 1,000, even 10% are Democrats that are trying to come over and win. Then that's a good deal. It's worth it. Keep those 900 or 990 off, and let those very few Democrats that are going to run in a primary, which is more conservative, let them challenge let them challenge us. But in reality, we know that is not how it's being used. It is not at all how it's being used to hold off conservatives. So what happens is someone in the party in each county challenges a precinct committeeman or delegate who has decided to run for office. And oh, by the way, sorry, I got to clarify another thing. The two primary rule, which is Indiana Code 3827, was passed as legislation in the Indiana General Assembly. That affects elected positions. Shortly after we were challenging it, about a year ago, I think, the Indiana Republican Party changed their bylaws to require every position within the party to have two primaries. That's what I mean by saying I'm so disappointed that the party is so strongly behind this in light of what's going on. So the precinct committeeman and delegate position are party positions. They're not elected positions. They are elected, but they're within the party. So it doesn't go down to the election division. It stays at the county level. So now the election board is going to hear the challenges across Indiana about why someone should be on or off the ballot. And we already know how it's going to happen because we've already seen it played out. They look at it and they say, did you satisfy the law? No, you haven't voted in two primaries. Okay, then you're taken off the ballot. That's all they have to do. That's all they have to prove is, did you get a signature from the GOP chair? No. Do you have two primaries? No. Okay, you're off the ballot.
And to go get that signature from the GOP chair, you've got to be an insider for them to do that. They don't give it to the guy who's fighting against their guy.
That's right. And that's why it's a 14th Amendment issue. It's equal access to politics. In 2022, when I ran, there was a random guy in another district that the GOP chair signed off on him. He didn't have two primaries. Jim Baird didn't need two primaries when he ran. None of these elected officials needed two primaries, yet we need two primaries now. And moreover, there are a lot of candidates in Indiana that are now in elected positions that have a Democrat primary on their record. And they went to the GOP because they were either elected or they were in party politics, or they were a friend, or they were an ally, and they went to the chair and they got the signature from the chair, even though they have a Democrat vote in their past.
So it's an arbitrary rule.
It's an arbitrary rule. It's only applied and if you're an outsider or a grassroots candidate or a conservative. And here's the worst thing about it. And this is what I tried to explain. Not the worst thing. It's all bad. I think I say the worst thing about it on everything because it's all so bad. But what I said to the Hendricks County GOP is this is the cycle of disenfranchisement that we're talking about already in primaries in Indiana. You're lucky to get 4% or 8% voter turnout. Why? Because everyone knows the primary is the election. And when you don't have a primary challenger, what does it matter?
Right.
You don't go vote. It's a waste of time. If there's no one challenging an incumbent,
then there's no reason to go vote other than now to make sure you vote in primaries. That's
right,
it.
And this two primary rule has limited the number of candidates in the state of Indiana. I think your number is that up to 80% of people would not qualify to be able to run for office. If they got upset about what's happening, they would have to wait. 80% of people in the state of Indiana would have to wait up to 6 years to get on the ballot.
Yes, they have to wait 2 election cycles or get the signature from one person. And if you're not on the good list of that one person, you're not getting the signature. I'm proof of that. And the 1,000 other people are proof of that as well. And I was explaining to Hendricks County, and I think this is what was what they most appreciated, is that our campaign, the whole reason for our campaign is to recruit people, train them, get them involved, bring out conservatives and grassroots candidates to engage them. That's your duty. That's your responsibility.
Well, and that's your personal training. I mean, as a former Green Beret, your job was to go in with the insurgents, correct? Those that are fighting on the ground against the enemy that we have, a common enemy, and show them, give them the tools. It's almost like Christ, teaching a man to fish versus giving him the fish.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, our motto is De Oppresso Liber, to free the oppressed. And that's the same thing I've talked about. That's what we've applied across the 4th District, is recruiting people that are like-minded, that feel there's a problem going on, that are dissatisfied with the current way that our government is being run, and to train them by providing courses, constitutional live courses, turning point courses, precinct committeeman courses, like what your job is as a precinct committeeman, what you do, why it's important. We've held multiple courses on what it is and why it's important to be engaged at this level, and then helping them get elected. And we've been very effective. And I think that's why when I got done with that meeting, I had a lot of people coming up to me saying, yes, I'm there. I had someone call me today that was at that meeting that said, I am 100% behind you. I'm involved in the party. I'm an elected official, and I want to help you. So, and that wasn't the only person. I had
because they realize how destructive it is to democracy and to our electoral process.
Yeah, and they're dissatisfied.
Right.
They know that that the Republican Party of Indiana and in the United States is not reflecting our conservative Republican core values. They say one thing and they do another. They are working on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce in Indiana, or the big money interests. And we'll see this about the second topic that we're going to talk about tonight. It's all about the money. It's not about freedom. It's not about the Constitution. You say oftentimes, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. Like, this is what they say. It's like them saying that they're using censorship to preserve democracy.
Right.
No, they're not. It's about money. It's about power. That is what it's about. It's not about the Constitution. It's not about democratic values. It's not about green energy. It's not about election integrity. It's not about border security. It's not about economic development. None of that is about it. Right. It's about the love of money. That is what it's about.
And the power that comes along with it. Hey, let's take another break here. When we come back, let's catch up with subject number 2, and we can talk about what happened in Shepherdsville, Kentucky.
Hey, my name is General Mike Flynn, and I'm here with Charles Bookwalter. And Charles is running for Indiana Congressional District number 4. When is the election?
May 7th.
May 7th is the primary. Now, what we got to do to get him into office, to get him into the general election, we got to have more than 35% turnout. The average right now in your district is about 35%. People got to get out there and vote. So get off your rear ends and get out there and vote. Otherwise, we're going to lose this country. And a guy like Charles is amazing service. He's a great guy. He's a great leader. He knows exactly what we need to do in this country. And that's why I'm standing with him and endorsing him for for the House of Representatives, Congressional District Number 4 for the great state of Indiana. And Charles will definitely do you right when you get him into office. So get out there and vote. Okay?
Thank you very much,
God
sir.
bless you, buddy.
I appreciate your
and thank you for
endorsement, sir.
everything that you're doing.
Thank you,
All
sir,
right?
very much.
Super. God bless.
Our nation is at a breaking point. Out of control crime, runaway inflation, political corruption, and politicians who talk a big game but just can't seem to deliver. Charles Bookwalter is a proven conservative leader, a man of faith and conviction, a former Green Beret. Charles Bookwalter offered his life in the service of his nation once before and is now willing to serve again. To learn more about Charles Bookwalter and his vision for the state of Indiana and this great nation, visit bookwalterforcongress.com. That's bookwalterforcongress.com. Donate, volunteer, join in, stand up, and fight back. This is the Charles Bookwalter for Congress Digital Town Hall. Your chance to talk directly with Charles Bookwalter about the issues important to you. Jump into the comments and join the conversation. Now, without further ado, here's your host, congressional candidate for Indiana's 4th District, Charles Bookwalter.
And we're back. So when you went down to Elizabethtown and we walked in there and you had your time with General Flynn, what was the number one thing that you came away with? What he's doing and his dedication to this country. What was your number one takeaway?
I think it was the common goal that we have. And I think that's why I met General Flynn, and we had about a 30-minute conversation in Missouri where we met, Kramer, at the Election Crime Bureau Summit.
This is the Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
He's great. Great commercial.
I know. I got to turn that off.
Great commercial.
I got to turn that off.
Play it as much as you can.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And there were a line of people that wanted to talk to General Flynn. And he literally gave me 20 or 30 minutes standing there near a booth and talking to him. And I gave him what I thought would be my 30-second elevator pitch. And it ended up being a 30-minute elevator pitch telling him everything that we're doing in Boone County, all the election integrity meetings that we've had, the group that we formed to fight all these major issues, my major my story about what got me involved, and my major platform issues. And I think this is what really got it. I told him what we just talked about recruit, train, and fight alongside, the successes we've had, engaging people in the party. And I believe that General Flynn is doing the same thing at the national level. And he's looking for people like me that are leading these small efforts and trying to bring them all together under this national movement to peacefully and through the political process retake our country back. He's very concerned that this next election, that, he made it clear, like we all know, the plan of the globalists, like the dirty trick globalists, was for Obama to be in 8 years, then for Hillary Clinton to be in 8 years, and that was it. Like they would have full control of their Green New Deal, full control of the money, the Paris Accords, the military-industrial complex, censoring, eavesdropping, spy networks. They would have had full control of it, and their plan is in perfect sync. Donald Trump stopped all of that. And he stopped that from happening. Not that he's any kind of savior, and not that he didn't screw up and make mistakes. His biggest mistake is the people he surrounded himself with, and we all know that. Right? We all know that. That's why we need to send good people there to help President Trump on his next term. But he made it very clear that these are not Democrats. They're not the Democrats of the 60s. These are democratic socialists. That's exactly what they are. And if they win in another election, and if they take over another 4 or 8 years, the outlook for America is dire. Yeah, it is dire.
Well, you can already tell the lying that's happening on a regular basis. Again, Joe Biden said today that the economy's booming, that everything's going great, that inflation's dropping. Of course, inflation's dropping for those items that aren't selling: houses, cars, what do you call it? Refrigerators, dryers, washers, that kind of stuff. But the things that we use on a daily basis, food, through the roof, and that doesn't get measured in this process. They say that food is not an inflationary item.
Yeah. They call it the basket, the food, household basket or something like that. They removed it from the equation. And remember, I talked about this last time. That's why you have to go to shadowstats.com.
Yep.
Shadowstats.com measures inflation from the 80s, and it tracks it without all these changes. When government doesn't like a number, they just change the definition. Or, for example, if government doesn't like the way that their vaccine is working, they just change the definition of the vaccine. And so they do the same thing with our economic the statistics. And if you look at other sites, you'll see that inflation is really at 20 to 22%.
Right.
Yeah, because they've taken all those items out of that basket, and so it makes it look like it's better. It's gaslighting.
Right. It is the definition of gaslighting. Speaking of which, we got a question here from YouTube. It asks, what's the biggest thing on middle Americans' minds? I live in Massachusetts, and illegal immigration is overwhelming us here. That's in Massachusetts. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's not just in Massachusetts. It's on the mind of everybody in Indiana. When we went out to the straw poll in Iowa, that was the top two things, the border and inflation. So it's not just you. It's absolutely a concern for everyone because we can see it. We see what's going on. And out in Massachusetts, you see it better than anybody, what's going on. And what can we do? Well, my plan is to remove our troops from overseas, pull our troops back, stop funding wars all over this excessive warmongering that the United States does, and put our troops, stack them up on the border, close our border for at least 20 years. We need to close our border. We need to put our states that are border states in control of immigration policy. The federal government, it's not even in the Constitution. They talk about immigrants. They don't talk about border. They don't even talk about immigrants as far. They talk about, I think, emigrants, not immigrants. And so we need to give this power back to the states, let the states issue border policy. They're the closest to it. They can fix this the best way. All we've seen in the history of my lifetime and generations before me is this buildup of more theater, more funding for HHS and Border Patrol and Homeland Security, and just all these agencies that are ostensibly supposed to be taking care of this issue, and it's worse than it ever has been. So either they are complicit in it or they are completely incompetent. Either way, it cannot stand. We need to redirect our resources back to the states and redirect our defense, our definition of defense. Remember, a Department of Defense.
Right.
We need to redirect our military forces back to our homeland and start defending our borders instead of defending the borders of everyone in the NATO alliance, for example.
Right. Well, I think it was interesting that in the last couple of weeks here, we've been unable for the left or the right to come together and to do anything about our border, but they found billions for Israel's and for Ukraine's.
It's offensive. That's why Americans are so mad, because we're not dumb. Common sense is not that hard. We're not dumb. We know that this, and we've given them so much power, authority, and resources, and they've squandered it.
Yep.
Squandered it as they develop these big agencies and these positions and department head of this, and they're millionaires. They get wealthy off these schemes and plans, and they leave the rest of us vulnerable. Our cities are overrun with immigrants. There's crime. There's rampant.
Well, not immigrants, illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, and they're not even immigrants. They're criminals in our nation. I'm not going to give them a status that is gives them some kind of leeway. They're criminals.
Yes, yeah. Many of them are criminals, and we can't afford it. And then these sanctuary cities are. And I think it was Mayor Adams in New York's talking about. They're already giving these illegal immigrants more food stamp welfare than they are our own people. The hotels get more for a migrant than they do for a homeless person. Now, no one should be getting any of this. First of all, it should be taken care of in our community level.
but our own government is completely mishandling this. It's all political. It's why we were warned about having the federal government so heavily involved in the state issues. It's why federalism was so important, because our founding fathers saw it before. They knew that this will get out of control, that when everything becomes political, we become divided and divisive. Nothing gets solved. And this system is only perpetuates itself. That's what happens. It only perpetuates itself.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th.
The changing world order. The times ahead will be radically different from those that we've experienced in our lifetimes, though similar to many times before. How do I know that? Because they always have been. Over my roughly 50 years of global macroeconomic investing, I've learned the hard way that the most important events that surprised me did so because they never happened in my lifetime. These painful surprises led me to study the last 500 years of history for similar situations, where I saw that they had indeed happened many times before, with the ups and the downs of the Dutch, British, and U.S. empires. And every time they did, it was a sign of the changing world order. This study taught me valuable lessons that I'm going to pass along to you here in a distilled form. You can find the comprehensive version in my book, Principles for Dealing with the Changing World Order. Let me begin with a story that brought me to this point, about how I learned to anticipate the future by studying the past. In 1971, when I was a young clerk on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the United States ran out of money and defaulted on its debts. That's right, the U.S. ran out of money. How? Well, back then, gold was the money used in transactions between countries. Paper money, like the dollar, was like checks in a checkbook in that it had no value other than it could be exchanged for gold, which was the real money. At the time, the United States was spending a lot more money than it was earning by writing a lot more of these paper money checks than it had gold in the bank to exchange for them. As people turned these checks into the bank for gold money, the amount of gold in the U.S. started to dwindle. It soon became obvious that the U.S. couldn't keep its promises for all the existing paper money, so people holding dollars rushed to exchange them before the gold ran out. Recognizing that the U.S. was going to run out of real money, on Sunday evening, August 15th, President Nixon went on television to tell the world that the U.S. was breaking its promise to let people exchange their dollars for gold. Of course, he didn't say it that way. He said it more diplomatically, without making it clear that the United States was defaulting.
The strength of a nation's currency is based on the strength of that nation's economy. And the American economy is by far the strongest in the world. Accordingly, I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators. I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States.
I watched in awe, realizing that money as we understood it was ending. What a crisis. I expected the stock market to plunge the next day, so I got on the exchange floor early to prepare. When the opening bell rang, pandemonium broke out, but not the kind I expected. The market was up, way up, and went on to rise nearly 25%. That surprised me because I never experienced a currency devaluation before. When I dug into history, I discovered that the exact same thing happened in 1933 and had the exact same effect. Then paper dollars were also linked to gold, which the U.S. was running out of because it was spending more paper money checks than it had gold to exchange for them. And President Roosevelt announced on the radio that he would break the country's promise to exchange dollars for gold.
It was then that I issued the proclamation providing for the National Bank holiday. And this was the first step in the government's reconstruction of our financial and economic fabric. The second step, last Thursday, was the legislation promptly and patriotically passed by the Congress, confirming my proclamation and broadening my powers so that it became possible, in view of the requirement of time, to extend the holiday and lift the ban of that holiday gradually in the days to come. This law also gave authority to develop a program of rehabilitation.
In both cases, breaking the link to gold allowed the U.S. to continue spending more than it earned, simply by printing more paper dollars. Since there was an increase in the number of dollars without an increase in the country's wealth, the value of each dollar fell. As these new dollars entered the market, without a corresponding increase in productivity, they went to buy lots of stocks, gold, and commodities, and hence caused their prices to rise. As I studied more history, I saw that the exact same thing happened many, many times before. I saw that since the beginning of time, when governments spent much more than they took in taxes, and conditions got bad, they ran out of money and they needed more. So they printed more, a lot more, which made its value fall and made the prices of most everything, including stocks, gold, and commodities, rise. That's when I first learned the principle that when central banks print a lot of money to relieve a crisis, buy stocks, gold, and commodities, because their value will rise and the value of paper money will fall. This printing of money is also what happened in 2008 to relieve the mortgage-driven debt crisis, and in 2020 to relieve the pandemic-driven economic crisis, and it almost certainly will happen in the future. So I suggest that you keep this principle in mind. These experiences gave me another principle, which is to understand what is coming at you, you need to understand what happened before you. That principle led me to study how the Roaring '20s bubble turned into the 1930s depression, which gave me the lessons that allowed me to anticipate and profit from the 2007 bubble, turning into the 2008 bust. All these experiences led me to develop an almost instinctual urge to look to the past for similar situations, to learn how to handle the future well. Changing orders. Over the last few years, three big things that hadn't happened in my lifetime prompted me to do this study. First, countries didn't have enough money to pay their debts, even after lowering interest rates to zero, so their central banks began printing lots of money to do so. Second, big internal conflicts emerged due to growing gaps in wealth and values. This showed up in political populism and polarization between the left, who want to redistribute wealth, and the right, who want to defend those holding the wealth. And third, increasing external conflict between a rising great power and the leading great power, as is now happening with China and the United States. So I looked back. I saw that all these had happened together before, many times, and nearly always led to changing domestic and world orders. The last time this sequence happened was from 1930 to 1945. What exactly is an order, you might ask? It's a governing system for people dealing with each other. There are internal orders for governing within countries, typically laid out in constitutions. And there is a world order for governing between countries, typically laid out in treaties. Internal orders change at different times than world orders, though whether within or between countries, these orders typically change after wars. Civil wars within countries, international wars between countries. They happen when revolutionary new forces defeat weak old orders. For example, the U.S. internal order was laid out in the Constitution in 1789 after the American Revolution, and it is still operating today, even after the American Civil War. Russia got rid of its old order and established a new one with the Russian Revolution in 1917, which ended in 1991 with a relatively bloodless revolution. China began its current internal order in 1949 when the Chinese Communist Party won the Civil War. You get the idea. The current world order, commonly called the American World Order, formed after the Allied victory in World War II, when the U.S. emerged as the dominant world power. It was set out in agreements and treaties for how global governance and monetary systems work. In 1944, the New World Monetary System was laid out in the Bretton Woods Agreement and established the dollar as the world's leading reserve currency. A reserve currency is a currency that is commonly accepted around the world, and having one is a key factor in a country becoming the richest and most powerful empire. With a new dominant power and monetary system established, a new world order begins. These changes take place in a timeless and universal cycle that I call the Big Cycle. I'll start with a quick overview, then give you a more complete version, and then direct you to my book if you want more. As I studied the 10 most powerful empires over the last 500 years and the last 3 reserve currencies, it took me through the rise and decline of the Dutch Empire and the guilder, the British Empire and the pound, the rise and early decline in the United States Empire and the dollar, and the decline and rise of the Chinese Empire and its currencies, as well as the rise and decline of the Spanish, German, French, Indian, Japanese, Russian, and Ottoman empires, along with their significant conflicts, as measured in this chart. To understand China's patterns better, I also studied the rise and fall of Chinese dynasties and their monies back to the year 600. Because looking at all these measures at once can be confusing, I'll focus on the 4 most important ones: the Dutch, British, US, and Chinese. You'll quickly notice the pattern. Now let's simplify the form a bit. As you can see, they transpired in overlapping cycles that lasted about 250 years, with 10 to 20-year transition periods between them. Typically, these transitions have been periods of great conflict because leading powers don't decline without a fight. So how am I measuring an empire's power? In this study, I used 8 metrics. Each country's measure of total power is derived by averaging them together. They are education, inventiveness and technology development, competitiveness in global markets, economic output, share of world trade, military strength, the power of their financial center for capital markets, and the strength of their currency as a reserve currency. Because these powers are measurable, we can see how strong each country is now, was in the past, and whether they're rising or declining. By examining the sequences from many countries, we can see how a typical cycle transpires. And because the wiggles can be confusing, we can simplify it a bit to focus on the pattern of cause-effect relationships that drive the rise and decline of a typical empire. As you can see, better education typically leads to increased innovation and technology development, and with a lag, the establishment of the currency as a reserve currency. You can also see that these forces then declined in a similar order, reinforcing each other's decline. Let's now look at the typical sequence of events going on inside a country that produces these rises and declines. In a nutshell, the big cycle typically begins after a major conflict, often a war, establishes the new leading power and the new world order. Because no one wants to challenge this power, a period of peace and prosperity typically follows. As people get used to this peace and prosperity, they increasingly bet on it continuing. They borrow money to do that, which eventually leads to a financial bubble. The empire's share of trade grows, and when most transactions are conducted in its currency, it becomes a reserve currency, which leads to even more borrowing. At the same time, this increased prosperity distributes wealth unevenly, so the wealth gap typically grows between the rich haves and the poor have-nots. Eventually, the financial bubble bursts, which leads to the printing of money and increased internal conflict between the rich and the poor, which leads to some form of revolution to redistribute wealth. This can happen peacefully or as a civil war. While the empire struggles with this internal conflict, its power diminishes relative to external rival powers on the rise. When a new rising power gets strong enough to compete with the dominant power that is having domestic breakdowns, external conflicts, most typically wars, take place. Out of these internal and external wars come new winners and losers. Then the winners get together to create the new world order, and the cycle begins again. As I looked back, I saw that these cause and effect relationships drove the cycles of rises and declines all the way back to the Roman Empire. I saw how the stories of each one of these cycles blended together with others before, during, and after, in the same way as each individual story blends with others to make the epic 500-year story that is our collective history. And like human life cycles, no two are exactly the same, but most are similar. They're driven by logical cause and effect relationships that progress through stages from birth to strength and maturity to weakness and inevitably decline. However, that's like saying a person's life cycle takes 80 years on average, without recognizing that many are much shorter and many are longer. While age can be a good indicator of future longevity, a better way is to look at health indicators. One can do that with empires and their vital signs too. I found that by watching the indicators of power change, I was able to see what stage a country was in, which helped me to anticipate what was likely to come next. Now, I'll take you through the big cycle in more detail. Give me 20 minutes and I'll give you the last 500 years of history and show you the similar patterns across the Dutch, British, US, and Chinese empires.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
I'm pretty loyal to Trump, so I'll go through a blizzard like yesterday to go vote.
When President Trump's team said they needed help in Iowa due to the blizzard, only one Indiana congressional campaign stepped up.
It's getting a little squirrely.
Endorsing President Trump because it looks good in a press release, well, that's one thing. But showing up when President Trump asks for your help, that is something completely different.
My name's Charles Bookwalter. I'm a former Green Beret, and I'm a candidate for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. We drove over here during this bad weather and this blizzard to help out, right? And we're here to help out because it seems like in Iowa, like in Indiana, that this is a race for second place, that our leader has already been chosen. This is the man that is going to help fight against the most pressing issue we have, which is the managerial class and holding them accountable. These issues, these crises that we face right now, the border, energy, inflation, forever wars. This is brought on by a managerial class that is failing us, and they tell us that we need to just go home. They got it all under control. Everything's taken care of as they give away our country. And frankly, it's a disgrace, and everyone in here should be offended. And we have some good candidates out there, but the fact is that this is the man that's going to lead us. This is the man that's going to unite us, and this is the man that we all need to get. You want to see Republicans unite and come together? Then this is how we do it. The Department of Justice, another part of the managerial class, has been weaponized against this man. And so by defending Donald J. Trump, we're saving our own skin. Does anyone else feel that way? Does anyone else feel that way? By protecting this man, we're protecting our own skin. But right now, we need to rally behind this man, and we need to take our country back. And the last thing I'll say is what Green Berets do all over the country. We recruit, train, and fight alongside our allies in other parts of the world. That's what you need to do. You need to get involved. You need to get engaged. You need to run for precinct committeeman. You need to run for delegate, and you need to take our country back.
To learn more about Charles Bookwalter and the Bookwalter for Congress campaign, visit bookwalterforcongress.com. That's bookwalterforcongress.com. We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
500 years of big cycles. I'm going to describe the typical cycle by dividing it into 3 phases: the rise, the top, and the decline. The rise. Successful new orders that rise, both internal and external, are typically started by powerful revolutionary leaders doing 4 things. First, they win power by gaining more support than the opposition. Second, they consolidate power by converting, weakening, or eliminating the opposition so they don't stand in their way. Third, they establish systems and institutions that make the country work well. And fourth, they pick their successors well, or create systems that do that. Because a great empire requires many great leaders over several generations. At this stage, soon after winning the fight, there is typically a period of peace and growing prosperity because the leadership is clearly dominant and has broad support, so no one wants to fight it. During this phase, leaders within the country have to design an excellent system to raise the country's wealth and power. First and foremost, to be great, they must have strong education, which is not just teaching knowledge and skills, but also strong character, civility, and work ethic. These are typically taught in the family, schools, and religious institutions. That provides a healthy respect for rules and laws, order within society, low corruption, and enables them to unite behind a common purpose and work well together. As they do this, they increasingly shift from producing basic products to innovating and inventing new technologies. For example, the Dutch rose to defeat the Habsburg Empire and become superbly educated. They became so inventive that they came up with 1/4 of all major inventions in the world, the most important of which was the invention of ships that could travel around the world to collect great riches. and the invention of capitalism as we know it today to finance those voyages. They, like all leading empires, enhance their thinking by being open to the best thinking in the world. As a result, the people in the country become more productive and more competitive in world markets, which shows up in their growing economic output and rising share of world trade. You can see this happening now as the US and China are roughly comparable in both their economic outputs and their shares of world trade. As countries trade more globally, they must protect their trade routes and their foreign interests from attack, so they develop great military strength. If done well, this virtuous cycle leads to strong income growth, which can be used to finance investments in education, infrastructure, and research and development. They must also develop systems to incentivize and empower those that have the ability to make or take wealth. In all of these cases, the most successful empires used a capitalist approach to develop productive entrepreneurs. Even China, which is run by the Chinese Communist Party, used a form of this capitalist approach. Deng Xiaoping, when asked about this, said, "It doesn't matter if it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice. And it's glorious to be rich." To do this well, they must develop their capital markets. Most importantly, their lending, bond, and stock markets. That allows people to convert their savings into investments to fund invention and development, and share in the successes of those who make great things happen. The Dutch created the first publicly listed company, the Dutch East India Company, and the first stock market to fund it, which were integral parts of the system that produced massive wealth and power. As a natural consequence, the greatest empires developed the world's leading financial centers for attracting and distributing the world's capital. Amsterdam was the world's financial center when the Dutch were preeminent. London, when the British were on top. New York is now, and China is quickly developing its financial centers. Most importantly, the capitalists, the governments, and the military must work together. Not only did the Dutch work well together, they were one and the same. The Dutch East India Company was granted a trade monopoly from the government and had its own officially sanctioned military to go out into the global markets to make and take wealth. The British followed with the British East India Company and had a similar coordination of their government, business, and military operations. The U.S. military-industrial complex followed suit, as does the Chinese system today. As the country becomes the largest international trading empire, its transactions can be paid with its currency, making it the preferred global medium of exchange. And because their currency is so widely accepted and frequently used, people around the world want to save in it, making it the preferred storehold of wealth, and thus the world's leading reserve currency. The guilder was the world's main reserve currency when the Dutch led world trade, the pound was when the British led, and the dollar has been since the US led. Naturally, China's currency is increasingly being used as a reserve currency. Having a reserve currency enables the empire to borrow more than other countries. That advantage is huge. Think about it. People all over the world are eager to save and hence lend back their currency to the empire. Countries without a reserve currency don't have that. And when the empire runs out of its own money, remember the United States in 1971? They can always print more. The exorbitant privilege afforded by the empire's reserve currency leads borrowing to increase and the beginning of a financial bubble. This series of cause and effect relationships, leading to mutually supportive financial, political, and military powers, bolstered by the borrowing power of a reserve currency, have gone together since history began to be recorded. All the empires that became the most powerful in the world followed this path to the top. While in the top phase, most of these strengths are sustained, embedded within the fruits of their success are the seeds of their decline. As a rule, as people in these rich and powerful countries earn more, that makes them more expensive and less competitive relative to people in other countries who are willing to work for less. At the same time, people in other countries naturally copy the methods and technologies of the leading power, which further reduces the leading power's competitiveness. For example, British shipbuilders had less expensive workers than Dutch shipbuilders. So they hired Dutch designers to design better ships that were built by less expensive British workers, making them more competitive, which led the British to rise and the Dutch to decline. Also, as people become richer, they tend not to work as hard. They enjoy more leisure, pursue the finer and less productive things in life, and at the extreme become decadent. Values change from generation to generation during the rise to the top, from those who had to fight to achieve wealth and power to those who inherited it. They're less battle-hardened, steeped in luxuries, and accustomed to the easy life, which makes them more vulnerable to challenges. The golden era of the Dutch Empire and the Victorian era of the British Empire were such high prosperity periods like this. As people get used to doing well, they increasingly bet on the good times continuing and borrow money to do that, which grows into financial bubbles. Naturally, the financial gains come unevenly, so the wealth gap grows. Wealth gaps are self-reinforcing because rich people use their greater resources to reinforce their powers. For example, they give greater privileges to their children, like better education, and they influence the political system to their advantage. This causes the gaps in values, politics, and opportunities to grow between the rich haves and the poor have-nots. Those who are less well off feel the system is unfair, so resentments grow. But as long as the living standards of most people are still rising, these gaps and resentments don't boil over into conflict. Having the world's reserve currency inevitably leads to borrowing excessively and contributes to the country building up large debts with foreign lenders. While this boosts spending power over the short term, it weakens the country's financial health and weakens the currency over the long term. In other words, when borrowing and spending are strong, the empire appears very strong, but its finances are in fact being weakened. The borrowing sustains the country's power beyond its fundamentals by financing both domestic overconsumption and international military conflicts required to maintain the empire. Inevitably, the cost of maintaining and defending the empire becomes greater than the revenue it brings in, so having an empire becomes unprofitable. For example, the Dutch Empire overextended around the world and fought war after increasingly expensive war with the British and other European powers to protect its territory and trade routes. The British Empire similarly became massive, bureaucratic, and lost its competitive advantages as rival powers, particularly Germany, soared, leading to an increasingly expensive arms race and World War. The U.S. has spent about $8 trillion on foreign wars and their consequences since September 11th. and trillions more for other military operations and for supporting military bases in 70 countries. And it still isn't spending enough to support its military competition with China in the area around China. In this cycle, the richer countries eventually get deeper into debt by borrowing from poorer countries that save more. It's one of the early signs of a wealth and power shift. This started in the United States in the 1980s when it had a per capita income 40 times that of China's and started borrowing from Chinese who wanted to save in dollars because the dollar was the world's reserve currency. Similarly, the British borrowed a lot of money from its much poorer colonies, and the Dutch did the same at their time. If the empire begins to run out of new lenders, those holding their currency begin to look to sell and get out rather than to buy, save, lend, and get in. And the strength of the empire begins to decline. The decline. The decline comes from internal economic weakness together with internal fighting or costly external fighting or both. Typically, the decline comes gradually and then very suddenly. When debts become very large and there is an economic downturn and the empire can no longer borrow the money necessary to repay its debts, the financial bubble bursts. This creates great domestic hardships and forces the country to choose between defaulting on its debts or printing a lot of new money. It always chooses to print a lot of new money, at first gradually and eventually massively. That devalues the currency and raises inflation. For the Dutch, this was the financial crisis brought about by financial excesses and paying for the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War. Similarly, for the British, it was paying for its financial excesses and its debts from the two world wars. And for the U.S., it's been 3 cycles of debt finance booms and busts since the 90s, with the central bank stepping in each time with stronger measures. When the government has problems funding itself, when there are bad economic conditions, and living standards for most people are declining, and there are large wealth, values, and political gaps, internal conflict between the rich and the poor, as well as different ethnic, religious, and racial groups, greatly increases. This leads to political extremism that shows up as populism of the left or the right. Those of the left seek to redistribute the wealth, while those of the right seek to maintain the wealth in the hands of the rich. Typically, during such times, taxes on the rich rise, and when the rich fear their wealth and well-being will be taken away, they move to places, assets, and currencies they feel safer in. These outflows reduce the empire's tax revenue, which leads to a classic, self-reinforcing, hollowing out process. When the flight of wealth gets bad enough, governments outlaw it. Those seeking to get out begin to panic. These turbulent conditions undermine productivity, which shrinks the economic pie and causes more conflict about how to divide the shrinking resources. Populist leaders emerge from both sides and pledge to take control and bring about order. That's when democracy is most challenged because it fails to control the anarchy. And it is when the move to a strong populist leader who will bring order to the chaos is most likely. As conflict within the country escalates, it leads to some form of revolution or civil war to redistribute wealth and force the necessary big changes. This can be peaceful and maintain the existing order, but it's more often violent and changes the order. For example, the Roosevelt Revolution to redistribute wealth was relatively peaceful and maintained the existing internal order, while the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, and the Chinese Revolution were much more violent and led to new internal orders. This internal conflict makes the empire weak and vulnerable to rising external rivals who, seeing this domestic weakness, are more inclined to mount a challenge. This raises the risk of great international conflict, especially if the rival has built up a comparable military. Defending oneself and one's empire against rivals requires great military spending, which has to occur as domestic economic conditions are deteriorating and the empire can least afford it. Since there is no viable system for peacefully adjudicating international disputes, these conflicts are typically resolved through tests of power. As bolder challenges are made, the leading empire is faced with the difficult choice of fighting or retreating. Fighting and losing is the worst outcome, but retreating is bad too, as it cedes progress to the rival and signals that the empire is weak to those countries that are considering which side to be on. Poor economic conditions cause more fighting for wealth and power, which inevitably leads to some kind of war. Wars are terribly costly. At the same time, they produce the tectonic shifts that realign the new waters to the new realities of wealth and power in the world.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
When those holding the reserve currency and debt of the declining empire lose faith and sell them, that marks the end of its big cycle. Of the roughly 750 currencies that existed since 1700, less than 20% now exist, and all of them have been devalued. For the Dutch, this happened after their defeat in the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War, when they weren't able to repay the massive debts they built up during it. This led to a run on the Bank of Amsterdam and a desperate sell-off, forcing massive money printing, which devalued the currency and the empire into irrelevance. For the British, this happened after World War II, when despite their victory, they could not repay the massive debts they borrowed to fund their war effort. This led to a series of money printing, devaluations, and sell-offs in the British pound as the US and the dollar emerged dominant and created a new world order. At the time of this recording, the United States hasn't yet reached this point. While it has massive debt, spends more than it earns, and funds this deficit with more borrowing and printing huge amounts of new money, the big sell-off in dollars and dollar debt hasn't yet begun. And while there are great internal and external conflicts occurring for all the classic reasons, they've not yet crossed the line to become wars. Eventually, out of these conflicts, whether they're violent or not, come new winners who get together and restructure the losers' debts and political systems and establish the new world order. Then the old cycle and empire ends and the new one begins, and they do it all over again. That's a lot of detail I just threw at you to paint a picture of how the typical big cycle transpires. Of course, not all of them transpire in exactly this way, but most largely do. So much so that it seems like the stories of rises and declines stay essentially the same, and the only things that change are the clothes the characters wear and the technologies they use. So, where are we heading? the future. Most empires have their time in the sun and inevitably decline. Reversing a decline is difficult because that requires undoing a lot that's already been done, but it's possible. By looking at these indicators, it's pretty easy to see which stage of the big cycle an empire is in, how fit it is, and whether its condition is improving or worsening, which can help one estimate how many years it has left. Still, these estimates aren't precise, and the cycle can be extended if those in charge pay attention to their vital signs and improve them. For example, knowing that a person is 60 years old, how fit they are, whether they smoke or not, and a few other basic vital signs, one can estimate the person's longevity. One can do that with empires and their vital signs too. It won't be precise, but it will be broadly indicative and give clear direction on steps to take to increase longevity. It's most often the case that a nation's greatest war is with itself over whether or not it can make the hard decisions needed to sustain success. As for what we need to do, it comes down to just two things: earn more than we spend and treat each other well. All other things I mentioned, strong education, inventiveness, being competitive, and all the rest, are just ways of getting at these two things. It's easy to measure if we're doing them. So like people who want to get fit, let's get on the program and improve our vitals. Let's do that individually and collectively. My goal for sharing this picture of how the world works and a few principles for dealing with it well is to help you recognize where we are and the challenges we face, and to make the wise decisions needed to navigate these times well. Since there is a lot more to discuss and we are out of time, you can learn more in my book, Principles for Dealing with the Changing World Order, and I look forward to continuing this conversation at economicprinciples.org and on social media. Thank you, and may the force of evolution be with you.
Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. What does Chip Roy think about Jim Baird's yes vote for Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill?
Any Republican who votes for this bill should be ashamed of themselves.
Jim Baird should be ashamed, and we should be disgusted.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
But at least Baird voted to protect the border, right?
If you care about the border, you're getting nothing here.
On May 7th, vote no to big government Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
My name is Rimpy Gurn. I immigrated into this country back in 1999. I have 3 children, and I'm a pop mom. My two oldest kids are there in college. Youngest one is 11-year-old. The reason why I am in this race today, because our healthcare system, our education system, a woman's rights to make a women's right are weaponizing today. I think we have given so much chances to all these legislators. It's time for a mother, a person who knows how hard it is to put the food on the table every day, to get into this race. And also, I don't think we have to choose between to put a food on a table and getting affordable health care. It is so hard these days to having affordable health care. I'm a healthcare provider. I have an insurance business, and I know day to day how hard it is for my consumer. It's not affordable anymore. A normal household in Indiana makes about $55,000 yearly. In order to get insurance for the family of 4, it's about $1,399 a month. I don't think we can all afford that. So this is why I'm in race. Our healthcare, again, our education, our environment, it's at risk. Thank you.
Mr. Bookwalter, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Charles Bookwalter. I'm a lifelong Hoosier, a father of 3 girls, a husband of 17 years, an entrepreneur, businessman, a homesteader, a homeschooler, a former Green Beret, and a follower of Christ. I'm here tonight because the Republican primary in the 4th Congressional District is the election. The primary is the people's choice, and I will try to demonstrate tonight to everyone here why voting in the primary for me, whether you're a conservative or not, is a vote to protect your God-given rights to life, liberty, and property. Jim Baird, our representative, has a record in both the Indiana General Assembly and Congress as a big spender, an establishment insider, and has voted to raise taxes his entire career. He claims he's a conservative, but just 2 weeks ago, he voted in support of Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill that is full of pork and includes additional spending in the green energy policies that are dividing us and destroying Indiana farmland. Jim Baird is silent on solar and wind fields despite constituents contacting his office, pleading for him to get involved. But worse is that Baird is the primary sponsor of the Carbon Sequestration Collaboration Act that gives more money and more authority to these policies that we are working hard to keep out of our communities. Jim Baird voted for the CHIPS Act that made the entire LEAP project possible, and what Heritage Action said will make America less competitive in the chip manufacturing market. And in 2021, Baird co-sponsored the Democrat bill, the Vaccine Registration Act. And until he had a serious primary challenger, he voted for every Ukraine spending package and has a record of supporting war and war spending overseas without securing our border.
Time. Thank you very much. Mr. Holder, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Hoosiers, my name is Derek Holder, and I stand sitting here before you today, not just as a candidate for Congress, but as a Marine Corps veteran, father and proud son of Indiana. Like many of you, I'm a typical citizen who knows the weight of waiting for the next paycheck, who juggles bills, and who strives each day to provide for my family, in an economy that often asks too much and gives too little. Indiana is our home, a state built on the strength of its farmers and the resilience of its people. I believe in my heart that our farmers are not just the backbone of Indiana, but they're the very lifeblood that sustains us. They deserve a representative who knows their struggle. I will fight for their prosperity and who will oppose policies and threaten their way of life. That's why I stand firmly against the LEAP pipeline, a project that risks the health of our land and the welfare of our communities. As a Marine, I was taught to fight for the safety and well-being of all Americans. Now I'm ready to bring that same commitment to fight for you in Congress, to ensure every Hoosier has the opportunity to thrive, to live without fear of the next bill or the next unexpected hardship. Together we can build a future worthy of the sacrifices who come before us. a future where liberty and prosperity are in reach of all. Join me and let's stand united for Indiana.
Thank you.
Just getting my timer ready. Okay, question number 1. Do you support the plan to divert tens of millions of gallons a day of water from the Wabash River proximal aquifers through a pipeline to support industrial development in Boone County? Is there action that the federal government can take to prevent that pipeline or others designed to facilitate carbon sequestration? Mr. Bookwalter first.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we found out about this in Boone County long before anyone found out about it in Tippecanoe County, and me and many of us in Boone County were against this forthwith. This is an age-old debate, people, about free markets and socialism, and what we have right now is a third-rail system that Indiana politicians and big government Republicans in the federal government use. It's called interventionism, and they think that it's taking the best of a little bit of capitalism and a little bit of socialism, and they get the best of both worlds. But they don't. They actually get the worst of both worlds. And so what this is central planning at its worst. And this is an example. What does it look like when we let them socially or centrally plan these? It looks like putting an elite project, buying 11,000 acres of prime agricultural land and putting a chip manufacturing company right in the middle of it, 53 miles from a water source that needs 100 million gallons a day. And Jim Baird voted for the CHIPS Act knowing that it was going there. They set this entire infrastructure up in Boone County to accommodate this chip manufacturing act. And no one is asking the question as to why did we lose chip manufacturing in the 90s anyway? It was done because of government regulation.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Thank you. No, I don't support the LEAP project. The reason is, first of all, there is a lot of transparency in a policy in our infrastructure. Let's talk about why they are taking a water when they know that, why they're putting a LEAP project in Lebanon in the first when they know that that area cannot support a water resources. That's number one. Number two, why all the policies and all the infrastructures, all the debate and everything happened about this LEAP project, it was behind doors. Why a normal person who is getting affected by this LEAP project here in Tippecanoe County was not involved before they put the project up, before they came up with this project. As far as federal government can be involved, but they said there's a navigable water. Navigable water is that if there's a current water is flowing, it falls under the U.S. federal waters.
20 seconds.
if I get elected, yes, I can try to propose that policy in there, but first, you guys need to elect me. I am totally opposed against Lee project, and thank you.
Mr. Holder.
First of all, I am strongly opposed to the LEAP project. Like they both said, it was behind closed doors. The farmers of Tippecanoe County did not get a say in this. And it is horrible for the farmers because the farmland around here is sandy. They need more water. It's also taking away from those who are in the city. The Taze Aquifer is going to be depleted within 10 years because of this. Also Indianapolis, it's being pumped up from Indianapolis. They're already running super short of water as it is, and it's going to drain the 4 huge reservoirs that supply the city of Indianapolis. We do need chip manufacturing in the U.S. because it was lost to Taiwan and China, but we must do it smarter. We must include everybody within the community to discuss these plans. We cannot hide it and let a program that is in Indiana right now that only answers to the governor. Federal government can be involved, but because of the EPA. They can set standards stating that it's an environmental issue.
Thank you. Question number 2. Economic incentives such as tax abatements pit state against state, and even, as we have seen, communities within a state against one another. What can be done at the national level to oppose such corporate welfare? Mr. Holder.
Can I have that question again?
Economic incentives such as tax abatements pit state against state, and even, as we have seen, communities within a state against one another. What can be done at the national level to oppose such corporate welfare?
That's tough. I believe that, we have to have competition between states to bring companies into each state, but it can't be as cutthroat as it is, because right now it is harming those of us who actually live in the state. It is hurting the environment. Look at what's happening with the wetlands here in Indiana, the leak pipeline. It is really strangling those who actually live within the states. We need to make it so we have to make it where it's open to the states that really, really need it. And where there's land for it to be used. That is not under government control, that is not under,
Mr. Bookwalter.
All right, folks, you just heard what they said. They both just said in their last response that the federal government should be involved in this. And they agree with Jim Baird, because Republicans and Democrats, where they switch back and forth, they want to use the government. It's just for their pet projects. So what can we do? What can we do, folks? You can elect in the primary someone like me that has been speaking out against this from the very beginning. We have to and we can develop our communities through entrepreneurship, rivalry, and we can develop them on our own if we had our money back. They are taking our money, they are giving it to a select few of people, and they're allowing them to choose winners and losers based on the contracts that they get and whatnot. But they agree, and so does Jim Baird. They just want it for their own contracts. And what this results in is a ratcheting effect. And so when Democrats are in charge, they get to choose their pet projects and give Republicans a little bit. And when big government Republicans are in charge, they get to choose their pet projects like big war and give Democrats a little bit of their taste of it too. I'm suggesting that you elect someone like me that is coming out at the very beginning saying that this cannot stand anymore. We should not be incentivizing people to centrally plan our local communities.
Thank you, sir. Like Ms. Derek Holder, yes, I am not that prepared to answer that question, but I wanna answer back to Mr. Bookwalter. He's telling us that we are agree with the federal government. Yes, we are agree with the federal government because what have you guys done here in the state of Indiana? You guys are majority here, we're Democrat, we are minority here. What have you guys done about the LEAP project? Why the LEAP project is here in the first place when you guys are the majority in here in state of Indiana? Why every time there's something is going around, it's always Democrats' fault? Why we're not thinking about our environment? Why not? Why we're so worried about our waters today? Look how many water companies are around here. We're so afraid drinking our tap water because it is so harmful to our bodies these days. We're buying the bottled waters, that's also harming our environment. So why haven't you guys done anything until now instead of Indiana? Why? Why they're always blaming the other parties? Why we can't be a bipartisan? Why can't we come to an agreement for our people who are electing us to go serve them? Why we cannot do that? Thank you.
I was asked a question.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District because our out-of-control government is, well, it's out of control. The border's wide open, and inflation is crippling the American dream. I approve this message because it's time to change Washington, not America.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Wetland protections have recently been reduced by the Indiana General Assembly. At the same time, water shortages are predicted for various areas of Indiana and are an ongoing urgent problem in other areas of the country. What national legislation, if any, protecting wetlands and reducing the water shortages? What things do you support? I'll start with Ms. Byrne, please.
Thank you. Again, these questions are all new to me, but again, let's talk about environment again. It's all based on our environment, global warming. There's a scientific research. There's global warming is real, and it's all affecting us. It's affecting our water, it's affecting our land, it's affecting our health. Why we cannot come up with policies where we can protect our environment so we don't have to worry about that what's going on in our state of Indiana tomorrow. Why we cannot come up with a really nice policy in place where when there's let's talk about this. Global warming, we know it's real. We need to educate ourselves on that. So as far as we know how serious this issue is, we can all come up with a solution. As a national, again, right now I'm focusing on my campaign, but once I elected, I would love to do something for my state of Indiana and for my district. 4th Congressional District, the environment will be healthy and sustainable. Thank you.
Mr. Holder.
I believe through the federal government, the EPA can be used to introduce protections that saves our wetlands. Currently, Indiana's not the only state that's going through this issue. Tennessee, Georgia are fighting over wetlands to get a land to more water. The West is fighting over the Colorado River. Colorado River is being sucked up by California. Vegas is doing better with going green. And also the Saudis and Chinese are buying up land out there and using a water-intensive farming practices for alfalfa. That is eating up a good portion of the Colorado River as well. If we don't protect our wetlands, our children are going to suffer
20
from
seconds.
it. Our grandchildren are going to suffer because of it. It's not us that's going to have the problem. It's our future generations. We're passing the buck to them, just like we always do, and that's got to end.
Mr. Bookwalter.
Folks, I live on a 30-acre homestead with a creek, some tillable land. We have 18 acres that are in the wildlife preservation thing that the state offers. We live there for a reason. We have a creek run. It's beautiful. We love it. We take care of that. So why? They ask why? Because we aren't in charge. And if we had more of our private property in the hands of individual responsible owners and farmers, then our land would be better cared for. There's a fallacy that we think the government cares about our land. They don't. And when you have a piece of public property that anyone can access, then people abuse it and they don't take care of it. And when the federal government determines that they want an 11,000 acre LEAP project in our beautiful agricultural land, they will switch just like that, and they will fill in wetlands and they'll do whatever it takes that their big lobbyists that support them say is okay. Big ag, big sugar, and all those people support Jim Baird. Jim Baird is sponsored by these companies that will readily take our property and turn it into transform wetlands into dry land because it's not their property. And we care about it. So we need to have more land in the hands of private people that actually care about it. I am an example of that. And I'm a nasty Republican.
Protections of wildlife under the Endangered Species Act have recently been strengthened. What is your opinion about the act and the recent restoration of protective regulations? Mr. Bookwalter.
Again, I'm just going to stick with that theme. It's the same theme, everyone, that just like Jim Baird, Democrats will say the same thing. These problems that we have are because of big government. The response is not to beg for the big government to do what they said they were going to already do. That's not the correct response. We have to remove them from these. They're the ones that are responsible for this. We already have these acts in place. We should be enforcing these acts at a minimum and then getting some of this property out of the hands of government and getting them off of our own property. The people who in here wants to have fresh, clean water? Come on, raise your hands if you want fresh, clean water. Who in here wants a beautiful area to live in, and agriculture, and parks, and woods? We all do. They're trying to scare us. It's not true. This is only made possible through the government that has the authority and the force to take our property and give it to other people and let them turn it into whatever development they want to turn it into. It's up to us to take it. No one wants that. The only way they pollute and kill animals is if the government lets them do it. That's how they get away with it. And we know that.
Ms. Gurn.
you. Well, I understand the government is doing this, but which government is right now here in state of Indiana? All I want to say, it's each of all of us, every single person's responsibility. We need to preserve our natural habitat. That's all. Big corporations, their greed, they're coming, they're building more houses. More people are moving here, there's more houses, and they're cutting down our forests, but we need to put a stop somewhere. Who's gonna do it? Local government, state level? And who's in the state house today? Majority are Republicans. So here, I can be a bad Democrat or nasty Democrat candidate today, but I am sorry. Who's in the state house today? Tell me if you can answer me. So please, everyone, we all have to play our part. We need to just make sure taking care of natural habitat, and that's it. We need to take a step. If someone is coming and telling us that we want to buy this piece of land to, build a house, we should have honesty to say no to that, no matter how much money they're offering us. It's not about the money at the end of the day. It's about our health, our environment, our green energy, our sustainability. Thank you.
Mr. Holder.
I'd say good. We need more protections for endangered species. I, too, live on 10 acres of beautiful land. I have woods. I have a creek. Federal government's not trying to take any of that away from me. They never have. They're not even telling me how to use my land. I mean, I don't know where that's coming from, but I mean, it just sounds like we're hearing an episode of Fox News right now. And I'm sick and tired of that rhetoric. Every day, that's dividing this nation. We need to come together. We're not that far apart. Maybe on a couple issues, but not as far as Fox News or even MSNBC say we are. We have it from both sides. We need to bring this nation back to the middle where everybody has a hand in it. That way the far left and the far right aren't controlling this nation anymore. And the 90% that is America can agree with the stuff. We need to stop the infighting. That is it.
Question number 5. Do you favor national regulations that protect our water from per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, and that reduce their use in industrial applications? Mr. Holder.
Short answer, yes. If you care about our children, you will say yes. If you care about your pocketbook, you're gonna say no. We need to keep PFAS out of the water system. Down in Martinsville, it has been found that within a 10 city block area, you cannot drink the water because it's infested with the stuff. And that has to end. It's hurting our children more than anything else. It is causing cancer. Franklin, Indiana has been known as the Flint of Indiana. It's got to end. Corporate greed is what's driving it. And I don't want to go mean here, but who drives corporate greed but the Republicans?
Boo! Uncalled for.
Mr. Bookwalter.
No Indiana Republican talks like me. Fox News doesn't sound like this, and we all know that. And you're right, they aren't far apart from other Republicans. Weak Republicans are very close to Democrats. That's true. And I don't want contaminated water. We've already talked about this. I'm on well water. It's insane to think that I want to increase my pocketbook and kill people. That's ridiculous. But here's the suggestion out of Republicans and Democrats right now who are very close. How many regulations do we have governing water, banking, the environment, you name it? Thousands, tens of thousands. And what they're suggesting is just one more. Just one more. We need just one more regulation, and then everything's going to be good. The fact is that the government's in control of your water right now, and Flint is a perfect example of that. I'm glad they brought it up. You know, I would suggest, because it's like the forest analogy. If a private owner owns a forest and they're selling their wood, they're not going to cut the whole thing down. They cut a few down and they let them grow. So they constantly have a forest that they can produce and they can hand off to their children. The same goes for our water. The same goes for all of our natural resources. And whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you know what I'm saying is true right now.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
For today, this is for our generations to come. Why we need to look for another planet when why we can't clean this planet? Keep it clean. Thank you.
And if everyone would remain seated, I think that would be the fairest way to proceed. There is substantial scientific evidence that the Earth is experiencing global warming and that greenhouse gases generated by human-promoted activities are the major contributors to that outcome. Do you agree with that assessment? And what are the consequences for public policy if your opinion is correct? Ms. Gerns first.
Yes, I totally agree with you. There is a scientific research about global warming, and then what we need a clean energy. We need a green energy. We need to make sure that we should have a renewable energy. We need to propose a more green tech policies. That's all from me. We need to take this global warming very, very, very seriously. Like again, I said in my last question, why we need to look for another planet, why we can't keep this planet clean, green, and sustainable, and livable. And again, this is not just for me, for my parents, this is for our generations to come. What we're going to do today, this is gonna pay us off tomorrow. Thank you.
Mr. Holder.
Yes, global warming is true. Global climate change is true. And I do agree, we need green energy. We need to do it smart though. We're not gonna jump completely off coal and gasoline within the next week. We need to do it smart. We have to get it where the technology is right, to where it's cheaper, and that way we don't bankrupt everybody. I'll go against my own party on this one. Biden saying that we need to be on electric vehicles by 2035 is not feasible. The cost of the batteries is not going to go down enough within the next 11 years. We need to wait until it becomes cost effective to completely wipe out gas ran internal combustion machines. The smart way to do it is, yes, the bus systems are going green. Our military has been going green for a long time, trying to go green. So, I mean, we're attempting to do it. It's going to take a while. But yes, we do need to go green. Just
Time?
give it time.
Mr. Bookwalter.
I do not believe in the climate change catastrophe ideology. The climate may be slow and gradually warming, but it is not a catastrophe. And many of you who don't like the oil of subsidizing coal and gas want to do it with green energy. Well, this is what it looks like. It looks like a solar field the size of Manhattan in Pulaski County that's owned by Israel. It looks like solar fields being placed all over our 4th Congressional District that the community is fighting against. It looks like a LEAP project that wants to pull water from up here to down there. That LEAP project is supposed to be green and sustainable. It looks like wind turbine projects that are falling apart, that are going to be an eyesore for times to come. This unreliable, unsustainable energy source. We're always going to need oil and gas, and that we're never going to get away from it. And your parents and great-grandparents invested in this infrastructure, and they promised us back then that if we invest back then we're going to have cheap and reliable energy, and now's the time that we need it. This policy of green energy that they act like they don't like the LEAP project is actually leading to more expensive energy. And the thought leaders in climate change like Revel and Nordhaus never suggested. And by the way, they agree with Jim Baird, who is fully funding the Green New Deal energy policies through the Carbon Sequestration Collaboration Act and by not standing against solar and wind in our district.
The ongoing chaos concerning leadership in the House of Representatives, specifically with regard to the role of Speaker of the House, has paralyzed Congress for months. Which changes, if any, in governance do you favor to resolve the situation? Mr. Bookwalter.
They locked us down. The engine of the American economy, the federal government locked us down. They can lock down and they can shut down, and that does not concern me. Thomas Massie just came out and just made a tweet before I came up here and said he is going to second MTG's getting rid of the new speaker, and I'm okay with that. If they want to make promises to us, and if they want to make these promises, then they need to be held accountable. I was with the few, the 9 and the 20 that flipped this speaker back in January, and I think that we can do that again. That does not concern me at all that we have this. Folks, the country is unraveling in front of our eyes, and we know it. So if you're going to talk a game like you are concerned, then we have to be prepared to take drastic measures, and that requires getting rid of leadership. And Jim Baird is not going to do that. I was at a breakfast with him when he told me and his staff told me I was crazy for saying we need to get rid of a new leader. And as soon as we got rid of McCarthy and got Mike Johnson in, he acted like he took credit for that, even though he was opposed to that. I've been in this position from the very beginning, and I stand to it. You want to see change? Then you need to elect someone that is prepared to take drastic measures when we most need it, and be bold and have a spine in Washington, D.C.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
My name is Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. In the average campaign commercial, the announcer, backed by patriotic music, would inform you I'm a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient. Or you'd be told how my opponent, Jim Baird, voted to send billions to Ukraine, or that he authored the bill to bring carbon sequestration plants and Joe Biden's Green New Deal to Indiana. But this isn't that kind of ad. I just want to let you know, for the first time in 6 years, you have a choice in the Republican primary. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I humbly ask for your vote on May 7th. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
This is Jim Baird. Jim Baird claims to be a conservative, claims to have the same exact values you have, then turns around and votes in favor of Joe Biden's bloated $1.2 trillion spending bill. Here's what's in it.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
For the first time in 6 years, the 4th District has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. On May 7th, vote for true conservative leadership. Charles Bookwalter.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Well, I know there's a national issue, our Congress in D.C. about the leadership and everything, but right now, what I'm worried about District 4 here, about my people here. We'll keep bringing up Jim Baird, but this is about us today. This is about all the people are gathered in this room today, how lives are affecting them, how these policies are affecting them. What can I do for my district? That's what I'm worried about more. My main concern is that in my district, everyone should have access to quality health care. Women should have a choice to make about their bodies. They should have a right to make a choice about their bodies. Education. We need to push more education in my district. There's the money, but we just need to make sure how that funds are getting allocated in my district. That is what I'm more worried about people in my district. Thank you.
Twice in 2 years. That's how many speakers we're going to go through. Twice. Is it because Republicans can't decide on who to lead them in the House? I mean, twice. That tells me there is a serious rift in the party. You didn't see that when we were majority. Yes, you could say some stuff about who we had as speaker, but we didn't go through them like we were changing clothes. It is ridiculous. It is not supposed to be a speaker every time somebody gets a hair up their backside. I have nothing else to say about that. It's just a few sour grapes in the House. We all know who they are. We all know who wore a red hat, and that was unnecessary. So, that's it.
Question number 8. Mr. Holder, do you favor military aid to Ukraine?
Yes. As a Ukrainian American, definitely do. My parents defected from the Soviet Union. They were born in Kiev. They defected from the Soviet Union. So, yes, we need to stop Russia from invading even further into Ukraine, because they will not stop there. They will keep marching across Europe. And we have to provide weapons and material to the leaders of Ukraine. They're not asking for boots on the ground. They don't want boots on the ground. They just need help. And we need to continue to support them.
Mr. Bookwalter.
As a combat veteran who's seen the horrors of war and the waste, fraud, and abuse that happens in the military, I'm opposed to interventionism on almost every front, particularly under our current military-industrial complex system that we have right now. Our original mandate was for a strong defense, not an offense that's 800 bases in 150 countries. Heretofore, we've given $165 billion to Ukraine. Has anyone considered what we could do with that money as we struggle here at home? I mean, inflation is a result of deficit spending. And the fact is that to think that Russia, who's gallivanting all over the world right now, taking over countries and regime change? Is it Russia? Is it Russia? It is. It is. Russia has made it clear for the last decade to not continue to push, from the 90s, to not push the NATO border up to their step. There's only one country in the world that has 800 bases in 150 countries across the world, and it's not Russia. So no, I do not support any more funding to Ukraine, and I do not support interventionism abroad that leaves us weak and vulnerable as a country, with open borders where war refugees are pouring across our border, fleeing their war-torn societies that are being created by the bombs from European and American planes.
I am neither agree to or disagree with both of them, because as a human, it's really hard to see kids, children, our elders, they're dying over there. But like Mr. Bookwalter said, we do need to worry about our country also. We need to worry about what's going on. I need to worry about what's going on in my district, District 4. Again, I am worried about my race right now, but once I get elected, I will see how I can help with this issue. Yes, humans are dying. We need to stop that. Yes, we do not need to aid other countries. But again, we can always come to agreement, and we also need to think about how we can help each other. Thank you.
What is your position on whether a woman should have the ability to seek a medical termination of her pregnancy? Should the issue be decided at a national or state level? Ms. Gurn.
Neither. No one has a right to make a choice how women can live their life. Neither. Woman doesn't want to have an abortion just because they wanted to, that it's a luxury. No. It's sometimes getting abortion, it's also a healthcare issue. It's a healthcare. So I don't support whether the state legislators or at the federal level they make a decision about women's bodies. No. We should have a right to make a decision on our body. I would say the person who does not have a uterus does not have a right to make a choice about our bodies. Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Holder.
Women's body, woman's choice. It should be between a woman and her doctor. It's not politicians in DC or in Indianapolis that should make the choice. I echo what she says and what Rachel Green said. No uterus, no opinion.
Mr. Bookwalter.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Why did Jim Baird suddenly flip-flop on his support for Ukraine funding? One day he's for it, the next he's not. For the record, between 2022 and 2023, Jim Baird voted on 3 separate occasions to give a total of $90 billion to the Ukrainian war machine. He even received an A rating for his unwavering support. But now Baird says he's against funding Ukraine. What changed? Charles Bookwalter. Charles Bookwalter is a true constitutional conservative who's ready to serve and vote the will of the people of the Fourth. That's what changed.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Folks, Jim Baird has voted for every funding, every conflict and intervention abroad. He voted for almost every Ukraine spending package, and you can count on him to get us in the next war. And I'm already against the next war. I am 100% pro-life. It's one of the reasons I don't want to be killing people all over the world. I believe life begins at conception, and I agree with the Dobbs decision that puts this decision back at the state level, and Indiana is a great example of this. I encourage local activists to get out there and fight this at the local level and pass strict pro-life legislation at the state level. That because a federal abortion can be overturned, and it can be a federal ban on abortion. Jim Baird voted for the $1.2 trillion spending bill that included funding for full-term abortions. I would never do that. But like I said, I agree with the Dobbs decision because it pushes the decision back to the states where it belongs. I believe abortion is murder,
and murder is a state issue. Therefore, this decision is in the right spot, and we can make more progress as pro-life people, continuing to encourage states to pass this strict abortion legislation. And you don't have to have a uterus to have that opinion.
Final question. What will be different if you are elected to Congress, Mr. Bookwalter?
I only got 2 minutes, so I gotta, okay. How's it gonna be different? It'll be different merely by us doing the same thing that we're doing right now, by showing up, by being available, by doing the job. Where's Jim Baird, everyone? He's the incumbent, and he's not here. Where has he been? He only comes back when he needs your vote. He hasn't been here to protect small farmers and medium-sized farmers, small businesses. He hasn't been there to protect our medical liberties when it most counted, and he hasn't been there to protect us from government overreach. He hasn't been there to protect us, that the Green New Deal energy policies that he supports along with the Democrats. Our goal in our campaign is to do what Green Berets do all over the world. We recruit, train, and fight alongside our allies. We have recruited hundreds of people to get involved in local office, running for local positions. I've testified all over the 4th Congressional District against lockdowns, vaccine mandates, solar and wind fields, carbon sequestration projects. I've testified at election boards to return to one-day voting on paper ballots. We have a chance here, folks, to disrupt Washington, D.C. from Indiana in a good way, disrupt the political establishment in Indiana, and elect someone that actually is an outsider. Do I sound like Jim Baird?
Time.
Where is Jim Baird? I ask you again.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. Why am I running? Simple. The out-of-control spending, well, it's out of control, and somebody has to do something about it. Take, for example, this taxpayer-funded billboard that was strategically placed by Representative Baird in front of my Frankfort, Indiana, Jimmy John's franchise. Nice one, Jim. Now, to the untrained eye, this billboard looks exactly like a campaign ad, but it's not. It's franked mail. It's your tax dollars being used by an incumbent to remind you of all the reasons that you should go vote for them. And every day I leave work, I'm reminded exactly why I'm running for Congress. Jim Baird won't let me forget. Thanks, Jim. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
The following pre-recorded political program is sponsored by TV for Goldwater Miller on behalf of Barry Goldwater, Republican candidate for President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, we take pride in presenting a thoughtful address by Ronald Reagan. Mr. Reagan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you and good evening. The sponsor has been identified, but unlike most television programs, the performer hasn't been provided with a script. As a matter of fact, I have been permitted to choose my own words and discuss my own ideas regarding the choice that we face in the next few weeks. I have spent most of my life as a Democrat. I recently have seen fit to follow another course. I believe that the issues confronting us cross party lines. Now, one side in this campaign has been telling us that the issues of this election are the maintenance of peace and prosperity. The line has been used, we've never had it so good. But I have an uncomfortable feeling that this prosperity isn't something on which we can base our hopes for the future. No nation in history has ever survived a tax burden that reached a third of its national income. Today, 37 cents out of every dollar earned in this country is the tax collector's share. And yet our government continues to spend $17 million a day more than the government takes in. We haven't balanced our budget 28 out of the last 34 years. We've raised our debt limit 3 times in the last 12 months. And now our national debt is 1.5 times bigger than all the combined debts of all the nations of the world. We have $15 billion in gold in our treasury. We don't own an ounce. Foreign dollar claims are $27.3 billion. And we've just had announced that the dollar of 1939 will now purchase 45 cents in its total value. As for the peace that we would preserve, I wonder who among us would like to approach the wife or mother whose husband or son has died in South Vietnam and ask them if they think this is a peace that should be maintained indefinitely. Do they mean peace, or do they mean we just want to be left in peace? There can be no real peace while one American is dying someplace in the world for the rest of us. We're at war with the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars. And it's been said if we lose that war, and in so doing lose this way of freedom of ours, history will record with the greatest astonishment that those who had the most to lose did the least to prevent its happening. Well, I think it's time we ask ourselves if we still know the freedoms that were intended for us by the Founding Fathers. Not too long ago, two friends of mine were talking to a Cuban refugee, a businessman who had escaped from Castro. And in the midst of his story, one of my friends turned to the other and said, "We don't know how lucky we are." And the Cuban stopped and said, "How lucky you are. I had some place to escape to." And in that sentence, he told us the entire story. If we lose freedom here, there's no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
And this idea that government is beholden to the people, that it has no other source of power except the sovereign people, is still the newest and the most unique idea in all the long history of man's relation to man. This is the issue of this election. Whether we believe in our capacity for self-government or whether we abandon the American Revolution and confess that a little intellectual elite in a far distant capital can plan our lives for us better than we can plan them ourselves. You and I are told increasingly we have to choose between a left or right. Well, I'd like to suggest there is no such thing as a left or right. There's only an up or down. Man's old age dream, the ultimate in individual freedom consistent with law and order, or down to the ant-heap of totalitarianism. And regardless of their sincerity, their humanitarian motives, those who would trade our freedom for security have embarked on this downward course. In this vote harvesting time, they use terms like the Great Society, or as we were told a few days ago by the President, we must accept a greater government activity in the affairs of the people. But they've been a little more explicit in the past, and among themselves, and all of the things I now will quote have appeared in print. These are not Republican accusations. For example, they have voices that say the Cold War will end through our acceptance of a not undemocratic socialism. Another voice says the profit motive has become outmoded. It must be replaced by the incentives of the welfare state. Or our traditional system of individual freedom is incapable of solving the complex problems of the 20th century. Senator Fulbright has said at Stanford University that the Constitution is outmoded. He referred to the President as our moral teacher and our leader. And he says he is hobbled in his task by the restrictions of power imposed on him by this antiquated document. He must be freed so that he can do for us what he knows is best. And Senator Clark of Pennsylvania, another articulate spokesman, defines liberalism as meeting the material needs of the masses through the full power of centralized government. Well, I, for one, resent it when a representative of the people refers to you and me, the free men and women of this country, as the masses. This is a term we haven't applied to ourselves in America. But beyond that, the full power of centralized government, this was the very thing the Founding Fathers sought to minimize. They knew that governments don't control things. A government can't control the economy without controlling people. And they know when a government sets out to do that, it must use force and coercion to achieve its purpose. They also knew, those Founding Fathers, that outside of its legitimate functions, government does nothing as well or as economically as the private sector of the economy. Now, we have no better example of this than government's involvement in the farm economy over the last 30 years. Since 1955, the cost of this program has nearly doubled. 1/4 of farming in America is responsible for 85% of the farm surplus. 3/4 of farming is out on the free market and has known a 21% increase in the per capita consumption of all its produce. You see that 1/4 of farming, that's regulated and controlled by the federal government. In the last 3 years, we've spent $43 in the feed grain program for every dollar bushel of corn we don't grow. Senator Humphrey last week charged that Barry Goldwater, as president, would seek to eliminate farmers. He should do his homework a little better, because he'll find out that we've had a decline of 5 million in the farm population under these government programs. He'll also find that the Democratic administration has sought to get from Congress extension of the farm program to include that 3/4 that is now free. He'll find that they've also asked for the right to imprison farmers who wouldn't keep books as prescribed by the federal government. The Secretary of Agriculture asked for the right to seize farms through condemnation and resell them to other individuals. And contained in that same program was a provision that would have allowed the federal government to remove 2 million farmers from the soil. At the same time, there's been an increase in the Department of Agriculture employees. There's now 1 for every 30 farms in the United States. And still, they can't tell us how 66 shiploads of grain headed for Austria disappeared without a trace, and Billy Solestis never left shore.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
My name is Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. In the average campaign commercial, the announcer, backed by patriotic music, would inform you I'm a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient. Or you'd be told how my opponent, Jim Baird, voted to send billions to Ukraine, or that he authored the bill to bring carbon sequestration plants and Joe Biden's Green New Deal to Indiana. But this isn't that kind of ad. I just want to let you know, for the first time in 6 years, you have a choice in the Republican primary. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I humbly ask for your vote on May 7th. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
This is Jim Baird. Jim Baird claims to be a conservative, claims to have the same exact values you have, then turns around and votes in favor of Joe Biden's bloated $1.2 trillion spending bill. Here's what's in it.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
For the first time in 6 years, the 4th District has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. On May 7th, vote for true conservative leadership. Charles Bookwalter.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Every responsible farmer and farm organization has repeatedly asked the government to free the farm economy. But who are farmers to know what's best for them? The wheat farmers voted against a wheat program. The government passed it anyway. Now the price of bread goes up, the price of wheat to the farmer goes down. Meanwhile, back in the city, under urban renewal, the assault on freedom carries on. Private property rights so diluted that public interest is almost anything a few government planners decide it should be. In a program that takes from the needy and gives to the greedy, we see such spectacles as in Cleveland, Ohio, a $1.5 million building completed only 3 years ago must be destroyed to make way for what government officials call a more compatible use of the land. The president tells us he's now going to start building public housing units in the thousands, where heretofore we've only built them in the hundreds. But FHA and the Veterans Administration tell us they have 120,000 housing units they've taken back through mortgage foreclosure. For 3 decades, we've sought to solve the problems of unemployment through government planning, and the more the plans fail, the more the planners plan. The latest is the Area Redevelopment Agency. They've just declared Rice County, Kansas, a depressed area. Rice County, Kansas has 200 oil wells, and the 14,000 people there have over $30 million on deposit in personal savings in their banks. When the government tells you you're depressed, lie down and be depressed. We have so many people who can't see a fat man standing beside a thin one without coming to the conclusion the fat man got that way by taking advantage of the thin one. So they're going to solve all the problems of human misery through government and government planning. Well, now, if government planning and welfare had the answer, and they've had almost 30 years of it, shouldn't we expect government to read the score to us once in a while? Shouldn't they be telling us about the decline each year in the number of people needing help, the reduction in the need for public housing? But the reverse is true. Each year the need grows greater, the program grows greater. We were told 4 years ago that 17 million people went to bed hungry each night. Well, that was probably true. They were all on a diet. But now we're told that 9.3 million families in this country are poverty-stricken on the basis of earning less than $3,000 a year. Welfare spending 10 times greater than it was in the dark depths of the Depression. We're spending $45 billion on welfare. Now do a little arithmetic and you'll find that if we divided the $45 billion up equally among those 9 million poor families, we'd be able to give each family $4,600 a year. And this, added to their present income, should eliminate poverty. Direct aid to the poor, however, is only running about $600 per family. It would seem that someplace there must be some overhead. So now we declare war on poverty, or you too can be a Bobby Baker. Now, do they honestly expect us to believe that if we add $1 billion to the $45 billion we're spending, one more program to the 30-odd we have, and remember, this new program doesn't replace any, it just duplicates existing programs. Do they believe that poverty is suddenly going to disappear by magic? Well, in all fairness, I should explain there is one part of the new program that isn't duplicated. This is the youth feature. We're now going to solve the dropout problem, juvenile delinquency, by reinstituting something like the old CCC camps. And we're going to put our young people in these camps. But again, we do some arithmetic and we find that we're going to spend each year just on room and board for each young person we help, $4,700 a year. We can send them to Harvard for $2,700.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Why did Jim Baird suddenly flip-flop on his support for Ukraine funding? One day he's for it, the next he's not. For the record, between 2022 and 2023, Jim Baird voted on 3 separate occasions to give a total of $90 billion to the Ukrainian war machine. He even received an A rating for his unwavering support. But now Baird says he's against funding Ukraine. What changed? Charles Bookwalter. Charles Bookwalter is a true constitutional conservative who's ready to serve and vote the will of the people of the Fourth. That's what changed.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Of course, don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting Harvard is the answer to juvenile delinquency. But seriously, what are we doing to those we seek to help? Not too long ago, a judge called me here in Los Angeles. He told me of a young woman who'd come before him for a divorce. She had 6 children, was pregnant with her 7th. Under his questioning, she revealed her husband was a laborer earning $250 a month. She wanted the divorce to get an $80 raise. She's eligible for $330 a month in the Aid to Dependent Children program. She got the idea from 2 women in her neighborhood who'd already done that very thing. Yet any time you and I question the schemes of the do-gooders, we're denounced as being against their humanitarian goals. They say we're always against things, we're never for anything. Well, the trouble with our liberal friends is not that they're ignorant, it's just that they know so much that isn't so. Now, we're for a provision that destitution should not follow unemployment by reason of old age. And to that end, we've accepted Social Security as a step toward meeting the problem. But we're against those entrusted with this program when they practice deception regarding its fiscal shortcomings, when they charge that any criticism of the program means that we want to end payments to those people who depend on them for a livelihood. They've called it insurance to us in 100 million pieces of literature. But then they appeared before the Supreme Court, and they testified it was a welfare program. They only used the term insurance to sell it to the people. And they said Social Security dues are a tax for the general use of the government. And the government has used that tax. There is no fund. Because Robert Byers, the actuarial head, appeared before a congressional committee and admitted that Social Security as of this moment is $298 billion in the hole. But he said there should be no cause for worry, because as long as they had the power to tax, they could always take away from the people whatever they needed to bail them out of trouble. And they're doing just that. A young man, 21 years of age, working at an average salary, his Social Security contribution would in the open market buy him an insurance policy that would guarantee $220 a month at age 65. The government promises $127. He could live it up until he's 31 and then take out a policy that would pay more than Social Security. Now, are we so lacking in business sense that we can't put this program on a sound basis so that people who do require those payments will find they can get them when they're due, that the cupboard isn't bare? Barry Goldwater thinks we can. At the same time, can't we introduce voluntary features that would permit a citizen who can do better on his own to be excused upon presentation of evidence that he had made provision for the non-earning years? Should we not allow a widow with children to work and not lose the benefits supposedly paid for by her deceased husband? Shouldn't you and I be allowed to declare who our beneficiaries will be under this program, which we cannot do? I think we're for telling our senior citizens that no one in this country should be denied medical care because of a lack of funds. But I think we're against forcing all citizens, regardless of need, into a compulsory government program, especially when we have such examples as was announced last week when France admitted that their Medicare program is now bankrupt. They've come to the end of the road. In addition, was Barry Goldwater so irresponsible when he suggested that our government give up its program of deliberate planned inflation so that when you do get your Social Security pension, $1 will buy $1's worth and not 45 cents worth? I think we're for an international organization where the nations of the world can seek peace. But I think we're against subordinating American interests to an organization that has become so structurally unsound that today you can muster a 2/3 vote on the floor of the General Assembly among nations that represent less than 10% of the world's population. I think we're against the hypocrisy of assailing our allies because here and there they cling to a colony, while we engage in a conspiracy of silence and never open our mouths about the millions of people enslaved in the Soviet colonies in the satellite nations.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District because our out-of-control government is, well, it's out of control. The border's wide open, and inflation is crippling the American dream. I approve this message because it's time to change Washington, not America.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
I think we're for aiding our allies by sharing of our material blessings with those nations which share in our fundamental beliefs. But we're against doling out money government to government, creating bureaucracy, if not socialism, all over the world. We set out to help 19 countries. We're helping 107. We've spent $146 billion. With that money, we bought a $2 million yacht for Haile Selassie. We bought dress suits for Greek undertakers, extra wives for Kenya government officials. We bought 1,000 TV sets for a place where they have no electricity. In the last 6 years, 52 nations have bought $7 billion worth of our gold, and all 52 are receiving foreign aid from this country. No government ever voluntarily reduces itself in size, so government programs once launched never disappear. Actually, a government bureau is the nearest thing to eternal life we'll ever see on this earth. Federal employees number 2.5 million. And federal, state, and local, 1 out of 6 of the nation's workforce employed by government. These proliferating bureaus with their thousands of regulations have cost us many of our constitutional safeguards. How many of us realize that today federal agents can invade a man's property without a warrant? They can impose a fine without a formal hearing, let alone a trial by jury, and they can seize and sell his property at auction to enforce the payment of that fine. In Chico County, Arkansas, James Weir overplanted his rice allotment. The government obtained a $17,000 judgment, and a U.S. Marshal sold his 960-acre farm at auction. The government said it was necessary as a warning to others to make the system work. Last February 19th at the University of Minnesota, Norman Thomas, 6 times candidate for president on the Socialist Party ticket, said if Barry Goldwater became president, he would stop the advance of socialism in the United States. I think that's exactly what he will do. But as a former Democrat, I can tell you Norman Thomas isn't the only man who has drawn this parallel to socialism with the present administration. Because back in 1936, Mr. Democrat himself, Al Smith, a great American, came before the American people and charged that the leadership of his party was taking the party of Jefferson, Jackson, and Cleveland down the road under the banners of Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. And he walked away from his party and he never returned till the day he died. Because to this day, the leadership of that party has been taking that party, that honorable party, down the road in the image of the Labor Socialist Party of England. Now, it doesn't require expropriation or confiscation of private property or business to impose socialism on a people. What does it mean whether you hold the deed to or the title to your business or property if the government holds the power of life and death over that business or property? And such machinery already exists. The government can find some charge to bring against any concern it chooses to prosecute. Every businessman has his own tale of harassment. Somewhere a perversion has taken place. Our natural unalienable rights are now considered to be a dispensation of government. And freedom has never been so fragile, so close to slipping from our grasp as it is at this moment. Our Democratic opponents seem unwilling to debate these issues. They want to make you and I believe that this is a contest between 2 men, that we're to choose just between 2 personalities. Well, what of this man that they would destroy? And in destroying, they would destroy that which he represents, the ideas that you and I hold dear. Is he the brash and shallow and trigger-happy man they say he is? Well, I've been privileged to know him when. I knew him long before he ever dreamed of trying for high office. And I can tell you personally, I've never known a man in my life I believed so incapable of doing a dishonest or dishonorable thing.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
This is a man who in his own business, before he entered politics, instituted a profit-sharing plan before unions had ever thought of it. He put in health and medical insurance for all his employees. He took 50% of the profits before taxes and set up a retirement program, a pension plan for all his employees. He sent monthly checks for life to an employee who was ill and couldn't work. He provides nursing care for the children of mothers who work in the stores. When Mexico was ravaged by the floods in the Rio Grande, he climbed in his airplane and flew medicine and supplies down there. An ex-GI told me how he met him. It was the week before Christmas during the Korean War, and he was at the Los Angeles airport trying to get a ride home to Arizona for Christmas. And he said that a lot of servicemen there and no seats available on the planes. And then a voice came over the loudspeaker and said, any men in uniform wanting a ride to Arizona, go to runway such and such. And they went down there. There was a fellow named Barry Goldwater sitting in his plane. Every day in those weeks before Christmas, all day long, he'd load up the plane, fly it to Arizona, fly them to their homes, fly back over to get another load. During the hectic split-second timing of a campaign, this is a man who took time out to sit beside an old friend who was dying of cancer. His campaign managers were understandably impatient, but he said there aren't many left who care what happens to her. I'd like her to know I care. This is a man who said to his 19-year-old son, there is no foundation like the rock of honesty and fairness. And when you begin to build your life on that rock, with the cement of the faith in God that you have, then you have a real start. This is not a man who could carelessly send other people's sons to war. And that is the issue of this campaign that makes all the other problems I've discussed academic, unless we realize we're in a war that must be won. Those who would trade our freedom for the soup kitchen of the welfare state have told us they have a utopian solution of peace without victory. They call their policy accommodation. And they say if we'll only avoid any direct confrontation with the enemy, he'll forget his evil ways and learn to love us. All who oppose them are indicted as warmongers. They say we offer simple answers to complex problems. Well, perhaps there is a simple answer. Not an easy answer, but simple. If you and I have the courage to tell our elected officials that we want our national policy based on what we know in our hearts is morally right, we cannot buy our security, our freedom from the threat of the bomb, by committing an immorality so great as saying to 1 billion human beings now enslaved behind the Iron Curtain, give up your dreams of freedom, because to save our own skins, we're willing to make a deal with your slave masters. Alexander Hamilton said, a nation which can prefer disgrace to danger is prepared for a master and deserves one.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District because our out-of-control government is, well, it's out of control. The border's wide open, and inflation is crippling the American dream. I approve this message because it's time to change Washington, not America.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Now let's set the record straight. There's no argument over the choice between peace and war. But there's only one guaranteed way you can have peace, and you can have it in the next second. Surrender. Admittedly, there's a risk in any course we follow other than this, but every lesson of history tells us that the greater risk lies in appeasement. And this is the specter our well-meaning liberal friends refuse to face, that their policy of accommodation is appeasement. And it gives no choice between peace and war, only between fight or surrender. If we continue to accommodate, continue to back and retreat, eventually we have to face the final demand, the ultimatum. And what then? Well, Nikita Khrushchev has told his people he knows what our answer will be. He has told them that we're retreating under the pressure of the Cold War, and someday, when the time comes to deliver the final ultimatum, our surrender will be voluntary, because by that time, we will have been weakened from within spiritually, morally, and economically. He believes this because from our side he's heard voices pleading for peace at any price, or better read than dead, or as one commentator put it, he'd rather live on his knees than die on his feet. And therein lies the road to war, because those voices don't speak for the rest of us. You and I know and do not believe that life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery. If nothing in life is worth dying for, when did this begin? just in the face of this enemy? Or should Moses have told the children of Israel to live in slavery under the Pharaohs? Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots at Concord Bridge have thrown down their guns and refused to fire the shot heard round the world? The martyrs of history were not fools. And our honored dead, who gave their lives to stop the advance of the Nazis, didn't die in vain. Where then is the road to peace? Well, it's a simple answer after all. You and I have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which they must not advance. And this is the meaning, in the phrase of Barry Goldwater, peace through strength. Winston Churchill said the destiny of man is not measured by material computations. When great forces are on the move in the world, we learn we're spirits, not animals. And he said there's something going on in time and space and beyond time and space, which, whether we like it or not, spells duty. You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness. We will keep in mind and remember that Barry Goldwater has faith in us. He has faith that you and I have the ability and the dignity and the right to make our own decisions and determine our own destiny. Thank you very much.
Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. What does Chip Roy think about Jim Baird's yes vote for Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill?
Any Republican who votes for this bill should be ashamed of themselves.
Jim Baird should be ashamed, and we should be disgusted.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
But at least Baird voted to protect the border, right?
If you care about the border, you're getting nothing here.
On May 7th, vote no to big government Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. Thanks again for joining us for our special edition of our Town Hall series. If you've been watching, you can see that there's not one question that I don't answer. Transparency is very important to our campaign. So I encourage you, if you have any questions or concerns, please go to our website, or you can email me, charles@bookwalterforcongress.com, or you can call me at 765-670-1221. And if I don't answer, I'll get back to you. That being said, enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for your time. By a show of hands, who believes the federal government has too little authority right now? No hands up. Now, by a show of hands, who believes we're currently witnessing the biggest federal government overreach in our nation's history? That's right. And if you feel like you've been over-legislated and underrepresented, raise your hand and keep that hand up. Your raised hands are exactly why I am running for Congress. As an American citizen, we have all witnessed an alarming power grab at the top of our federal government, from an out-of-control Department of Justice and FBI to the ATF, IRS, and the EPA. From the weaponization of the DOJ and the FBI against President Trump to the EPA determining how and what you can use to cook your food, your meals, how you can and cannot farm your own farmland. This is an unconstitutional government overreach by the federal government, and it must be stopped. Over the last 4 years, we've seen lockdowns and mandates. We've seen our fellow citizens arrested, imprisoned, and called threats to democracy for simply exercising their God-given constitutional rights. Is this the America that you want to leave for your children and grandchildren?
Is this even the America that you recognize, that your parents and grandparents bequeathed to you? As a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient with 2 combat deployments, I'm all too aware of the horrors of these forever wars our nation have been fighting our entire lives. And some of you are older than I am, and we're there for the war to end all wars. And our current leadership and foreign policy experts have the U.S. on the brink of another war, 2 wars, in fact, on the other side of the planet. These wars will never end, and my opponent is in full support of these proxy wars. As a small business owner, I've personally witnessed the destruction of the American workforce over the last 4 years, and more importantly, an organized attack on the American work ethic. And who can blame them? With nearly 55 cents out of every one of our dollars going to pay taxes before we are able to take it home and spend it on our own homes, taking care of our own families. And what measures have my opponent taken to remedy these issues? None. He has made government bigger. We must expect more from our representatives, a lot more. And that's what I plan to deliver. Out of control inflation, out of control corruption, and out of control crime is now the status quo. And my opponent's solution is more government and more bureaucracy. And what is my solution? My solution, which I'll get into a little bit later, is true and proven conservative leadership.
Thank you so much, Charles. John, you now have 3 minutes to introduce yourself.
There's not a lot of time, so I got to speak quickly. I appreciate your flexibility here. I have 2 powerful forces that guide me on a daily basis, my faith and the Constitution. I think it's also important to mention that other than working to ensure the medical freedoms and liberties of all Americans, I don't have a legislative agenda. I have no desire to author legislation that strips Americans of their rights and freedoms and burdens them with more and more regulations and taxes. I will join those in DC right now, already fighting these issues, that have already put in the hard work to stop the overreach of these federal agencies. I will represent the views and concerns of everyone equally, regardless of who they are, where they come from, etc., based solely on the 2 forces that guide me, my faith and the Constitution. I will suggest that we need leaders that live and regulate their lives by the things like love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control, particularly self-control. Against such things, there is no law. It's plain to see that far too many of our so-called representatives have lost their way, and they've taken our country with them. They're out of alignment with the American people, but more importantly, they're out of alignment with the Constitution and the Christian values that founded our nation 250 years ago. My opponent's vote for the minibus this week only goes to prove just how out of touch Representative Baird is with the American people and you, the citizens of the 4th Congressional District. Regarding question 2, as for my approach to governance, first let me say, I will not maintain a home in the DC area. I plan to return to the district every week to maintain contact with those that I represent. Moreover, I do a weekly town hall digitally. I will maintain that weekly town hall from the office in Congress to keep in touch with the people of the 4th District. Unlike my opponent, I'll have 2 or 3 offices across the district where I will be able to meet with and discuss the issues and concerns of you, the constituents, not lobbyists and PACs in Washington, D.C. The 4th District is my home, and that's who I'll represent. And the most effective and efficient way to do that is to be in the district as much as possible. Over the last 3 years, I've been doing the job I am now asking you to give me. I've traveled the state and the district working to get citizens involved in local government, from precinct committeemen all the way up to Congress, and we've helped hundreds of people access the ballot, file for and run for public office, and more. I'm a firm believer that before you ask for the job, you must have already been doing the job. That's why for the last 3 years, I've been working tirelessly as a coach to those that want to be an active participant in the solution. My mission is to be a representative that not only actively works with the constituents of the 4th District, but also shows them how they can personally engage in the legislative process, including negotiations. The battle we
Charles, I'm going to go ahead and cut you off, but since you will be doing your closing remarks next, go ahead and you can finish your statements, and you have 3 more minutes.
That's okay. We'll just go to the closing remarks. All right. Although it may sound like it by the tone of my voice, our nation is not lost. Our nation is not lost. And if you believe that the way I believe in, you're always going to be white-pilled. We simply have lost our way. And how do we get back to the right way, the right path? I have some ideas. We close the border immediately. We stop the out-of-control spending immediately. We don't vote yes on minibus, omnibus bills, continuing resolutions like our congressman just did yesterday. We remove the legal immunity that vaccine manufacturers have for products that kill or injure people. We stop funding proxy wars, war after war, that spills our blood and treasure and enriches only a few. I saw it firsthand, multiple combat deployments. We don't allow high-ranking of government officials or military officers to lobby elected officials for a minimum of 10 years. We use the power of the purse, Congress' responsibility to punish those rogue agencies, not reward them with additional funding. And we investigate and hold accountable those who have leveraged their government positions for personal gain. Look around you. It's happening all over, and we know it. The battle we face today is one of that of being a good neighbor versus that of being a good citizen. Good neighbors treat each other as peers. Good citizens treat each other according to an official status. Good neighbors insource their ethics. Good citizens outsource their ethics in compliance with commands of rulers and enforcers. Good neighbors consent. Good citizens conform. So if you're tired of the status quo, I'm asking for your support. If you're tired of the go along to get along DC mentality, then I'm asking for your support. If you're tired of being over-legislated and underrepresented, I humbly, Charles Bookwalter, am asking for your support and for your vote on May 7th to be your loud and good neighbor in Washington, D.C. Now, if I have a few more minutes, I got 30 seconds, I'll tell you. Again, we do a weekly digital town hall to answer questions that you may have. I do live town halls. I've done 2 this week. We're all over the district. I'm not afraid of these positions that I have, and I'm very transparent in my issues. I don't check the pulse to see where we stand on these issues. I'm very transparent. I asked you, go to my website. You can read my letter, and you can read all the positions that I have on my website. And if you're further curious, there's a phone number on there. You can give me a call. And if I don't answer, I'll return your call and answer the questions or concerns that you may have. Thank you very much for your time tonight and for coming out and supporting all these candidates.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District because our out-of-control government it's out of control. The border's wide open, and inflation is crippling the American dream. I approve this message because it's time to change Washington, not America.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
If you look down upon a city with the widest bird's eye view, you might wonder how it functions. Who takes care of me and you? Who makes sure there's food for vegans and for carnivores as well? It seems like there's a wizard who has cast a magic spell. Just think of one small part. Who makes sure there's so much bread? You want rye, you want ciabatta, or make it sourdough instead? A baguette or a croissant? It doesn't matter, don't you see? You get yours and she gets hers and I get mine. How can that be? One's buying a dozen bagels to grace an impromptu brunch. One's using food stamps for a simple loaf to make her children lunch. No matter the amount we require, no matter the choices we make, an army of workers has mobilized to fashion the bread we partake. The farmer who grows the wheat, the miller who grinds the flour, the baker and all the others who work hour after hour, they're all on their own, each one making independent decisions. But somehow their plans fit together with the greatest degree of precision. So there must be a czar of wheat and flour, of trucks and of bread and yeast to allocate and oversee and plan, at the very least, for the unexpected change. What if today's not like yesterday? It never is, though, is it? So who keeps chaos away? Because there's order all around us. Things look as if they're planned, like the supply of bread in a city, enough to match up with demand. And though flour is used for more than just bread, we never have to fight over where it goes and who gets what. So why do we sleep so well at night, knowing nobody's in charge? It looks like all is left to chance. Yet in New York or London, as well as Paris, France, no one's worried the shelves will be empty. We take supply for granted. But it's a marvel. It's a miracle. The world's somehow enchanted. Of course, the result's never perfect, but the system's organic, alive. Over time, fewer people go hungry, and more bread lovers thrive. And if you're allergic to gluten, there are sellers who work for you, too. Your choices expand, and what you demand is created and waiting for you. I have my tastes, and you have yours. We each have our own urges, yet somehow there's no conflict. A harmony emerges. Our dreams can fit together like a quilt that someone weaves us. But there isn't a weaver of dreams. Reality deceives us. And here's the crazy thing. If someone really were in charge to make sure that bread was plentiful, with the power to enlarge the supply of flour and yeast and of bakers and ovens too, would that person with that power have any idea of what to do? Could a minister of bread do even half as well? Would there be enough of every kind of bread upon the shelves? How could he know how much to make of each kind every day? There'd be shortages and surpluses and waste and much dismay. You might think the job is easy. If the top seller's rye, then for every variety, push production up that high. Then no one's disappointed. Bread eaters will rejoice when they see that every bakery is filled with so much choice. Bread eaters, yes, but help. The forgotten pizza lover cries, all the flour's gone to baking bread. There's none left for the pies of pepperoni, deep dish, thin crust, and Sicilian. You've solved the bread challenge, yes, but created another million problems. No problem. We'll just grow lots more wheat. But that means less of something else that people like to eat, which only makes the puzzle of the harmony around us much more puzzling. This order, this peace has to astound us. So many things we count on, yet no one's behind the curtain. No wizard, no controls, yet the supply of stuff near certain. Every morning, the bakers rise early to make sure your bread is fresh. And the world gets more complicated, but the plans just continue to mesh. Every morning, the bakers rise early. They're not under anyone's command. Where in the anatomy textbooks can I view an invisible hand? The key to the process is prices and the freedom to shop where you want. Competition among all the bakers. Make sure that they rise before dawn, to make sure the bread's near perfection, to make sure that the buyer's content. You don't have to know economics to know when your money's well spent. We know there's order built into the fabric of the world of nature. Flocks of geese, schools of fish, and every boy and girl delights in how the stars shine down in all their constellations, and the planets stay on track and keep the most sublime relations with each other. Orders everywhere. Yet we humans too create it. It emerges. No one intends it. No one has to orchestrate it. It's the product of our actions, but no single mind's designed it. There's magic without wizards, if you just know how to find it.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Here's what the people of the Fourth are saying about Charles Bookwalter.
Hadn't heard of this guy before, and Charles, and I thought I'm always interested in trying to find a new conservative candidate to support and get more involved in politics. We have to stand up. The men have to stand up. Where are the men in the country to stand up for this? We have to be the watchmen on the walls. We need to close the border immediately. Nobody comes across. I mean, we've got open places where they can come across.
If you live in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, you have a choice for Congress this primary. Charles Bookwalter. Visit bookwalterforcongress.com to learn more.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Gave up a place where they could dance. If you want to see heaven, brother, here's your chance. Thank you. Thank you. Spread the message. Thank you. Good. Good. You keep that up, I won't have to talk very long. Very good. Thank you very much for that. Very nice welcome. It's good to be among friends. I give a lot of speeches over on the Hill. I give a lot of speeches on the floor. Lo and behold, I don't get that kind of applause. Because I don't think they're on the same wavelength as you and I are on. I think there's a disconnect, and of course that's what this struggle is all about. I think in many ways the conservative movement has had a struggle defining a conservative. You know, we finally got the conservatives in charge. We have been struggling ever since Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan and the revolution of 1994 and the continuation of the year 2000. We finally get the House and the Senate and the presidency. And what did we do? We doubled the size of the Department of Education. I thought we were supposed to get rid of the Department of Education. So I have a few suggestions on how you can identify a conservative. First of all, they have to be devoted to and willing to stand by and defend the Constitution. And of course, there's another position they ought to take. Many have. Many in this room will take that position. But it is absolutely necessary. A good conservative will start talking about and preaching on why we have to get rid of the Federal Reserve System. And then we could, we're devoted to the Constitution. Rule of law is very, very important. You can't ignore the Constitution when you don't like something. What you have to do is if you don't like it, you have to amend it. And I would like to make some amendments. I would like to remove two of them, the 16th and the 17th Amendment. But we've certainly gotten ourselves into a mess because the conservative movement that was designed to bring us back to our roots, you know, like limited government, smaller government, more individual liberty, it hasn't happened. And now, since we did not do the job we were supposed to do, the opposition has taken over. And guess what? They're criticizing the Republicans and the conservatives for not having balanced the budget. But does that mean they're going to do that? No, they're going to make us look like pikers. They're going to double and triple and quadruple the spending. I mean, it is endless. Believe me, we're in serious trouble. That is why I talk a lot to the young people. The young people are very interested in what I talk about, and the young in spirit are also interested in what I talk about. But the young people especially are interested because they know what they're getting. They know they're getting a bad deal. They're getting nothing but debt. You know, in the past 12 months, our national debt went up $1.5 trillion, and next year is going to be more. They're hoping it'll be 1.7 this year total, but it could be 2 or it could be 3. The numbers are irrelevant. And we're in an atmosphere now where if we can accept the idea that the taxpayers can pay that bail out everybody on Wall Street, but bail out the banks and big business, there is nothing that can't be, funded, nothing that can't be appropriated. Everything will be appropriated. There will be no cuts. There will only be one limitation on what we have going on today, and that limitation will be the value of the dollar. Today, we are still privileged to print dollars, and the world is still unbelievably taking those dollars. But that is going to end, and when that ends, the party is over. Most people think the party is already over, but it's only half over. The financial system that we have built and have lived with started in 1971. It was the dollar standard. The fiat dollar standard, the financial system has been totally built on that system. And it was doomed to fail. Matter of fact, it was that very day in August of 1971 and August 15th when the Bretton Woods Agreement finally came undone and the last link to gold was removed that I knew we had embarked on the course that we're on today. But that system that built this monstrosity of a financial system worldwide like it had never been in the history of the world. We are the biggest debtor nation in the world, and it's not just the United States it's in trouble, it's the whole world. But that financial system has come unglued, but the next shoe to drop will be the disintegration of the dollar. So we, as conservatives and believers in limited government, as believers in the Constitution, we have a tough race to restrain the big spenders before that happens, because when that happens, what is threatened is our liberty. The main purpose of a government in a free society should be the preservation of liberty. Fortunately, we live in a country that knew something about that and emphasized that in our early years, but we have forgotten it. We have lost our confidence. We are not determined to present the case for liberty. We have chopped liberty up into pieces. We have economic liberty. We have social liberty. We have a foreign policy that's built on just total fallacies. So we have to put this all back together again. And fortunately, we have something that can pull it back together. And that is the understanding of the Founding Fathers that put it into our Constitution. This means that if we followed the rules and did the job right, we wouldn't have a welfare state. The job that we as believers and those who spread this message, the job we have is to present this case and still prove that we are the humanitarians. The liberal do-gooders, the big spenders who say that we're going to give you a free house to everybody, free medical care to everybody, free education, that's preposterous. But they still win. The last election had something to do with that. Everything is going to be for free. And yet the proof is, if you care about your fellow man, there is only one way you can maximize prosperity and maximize freedom, and that is through the rule of law and making sure that everybody understands that liberty is an individual thing and not a collective right. The other thing, if we want to get our house in order, we have to address the subject of foreign policy. There was a time when conservatives had a completely different foreign policy. Back in the older days, back when we had a Robert Taft and others, they had a different understanding about what our foreign policy ought to be. You know, they were so old-fashioned, they believed we had to follow the Constitution, and it was designed to defend this country. Nothing more than that. Not the giving away of our sovereignty, not to listen to the UN and the World Bank and the IMF and the WTO. We don't need any of those. Today, in the midst of the turmoil that we have, there is a strong behind-the-scenes movement toward even a greater presence of world government. They want to solve this crisis by internationalizing the financial system. The last 20, 30 years, it's been internationalized, but we had a privilege. We got to print the gold. So we had an advantage. We lived off others, but that's coming to an end. We are the biggest debtor, and soon that debt will be called. But when they are trying now to put this together and they're going to internationalize it, it is going to be more of the same internationalism, WTO, and regulations and banking system. The only thing that we have going for us, it is impossible for that system to last and to work, because you cannot have a fiat system, whether it's a single country or an international government, to make paper money work. That is why the money issue is so important, that in a free society you have to have honest money. Honest money is what the founders described as, and that says that only gold and silver should be legal tender.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
But we ought to address the subject of foreign policy. Part of the reasons why we lost this last election was the foreign policy issue. Generally speaking, the presidential candidate who argues the case for less warmongering will win the election. And, of course, Obama took the advantage of it. You know, he says, I'm going to end the war in Iraq, and I'm going to bring those troops home and solve all the problems. And he won the election. So this generally is the case. But the truth is, foreign policy hasn't changed. We should be looking more to what George Bush said in the year 2000. He was strongly critical of the Clinton years, of nation building and being the policeman of the world, what we were doing in Bosnia and Somalia. And he won the election. He said some very, very good things. But after that, he again joined the internationalists, joined this idea that the American taxpayers, you, have an obligation to take care of everybody and police the world and put our military out there and be exposed to all this danger. It doesn't make any sense. This is literally what bankrupts the country, is the international expenditures. It costs us $1 trillion a year to take care of our foreign policy, and that cannot last. And it is coming to an end. Matter of fact, the person most pleased with our foreign policy is Osama bin Laden, because he has written about this and he said, I am going to get you to come over here and we'll fight you on our sand and we will do what we did to the Soviets. Of course, we helped him do what he did to the Soviets because we subsidized and supported him to drain the Soviets. And he said he will do the same thing. He will eventually bankrupt this country. And lo and behold, we are weaker for it. Our military personnel are fatigued. I was very proud of what happened last year in the campaign because I talk about the old conservative, Republican, non-interventionist, constitutional foreign policy, and we, in our campaign, got the most money than any candidate from the military. But historically, great nations end when they overextend themselves overseas, whether it's back to the Roman days or the Soviets or whatever. The country feels so emboldened that they go and they think themselves as being overly wonderful and that we are going to spread our message. It actually started in World War I. The truth is, there was no need for us to be involved in World War I. But who wasn't? But there it was. It was Woodrow Wilson said we have to do it because we have to make the world safe for democracy, which led to this millions, hundreds of millions of people killed in the 20th century. So we're back at the same thing. We have to go and spread our goodness in the Middle East. So yeah, we wanted to get rid of a bad guy in Iraq. We did. But it took another 1 million Iraqis got killed. Believe me, they weren't all terrorists. Some people didn't particularly like that. But nevertheless, it pleased Osama bin Laden because we were there, we were bankrupting our country, and right now, today, we get a new president that says he didn't like the war that was going on, so what are we going to do? We're going to drag another 17,000 Americans and pump them into Afghanistan. Don't we know anything about history? It is bankrupting our country. It will end, whether the people agree with me or not, it will end because we can't afford it. That's the way it's always ended throughout history. That's what the financial crisis is telling us. The welfare state will end because the money will quit working and we will no longer be able to afford to promote what we're doing around the world. And the sooner we realize that, the better. But today it's only financed because we have this monetary system, because we can't possibly tax the people. We can't borrow much more, so we're still relying on the Federal Reserve. So what has the Federal Reserve done in this last year or so? You know, Congress has spent hundreds of billions trying to bail out the system. Republicans are now voting against this, which is good. I'm delighted with that, but it's a little bit late. But they're voting against it. But what about... What is the Federal Reserve doing? We talk about $800 billion and it's a big deal. The Federal Reserve does it in trillions. We're up to a commitment of $9 trillion. We in Congress and you as citizens have no idea what's going on. And it's government totally out of control. And it's to take care of their buddies. They pump this money into the industries, and what happens? They get out, they get huge billions and billions of dollars worth of bonuses, and then they go and buy Treasury bills to keep the dollar from crashing, because they will leave the Treasury bills eventually. So they bail out their friends, and the bonuses are paid, and the American people suffer because in the age of inflation, the middle class gets wiped out. The characteristic of inflation is the wiping out of the middle class and enhancing the wealthy. So it's an economic and political system that is here to destroy us and here to destroy our freedoms unless we understand what freedom is all about. Freedom comes to us in a natural way. It's in a God-given way. It is not given to us because we belong to a group. Not because there's no such thing as women's rights and minority rights and gay rights and all these things. There's only one type of right, and that is an individual right that has come to us from God. To defend that right, it's like defending freedom of the press. The freedom of the press gives people the right to write controversial things and engage in controversial discussions. Otherwise, you would have prior restraint, and the government would come in and tell newspapers and radios what they could say and do. Nobody wants that. But every single day we have prior restraint on everything we do in the marketplace. Every market transaction, every labor transaction, every dollar transaction, every property transaction is done only with the permission of the government. So we now have moved a major step in the direction of socialism. And they talk about nationalism and nationalizing the banks. Well, the name isn't as important as the control. We are closer to a fascist system where the government has total control of our lives and our economy, and that is what has to be stopped. But if we understand what freedom means for freedom of the press and no prior restraint, we also cannot, as conservatives, say that we have to have prior restraint on individuals in their social behavior, that we can regulate social behavior. We have some people defending economic liberty rather well and others defending social liberty, and yet it's all one and the same. The founders understood that. And if we could only put that together, people would have freedom of choice in their economics and their social endeavors. The only thing is, under that system, you have to be responsible for yourself. If you do harm to yourself or don't take care of yourself economically, you can't go crawling to the government and begging and pleading and demanding. We get involved too much in social legislation because some of the states want to do the right thing, whether it has to do with marriage and other social issues. And the states under the Constitution have a right to do this. But they've been denied this right because it goes to a federal court, the Supreme Court, and they rule and throw out these laws. They should not even hear these cases. That is why my approach to dealing with the marriage issue, the abortion issue, any social issue, is that the jurisdiction is removed. It's taken out of the federal courts, and we could do a lot more in what we want to do with its right to life rather than waiting until we have control of the Supreme Court or waiting until you amend the Constitution. This bill can be passed, and it should have been passed when we had the majority. Unfortunately, there was very little interest in it, but the We the People Act that I have is one bill that could pass, and it could have saved millions and millions of lives by preventing abortion by state law. I've introduced a few pieces of legislation dealing with the Federal Reserve. One is to get rid of the Federal Reserve by all practicalities. All practicalities, we cannot do that. It would be chaotic. My real position is that you legalize competition. Legalize the Constitution. That would be a bold step, you know. And allow competition, that would take care of it. But there is one piece of legislation that's getting a lot of attention and support on both sides of the aisle, something that it would be great if you could get behind. And it was just introduced yesterday, and the number is 1207. And what it is going to do and can do is to audit the Federal Reserve. At least we can find out what they're doing. The law says that the GAO has the right to audit the Federal Reserve, except for A, B, C, D, and E, and that's everything that they do. So by law, they are prohibited we're prohibited from auditing or getting any answers from the Fed, and yet they have more money and more control over our lives and your dollars and your future. They have control over the foreign policy and the domestic policy, and you don't have any right to know anything about it because I can't even get the information. It has to come about by the passage of legislation like this that demands that they are not independent and totally secret, and that they can rule this country through the power of creating money. It's a monstrous fraud. It is something that has existed throughout history where the king gets control of the money and they inflate the currency and dilute the metals and print the money and whatever. But it has to stop. And if we don't, believe me, this thing will get much worse. So this, to me, is a major step in the right direction. I want to go ahead and close and say that I am strongly encouraged, especially by the young people I've talked to in the last year. They're enthusiastic about liberty, defending it consistently, defending the Constitution, and realizing that the situation we have today is unworkable. The Social Security system is unworkable, and that we can defend all this by defending our Constitution, defend the rule of law, understanding where our rights come from, and say, yes, we want our freedom back, and we will assume the responsibility for ourselves. Thank you very much.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Why Jim Baird suddenly flip-flop on his support for Ukraine funding? One day he's for it, the next he's not. For the record, between 2022 and 2023, Jim Baird voted on 3 separate occasions to give a total of $90 billion to the Ukrainian war machine. He even received an A rating for his unwavering support. But now Baird says he's against funding Ukraine. What changed? Charles Bookwalter. Charles Bookwalter is a true constitutional conservative who's ready to serve and vote the will of the people of the Fourth. That's what changed.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Okay, it's been an interesting few weeks. With all the mailings coming from Congressman Baird, one of the interesting things about politics is that, and computers, is that we have access to all the money that he's spending. We know what he has in his bank account. We know what he has in his campaign bank account. And he's not spending any of that money, folks. He's spending yours through the it's called franked mail. It's a privilege given to Congress. It allows them to converse, to talk, to communicate with their constituents. And Jim's doing it to great avail. And what he's showing that, he's scared is what I believe. But more importantly, how much money did it take to print this, send it out to everybody at 50 cents a piece? Everybody in the 4th District got one. Here you go. I saved you $300,000. Now, I think what's interesting in that, he's claiming to have saved us $4.3 million. What's the carbon sequestration bill that he's authored? How much money is in that bill?
That one, I believe, it's 31 million. It's not as much as it could be.
No. The entire project is $2.5 billion.
Oh, okay.
The entire program is $2.5 billion.
Yeah, that's
500,000. It's $500 million a year for a 5-year period. That's $2.5 billion. Research grants, colleges, and so on. So let's get into this, if you don't mind. First of all, let me put this one up here. I'm going to come over here and do this. We'll go over here, and then we'll bring this up here. This is the flyer that came out. This is the one we're talking about right here. Jump into this, Charles. You know a lot more about this information. And let's go to the other side of it real quick than I do.
Yes. So first of all, what I want to say is all these flyers are coming out in direct response to our critiques about Jim Baird's record and him being a spender. So these are campaign pieces, which is unethical and illegal, actually, based on the Congress ethics about using the frank mail privilege. But if this one right here, you can see on the left-hand side, right there, you can see that he's saying that he's returning this all this money to Hoosiers and that he is the lowest spender. All he's saying is that he was the lowest spender when it comes to the constituent services program. So Jim Baird.
Well, let's explain that. Let's explain what the constituent services program is, because that's important to understand.
That's doing your job. The constituent services program is what a congressman is supposed to do. That's why you're elected every 2 years. You're supposed to be in your community, dealing with issues in the fourth, serving the community with whatever government programs in that community are available to those people. And so what Jim Baird is saying is that paltry figure, that $4.4 million that was returned, means that he was not doing a lot of constituent services. And that is true because in 2020, because of the two primary rule, he did not have a primary opponent, so he was not primaried. And in 2020, so they were the two primary. In 2020, he was his primary challenger was removed from the ballot for the one primary rule. And in 2022, his primary challenger, Charles Bookwalter, was removed from the ballot from the two primary rule. So Jim Baird did not have to be in his district working and getting to know and dealing with the issues of the constituents in the 4th district. So when it say he's the the least spender, it just means that he wasn't doing things in his district. That's all he means. And that money, $4.4 million, was not returned to taxpayers. No. It was returned to the Frank Mail budget that was redistributed among the other representatives. So that's misleading. It's lawyer speak, and it's in direct. It's a direct response to our accusations that he is a big government spender of money.
Well, and it goes back to, again, that Jim Baird is not who he says he is. It's not who he said. He's being dishonest. He could have just said, hey, this piece was produced with all the dollars he has available to him to showcase to people who earn $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year to think to themselves, or less, to think to themselves, oh my God, he gave almost $5 million or $4.5 million back to the people of Indiana.
No,
never happened.
No,
and
that did not happen.
It's misleading, and this is what we hate in politics.
Yeah.
Not only did he tell you, not only did he mislead you, but he spent your money to do it.
Yeah.
It's gross.
He spent that money with your taxpayer dollars to answer a response that we critiqued him about, to tell you to make up this number and being the lowest spender of your taxpayer dollars in the district. I don't know where I'll fall when I win the primary, but I will use the Frank Mail privilege to inform the voters of why I'm doing things.
Well, a great way to do that, Charles, is to say, hey, listen, I'm going to be back in town, in the district on this date. Please join me for a town hall.
Right.
I want to hear from you. Jim Baird's never done that. When Jim Baird comes back to Indiana, it's to talk to the big money people in here. He goes to the political hacks. They all get together, pat each other on the back, and say what a great job everybody's doing. And then they head back. They don't talk to you and me.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about that real quick.
Yeah.
By the way, since
I
we're
would
here,
spend the I would
go ahead
spend
and
the
talk
money
about that.
I would spend the money to inform voters of why I voted a particular way. Like people, I have to explain people why I'm against sending more and more money to Ukraine. Well, I'm going to have to explain my votes. That's what I would use the Frank Mail privilege for, to say, hey, this is why we're voting this way in Congress. This is why, here's a vote that's coming up. What do you think? What are your opinions about sending more money to Ukraine? That's how it's meant to be used, but that's not how it's being used.
Yeah, let me bring up this next flyer. I don't think I have it sized right. Let me pull that back. I got something screwed up here. Let's take a look at this real quick here. Let me pull that out. There's that's the one that's wrong. This is the second flyer that we've gotten, and this is what's interesting to me. By the way, I did want to get into these numbers, Charles, because I think it's interesting. He's got a staff, and the staff's hours he started opening up these locations around the district to where you could drop in and talk to his team or talk to somebody from his group for 2 hours at certain positions, certain locations throughout the district. And that just happened recently because they've only done 51 hours of mobile office hours conducted in a 6-year period. 51 hours in the district. That's not even a full work week. Not the work week I have. I work 50 to 80 hours a week.
Maybe that's a 6 hour. Maybe that's a 6-year work week for a congressman.
That may be it. The Joe Biden plan. Let's go to this next flyer. This is the one that we really wanted to get into, primarily because of what they're trying to convince us of is that Jim Baird is a conservative. Jim Baird's fighting for you. Now, these are all words that they use. And by the way, in fairness, I worked on the Jim Baird campaign to get him into office for Congress back in 2018. So full disclosure. The team that is currently working for Jim Baird right now is the team that I worked with. I know what they do. I know how they work. And this is the trash that they put out. This is why I had a problem with the entire process, and I'm no longer there. Because I said this is wrong. When Charles and I met and we started talking about these things, discussing these issues, it was important that I get behind a candidate that is against the same things that I'm against. And this is one of the issues. He says one thing and does another. Let me.
That's why it's great to have you on the team, Kramer. First of all, let me point out something about just this quote. Okay, this is a philosophical difference between Congressman Baird and myself. If you look at the last line on that quote, it says, Hoosiers do better when the government gets out of their way and gives them the tools they need to thrive. Government is not there to provide you tools to thrive. That is not the role of government. Government's role is to protect you from your God-given rights to life, liberty, and property. The philosophical difference is that Congressman Baird and all those other congressmen out there want to perfectly tailor government to give you handouts or a baby. And in reality, people, we don't get them. You and I don't get them. Big business gets them. Big pharma gets them. Big military gets them. Big food, big ag. The tools are given to them to thrive. They're not given to us. So it is a philosophical difference between Congressman Baird and myself. I want the government out of your way and give you more money back so that you can thrive as a natural, God-fearing, God-loving Hoosier patriot that has freedom and prosperity based on your hard work and your ethics and whatnot. Let's flip that over and go to the other one.
So on this portion right here, basically there are 7 points. Well, they're not basically. There's actually 7 points. There are 7 points on here, the myths that he's trying to dispel. Now, what you may or may not know is that Jim Baird put a poll into the 4th District just prior to the caucuses in Iowa. And on there, by the way, I want to point this out. In the polls, he asked the question, what's your position on Trump? Before endorsing Trump, he asked for your position. He wanted to find out what your favorability of Trump in the district was before he endorsed him. Think about that. Then when we go through this, what you'll also find the information of how he's spinning information, and they're wanting you to believe things that are not true.
Yeah, and another thing, Kramer, is that all of these, every single issue, these 8 myths, or I think it's 8 myths, these myths are everything that we are talking about and that we are accusing the Baird campaign of. And he is using your taxpayer dollars and the frank male privilege to campaign against a primary contender. This is all of our accusations, and these are all of his responses. That is unethical, and we've already written the law against it. You're not supposed to be able to do this. So either this is breaking the law, or once again, it just proves that it doesn't matter how many laws you write. Those people in D.C., the judges down in the Indiana Supreme Court, the appellate court, your local election board, they will use this lawfare against you. They have no concept of the law of the land, no concept of fundamental law. They know codes and statutes. They'll manipulate them or they'll outright break them. So the first one, Baird, which one is this?
Baird didn't stand with airline pilots who were fired for not getting COVID vaccines.
Yeah.
And the fact that, well, let me read what Baird said he wanted. If you can't see it there, Representative Baird fights for the people and champions the idea of a smaller government. That is political speak. It means nothing. It's hollow. He maintains that the federal government should not possess the authority to mandate hiring and firing decisions for private businesses, which is why he voted for the FAA reauthorization bill. Well, facts have a funny way of sticking in, right? When you're told a mistruth, the truth are the cracks in that lie. When it starts to fall apart, it's because the truth is crushing it. Let's go to Charles. Let's go to you should be able to read this one here. I'll let you take it from there.
I can read them. I want to talk about this one real quick.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah, that's the okay, you got that. Yeah.
Yep.
The fact is I'm just thinking off the top of my head because I've been thinking about these for a while, but the airline industry is the most regulated industry in the United States. Arguably one of the most. So that's gaslighting. It's disingenuous for a congressman to say, oh, well, I couldn't vote for that. That's a private business. He has voted for bills that continue to regulate private businesses, including the airline industry. And this is it's a hollow response that is not based in fact. And he thinks that we're all morons to buy this. And the fact is the reason that they had to reauthorize these pilots was because of an intervention in the government that they lost their jobs. Now, they may say, well, we didn't mandate vaccines. That might be true. But they offered up an exorbitant amount of money for these airlines to save them because they had just locked down the United States and the world. Everyone was struggling. So they held this carrot out and said, we're going to give you however many $100 million. But if you take the money, it will come with mask mandates in your airports and on your planes and vaccine mandates. So that is misleading and disingenuous. And I'm just so incensed that they think we're this stupid.
Well, and that's it right there. That's it right there. Let's move to the next one. Issue number 2. The myth, Baird co-sponsored a bill that gave $400 million for vaccine tracking. In here, he says it's a total lie. Go ahead, Charles.
That he cares about health records and that they should remain private. The bill he co-sponsored prevents databases funded by the liberal House Resolution 1319, American Rescue Plan, from federal government tracking. I heard Dan Crenshaw say the same thing. And again, do you want to send someone back to Washington, D.C. that has no spine, that they are going to co-sponsor a bill that in 2021, when the CDC was caught lying to the American people, caught flip-flopping on issues, the CDC is proven to be a vaccine manufacturer that profits off of vaccines, that at that time, he decided that instead of fighting back against it and putting up a fight by a liberal HR 1319, he's instead going to make a less onerous bill and just give them $400 million to create the database that tracks whether you're vaccinated or not. Yep. That's another difference, the philosophical difference between a fighter and someone that's complicit in the taking of our money and our freedoms.
Well, let's talk about what the facts are here with what we're actually talking about. The cold hard facts about H.R. 550, co-sponsored by Representative Baird, and this is from the actual bill. So when Jim Baird says in his document right here that it's a flat-out lie, it's a bold-faced lie, this is what the bill itself says. This bill directs the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, to take actions to improve data sharing and other aspects of immunization information systems. That's a mouthful. These are confidential, population-based databases. Those are things that hold records, that track you, that maintain a record of vaccine administrations.
Yeah. And when have these ever, one, not been weaponized against you? And two, if it maintains a record of vaccine administrations, then it also, by default, maintains a record of people who did not get vaccinated.
Because what's not there is just as important as what's there when
Absolutely.
you're tracking.
That's
they know
right.
who you are. They can cross reference these databases and find out that you've been vaccinated, you haven't, now you're on a list.
Absolutely.
And if you don't think that'll happen, and by the way, I don't know if Jim Baird thinks this way. I don't know if he realizes how government actually works and how it works against the people on a number of different occasions. Either he's complicit, he agrees with it, or he's inept and doesn't understand the system that he's working in. It's time that we get somebody that does. Moving to the next one here. The next one here I think is important as well. The myth is that Baird voted for a $113 billion Ukraine aid package, bringing us closer to nuclear war with Russia. Now, I don't know if you've ever said that. Maybe you have. But he's convoluting two different issues. Go ahead and take it off with the fact what he wants us to believe there, Charles.
That he knows that Russia is emboldened by weakness, not strength. That he supported the original aid package to help Ukraine fight Russian expansion. However, he voted against multiple successive bills due to concerns that the money was not being spent efficiently. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a student of history, a student of economics. I'm a student of war and a combat veteran. And I did not need an example of Ukraine to demonstrate that they were going to not spend that money efficiently. I didn't need that because I'm not a moron.
And you're not corrupt.
And I'm not corrupt. And to act like that was something that wouldn't be noticed is again disingenuous. And Russian is emboldened by weakness, not strength. That is, again, not the reason or the root cause of why Russia invaded Ukraine. People act like this happened. This started 2 years ago. Right. Well, the Putin interview proved that wasn't the case. Pat Buchanan proved that in 1990 when he said that the United States needs to pull out of NATO as soon as it achieved its goal. And the original goal of NATO was to stop the spread of the USSR. And when the USSR collapsed, then Pat Buchanan and other paleo-conservatives said, it is time to get ourselves out of NATO. And we should have heeded his advice then.
Yep. Because what it sounds like is that Jim Baird sounds like John Kerry. I was before it, before I was against it. And the second question I have to ask, Charles, and answer this, if Russia is emboldened by weakness, why did Baird say that his vote was a vote for strength, and then he stopped doing it? If we're still worried about Russia, does the misspending of money really matter at that point?
Right.
Does that sound like a red herring to you?
Yeah, it's like if that's weakness is an existential threat, then it wouldn't matter if there was money being wasted. I mean, the United States military wastes money, and he still votes for all those. So I don't think that's what it is. I think that he sensed and knew. I was campaigning at the time. I was talking about this. I was against this from day one. Again, because I'm a student of history. I don't need to see them waste our taxpayer dollars to be proven they're going to waste our taxpayer dollars. I watch my own government waste our taxpayer dollars in every single thing they do. I mean, I don't need any more examples.
No, we don't need any more. The same thing with Israel. I feel for the people of Israel. I feel for the people of Palestine. The people, not the governments. But the money doesn't go to the people. It goes to the governments. And that's what we're trying to stop spending. Issue number 4 is the myth is Baird voted against cutting the budget of the main government agency involved in censoring American citizens online.
Yeah, Representative Baird is committed to preserving your right to free speech online. He voted to reject the Biden administration budget request of $3 trillion for the agency responsible for online censorship in the Department of Homeland Security's appropriation bill of 2023. Now let's pull up that
24.
Or 2024, yeah.
You know what? You may have that right. That may be right. I may have mistyped that. Here's what's actually going on, and I think this is interesting. Baird voted for 4367, the Department of Homeland Security, DHS Appropriations Act 2024. He voted for that, so I did have it right. It is 2024.
Yeah.
He voted for that, but voted no to all of these. Go ahead, Charles. Can you read those?
Hey, you go ahead and read them. I can't see them as well.
Baird voted no. That's roll call number 446 on House Amendment 400 to prohibit using funds to pay the salary and expenses of CISA Director Jen Easterly. So he had the opportunity to stop the program in its tracks. To stop the he didn't do that. He didn't take action, right? Inaction is as much a decision as action is. So when they're not acting, they're agreeing with what's going on.
Yeah, and this is how Congress is supposed to rein in these rogue agencies. Like, this is what we have to do, people. When we go out and talking to people, like that question that Amanda asked me, like, what can we do? We have to be able to take bold things. You have to take their money away. Like Vivek Ramaswamy was saying something. We have to cut these agencies by 75%. We have to take these bureaucrats that make millions and millions of dollars on our money. They eat at the finest restaurants. They travel for free. They are supported by the lobbyists because they vote for and support these industries. This is how you do it. The Department of Homeland Security, it was established in 2001. It's done nothing to secure our homeland. They've done nothing to secure our borders. The TSA has done nothing to stop anything. They fail 98% of the tests that go through the TSA. It's just another bureaucratic agency that's $1 trillion agency that they've weaponized against us. And if you want change in America, you have to vote for people and put people in there that they are going to tell the CISA director, Jen Easterly, to go find another job. Yep. You're fired.
You're not going to come and censor us. And by the way, this is one of my issues. Free speech is one of my issues. Without our speech, Charles, we don't have anything else. And that's when we lose our speech, that's when the firearms come out. And nobody wants that.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants violence.
Nobody wants that.
But our founding fathers, why did they rise up? They were British citizens. And the reason they rose up is not because they wanted to overthrow the king, is because they wanted their rights back. Mm-hmm. They kept petitioning the king. We want to exercise all the rights that Englishmen in London get to exercise.
Yeah.
That's
just
all they
like
wanted.
when Paul was about to be killed in Rome, he asked the guard, like, hey, are you going to do this to a Roman? It's the same thing. The Americans said, hey, King George, we're British. Are you going to do this to Britain? And he said, yeah, we're going to pay for all this through oppressing you and taking your money. Nope. So they said, hey, and what we're saying right now is, hey, Republicans and Democrats, we're Americans. What are you doing to us? You can't censor us. You can't, we've got to defund these agencies. We've got to hold them accountable.
And given the opportunity to do that, Jim Baird voted no.
He failed.
Continue to let them censor the American people. He said no. He didn't rise up when he had the opportunity. He didn't do what he should have done. Let's move on to the next topic here.
And this is in light of the Obama administration, I think, overturning the Mutt-Smith Act.
The
Smith-Mutt, think about that too.
Yeah, Smith-Mutt Modernization Act. People don't know about that. We can get that in. By the way, you've got a ton of questions we're going to get to here at the end, but we want to go through this Jim Baird thing and present it. And as soon as we get that done, we're going to go through all the questions that are coming in through Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and so on. The myth that Jim is saying that is out there, it's a lie about him, is that Baird voted for red flag provisions in the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA. The fact Baird wants you to believe is that Representative Baird knows, this is what he says, Representative Baird knows the Second Amendment is a foundational constitutional right. Nobody in Congress is a bigger supporter of the military than Representative Baird. Okay, again, that's political speak. It means nothing. That's, in colloquial terms, he's blowing sunshine out his butt. Nobody in Congress is a bigger supporter of the military than Representative Baird. I agree with that. He's a military man. I can see that. But he didn't act like that. He voted for the initial version of the 2022 NDAA to prioritize troop pay and readiness. That he did. That's what he focused on, knowing that the red flag provisions would be removed in the final bill. How could he know that? He didn't know that.
Well, he signed a letter.
He signed a tersely worded letter requesting that the Senate remove that before they put it back to the House. They asked for that to be done. There's no guarantee that that was going to happen, folks. Jim Baird voted for a bill that had red flag laws in it against our military and removed their right to due process. And he says that he's for the military and then says, well, I asked them to take it back out. You can't vote for a bill that you don't fully support. Why would you vote for a bill that you don't fully support? I'll tell you why. Well, you know, it's not important for me to tell you why. Charles, you tell him why he voted for a bill.
Well, I don't know what you have on there, but it's my guess that he may not even have known. And that is a risk that I would not have taken with our Second Amendment. And here's why. We have red flag laws in Indiana. The Indiana Republicans passed red flag laws. So to act like this can't happen in our military is a risk that I would not take, first of all. Yep. And second of all, that is such an important amendment and such an important right that we have, our God-given right to protect ourselves. I would never take that risk, and I would negotiate. I mean, I wouldn't even negotiate. That is a non-negotiable. There's no negotiating.
Here's what I find interesting. So I'll read this for you. Baird voted yay on roll call number 293 for the final passage of H.R. 4350 in the 117th Congress, which contains red flag language in Section 529 of the bill. The bill itself received 31 amendments in the House, none from Jim Baird. Jim Baird could have amended that. He didn't. He wrote a heated letter with 100 other people saying, hey, I think we made a mistake in voting for this bill because we didn't know what was in it. I think that's what happened. I don't know for sure.
They didn't know what's in it. Yep. And that's why I've committed to people that when given a 7,000-page bill and 3 days to vote it, they vote in it. I'm not going to do it. We can't do that anymore. Nope. We can't rely on them to just tell the leadership to say or let Nancy Pelosi to say, just pass it and we'll figure out what's in it. And then giving these administrative agencies the authority to fill out this infrastructure in these bills and write this administrative law. That's it's over. We can't do that anymore. It's not business as usual anymore. I would never negotiate with our Second Amendment rights.
I agree 100%. Issue number, I think this is number 5 or 6. The myth is that Baird voted for a massive spending deal in 2022 that didn't stop Biden's Green New Deal, end COVID, or end the vaccine mandate for our troops. The fact that he gives you here, that he wants you to believe, is that Representative Baird is committed to ending Biden's wasteful policy agenda. That's up for debate. He voted against the omnibus spending bills. In 2022 and 2023, he also voted to terminate the COVID national emergency and the initial 2023 NDAA, which ended vaccine mandates for our troops. And what's the truth on that, Charles?
I'm just going to make a comment. I'll let you read the cold hard facts. I like that better. But look, I just want to make these comments. Look at the dates on these. We announced our candidacy in May of 2022, and it is known that when you primary an incumbent, it forces that incumbent to listen to their constituency and it holds them accountable. There's a reason that Jim Baird voted for the first time against an NDAA in maybe 2020, the end of 2023. There's a reason that Jim Baird for the first time voted against an omnibus spending bill. There's a reason that Jim Baird in the last few months has actually had some conservative votes. The reason you're looking at the reason. This is how it happens. You put primary challengers, pull the Republicans back to the right where they should be. And if they don't, and if I lose the primary, Jim Baird is going to go right back to his big government Baird habits. Now, what are the cold hard facts, Kramer?
Well, the cold hard facts is what you just talked about. That's what we kind of talked about the other day. This is slides 6 and 7, which are combined, and I think we had to talk about it all at the same thing because there's too many issues here to talk about. Let me bring this back in here. I didn't have either of those ready to go. Let me bring this in real quick so you can see it. The myth that they want you to believe is point number 7 on that sheet. Do you still have it there in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So fact number 7 is that the myth is that Baird voted to raise the debt ceiling to allow the U.S. to accrue unlimited debt. And the fact is that Baird wants you to believe is that Representative Baird is protecting your hard-earned money and cutting wasteful spending. He sent you a flyer that cost how much money to tell you how much money he's saving you? That doesn't make sense. I spent money to show you how much I'm saving you. He voted for the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which is estimated to reduce spending by $2 trillion, according to the Congressional Budget Office. And this is what's interesting to me, is he said he's going to claw back unspent COVID funds while fully funding Social Security, Medicare, and it's all bullshit, right? None of that matters, right? That all that last stuff is just that.
Who voted for the COVID funds?
Yeah, who voted for that?
Who voted for the COVID funds? You mean that he voted to claw back money that he irresponsibly voted for the COVID funds?
Well, and on his website, or on the congressional website, he posted, and I wish I'd brought it up, but he posted that one of the reasons that he didn't go for Biden's new spending deal is because, well, we still had COVID money to use. Money from COVID that was already there that we could go ahead and utilize that. That was his reason. Now here he says that he's trying to claw back the COVID dollars. Folks, you can't have it both ways. And when you look at it from the perspective of a logical person, my dad used to say, I think he's peeing on my leg and trying to convince me it's raining outside.
Yeah,
and I
have
think that's
that
where
same
we're at.
feeling.
Yeah. We're going to take a break here. We'll come back and start answering some of these questions. Are you done? Are you happy? Or you want to close out on this?
Yeah,
Do you think it's
man. Let's get these questions.
okay? Before we go, I think it's important to tell you the world that we're currently living in. It's being reported right now out of Tennessee. The Biden regime sues state of Tennessee over law punishing prostitutes for knowingly spreading HIV. Biden says you can't do that. Why? Well, it violates the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Yeah, I mean, that's just incredible. I haven't seen that. I haven't heard of that. But that is just a complete gaslighting, again, of what are the responsibilities of government, what they should be doing and what they shouldn't be doing. They manipulate these laws. I don't even know why President Biden would come out would say something like that.
Because they're desperate. They've got to have something. Biden is in trouble. In fact, not only is Biden in trouble, but the rhinos are in trouble. That's why we've seen so many abandon running again in 2024, because they know they're in trouble, or they sense something in the air. I think that they sense that the American people are done. The electorate is done with them, and they want to move on, and they want to get people to do what you're doing. Right? The reason I jump behind your campaign is not because you're promising me something. It's because you're saying just the opposite.
I got nothing to promise.
You
I
have
promise
nothing to
you,
give me.
I'll fight for your freedom.
Right.
I promise you. And any donor that gives me money, it comes with no promises other than I am a constitutionalist. I believe in the fundamental law, the law of the land, and I'm going to fight for that every single day. Why? Because I want it. It's something that I personally want, and I want to bequeath it to my own children. And so I got nothing for you other than fighting for for the fundamental law and to preserve the United States of America, the greatest country, the greatest, what is it? I can't remember the word, but practice, the greatest trial, the greatest experiment the greatest experiment in government, in self-government, is the United States of America, which they're taken away from us. In my own lifetime, I've seen it just completely slip away. It's frightening.
And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. Well, let's take a break, and then we'll come back with the questions.
Yep.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. Why am I running? Simple. The out-of-control spending, well, it's out of control, and somebody has to do something about it.
Take, for example, this taxpayer-funded billboard that was strategically placed by Representative Baird in front of my Frankfort, Indiana, Jimmy John's franchise.
Nice one, Jim. Now, to the untrained eye, this billboard looks exactly like a campaign ad, but it's not. It's franked mail. It's your tax dollars being used by an incumbent to remind you of all the reasons that you should go vote for them.
And every day I leave work, I'm reminded exactly why I'm running for Congress. Jim Baird won't let me forget. Thanks, Jim.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Welcome back. Hold on a second, Charles. Welcome back. We're doing the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. If you've never seen us do this before, it gives you a unique opportunity to talk to the candidates, in particular, Charles Bookwalter, the only candidate that I'm concerned about, who's running for the 4th District in Indiana. If you want to find out more about him, you can go to bookwalterforcongress.com or search for him for Bookwalter for Congress on Facebook. And let's get him back in here. Charles, go ahead.
Yeah, that, by the way, that billboard that Jim Baird put out was franked mail. It's a campaign ad. It was put out right in front of my Jimmy John's. There's billboards all over the 4th District that taxpayers paid for. And I want to make this clear before I take our first question. Jim Baird in 2023 raised $100,000 from lobbyists and PACs, and he raised $40,000 from individual contributors, most of who do not reside in Indiana or the 4th Congressional District. And he spent $50,000 on small dollar fundraising. Our campaign, so it was actually under, his numbers were 138. Our campaign raised in that same time frame $139,000. We outraised the incumbent. $60,000 of that was my own contribution that I put towards the campaign, and we raised $90K in individual contributions from people within the 4th Congressional District. Like, it's incredible. That's what gives me hope that we have a real shot here. Now, Jim Baird he loaned his campaign $170K. So that what he's sitting on, a half of it is a loan to himself. So they're not raising a lot of money, and they don't have a lot of money to spend, because my guess is he would like to recoup that $170K right. that he loaned to his campaign.
Right, exactly. They rarely want to actually have their money spent. Again, That's why he's using franked mail.
Look, I don't hate him for that. I know the feeling.
Yep.
I'm invested in this too.
Let's look at the first question here from Jennifer Beyer. How do we turn the Baird campaign in for breaking the law?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jennifer Beyer, for doing that. Can we bring that up,
sure.
Kramer? I think that you have that.
Yep,
I am asking everyone tonight to go to the Committee on Ethics. What do you have the URL there?
I don't. It's a long one.
Okay. You can search for it, Committee on Ethics. They also have a Twitter feed. It's at Congress Ethics. I encourage you to contact the committee and file a report for the Congressional Ethics Committee against Jim Baird using the franked mail privilege to campaign. This is what the website looks like. At the bottom, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see the numbers and the email update sign up where you can complain to the Committee on Ethics that Congressman Baird is using this. And every single Hoosier in the 4th District should be incensed. We have one billboard because we have to pay for it.
Right.
We cannot afford to send out these huge mailers answering selling to the people of the 4th District, because it's very expensive to do this. We can't do a lot of things because we don't have the money to do it. Yet Jim Baird is not spending his donations from lobbyists to campaign. He's using our taxpayer dollars to campaign and answer the questions that we are bringing up. It should be offensive to every Hoosier.
So the answer to the question is call the number tomorrow, or you can call them now. The lines are actually open 24/7. You'll leave a message anyway. But the phone number is 202-225-7103. That's 202-225-7103 to complain about what Jim Baird is doing with your tax dollars. Folks, people ask all the time, what can I do? What can I do? This is one small thing you can do. Will it make a difference? No, but it'll put a thorn in their side. They have to act to this.
Difference. Look, it may make a difference. It may mean we have a strategy that we're going to do the same thing, and that we're going to contact the speaker about this as well. This is unethical and immoral, and it may be that it was approved by someone that shouldn't approve this campaign literature. I need everyone out there, whether you're in Alabama or Iowa, you should all be offended too. That money is your taxpayer dollars going to a sitting incumbent to run a campaign. That was never the intention of the franked mail privilege.
And if it's a privilege, it can be taken back away.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is one of those things that it's used and abused. Another question here from Heather. She's asking, what's your biggest concern about the next 6 to 8 months?
Well, my short-term concerns are border and inflation and war. Those are my 3 short-term concerns right now. I am a strong advocate for pulling our military out of these interventions all over the world, bringing them home and stacking them up on the border to do what they were meant to do, which is defend our homeland. But not just that, bringing our men home back into our communities, these patriotic, conservative men that go fight in the military, bringing them home so that they can fight back against this culture war that we're losing in America. And inflation is another thing that is very concerning because, it's going to get to the point where it's hard to afford anything, to drive around, to get food. And that's all because of this Green New Deal energy scam and all that. War also is very important to me because I've said it before. I believe that war will be the opportunity for all of the establishment to cover up all of these issues that are so important to us. If the United States gets drawn into a world war where Russia and Iran have united, and there's a unified front against America and some European countries, we're pulled into world war. We will forget about the border. We will forget about our medical liberties. We will forget about inflation. We will forget about the usurpation of all of these responsibilities that we're supposed to have. The same thing happened during World War II. All those issues will go away, and they'll point to people like me, and they'll say, how unpatriotic of you. You need to support your country. You need to support our men and women overseas. That's what frightens me about going to world war. All of these issues, our border issue will go away, and they will flood in our borders.
Yep.
And the long-term, I think the long-term concern, well, she has 6 to 8 months, but the long-term concern is still a 6 to 8 month concern. It's apathy. Right. It's apathy, people. You've got to get engaged. If good people don't get involved, the bad people are going to be running our government. And they are. They're in your election boards. They're in your local governments. They're in your county commissioner spots. They're your precinct committeemen. They're the teachers that are indoctrinating and grooming your children. They are right there involved in your community.
That's the question, right? Everyone asks you, who are they? When you say they, who are they? Are they somebody in Davos or in Washington, D.C.? No, they're in our backyard.
Yes. They're your Karen neighbor that is a part of the HOA that doesn't want you to fly an American flag. They're the election board that won't give you 15 minutes and won't take one of your questions and show transparency in our elections. They're the Indiana Supreme Court justices that uphold a 6-year holdout and making you wait 6 years to run for office. They're the attorneys that don't argue fundamental law that get wrapped up in codes and statutes. They're the local politician that votes to allow solar fields to come into your backyard or allow central Soviet-style planning in our own state of America. They're right here in our state, in your communities. That's the they. And so apathy has allowed the they to take complete control of our lives and expand their reach into our lives. And we need good people like those that are watching tonight to not be apathetic and to engage in this process, to support grassroots candidates and get involved themselves in local government.
I agree 100%. Stan Issa asks, what is your plan for the border?
I just said it. Like, that is what our military is for, is to defend the United States of America. It is not to defend the borders of Jordan. It's not to have 800 bases in 180 countries overseas. It's not meant to go do the things that they're doing right now. We have overextended ourselves in the world. Rome did the same thing before the fall of Rome. We have to bring our troops home and focus on our domestic problems here at home. Our military should be staffed. We don't even need a wall. We need our military on our border. That's what we need. And another thing that I've talked about a lot is we need the federal government to stop politicizing this border issue and give the resources and the autonomy to these border states to deal with this issue.
Right.
Texas has already proven that they'll do what it takes to stop people from coming in their border. They're the closest to it, and they need to be given this responsibility. We have built up a $1 trillion industry, so-called border patrol and homeland security, and we've given them all this responsibility and all this power and all this authority, and those managers are mismanaging it. It's never been more porous. It's never been worse. We've never had a more of an invasion than we have right now. That we need to remove that responsibility from the federal government and deposit that responsibility to those closest to the issue, which is the border states. That's what I would be behind.
Pan Fisher from Facebook asked, inflation's out of control. Bread, bacon, milk, everything's through the roof. How do we get this back under control?
Yeah, I'm asking Pam to go to understand what inflation really is. We talked about it a little bit before. Inflation is a policy. It is a policy of printing off money, and inflation is a result of deficit spending. The United States Congress has to do their job, and their job is to control these rogue agencies through the budgetary process. We've got to reduce these agencies. We have to reduce their budgets, and we have to get this deficit spending out of control. That means you do not, the House, which is great that they're not doing, you do not give Ukraine $98 billion. That's what you don't do.
Right. Again. After we already know that they've wasted how much, and there's no accounting for it. Ellen O'Brien asked on Facebook, we will forget about the elections in 2024? The free and fair elections?
Yes. If we go to war, I don't know what she's alluding to, but if we go to war, election integrity isn't an issue anymore. Democrats will get elected if we're in a war footing. All those establishment Republicans will prey on your patriotism, and they will ask for your reelection. War will create a focus solely on war, and we will forget about these election issues that are so important, like one national day of election, like eliminating the fraud and abuse that occurs in the elections. It'll stop this grassroots fight we have to really actually have free and fair elections in the United States. We cannot let the war machine and these corrupt politicians get us in another world war that Americans will completely lose focus on these domestic issues that are more important than what's going on in Ukraine and Russian affairs that has been going on for thousands of years, for centuries. And the same with Israel and Gaza. Yep. These are 4,000-year-old conflicts. Americans don't even know what's going on in Kentucky or Kansas or Alaska. Americans don't even know what's going on in their own schools. You don't even know what the curriculum is. And Americans think that they know what's better for Ukraine and Russian affairs. It's laughable to think that Americans can tell these other countries 10,000 miles away how they need to run their own country when we can't even run our own schools. It's offensive.
Well, and more importantly, Charles, government is supposed to be we the people. I think that what we've forgotten is that we the people is us. They're managers. They're nothing more than the people that we've said, hey, listen, we don't have time to do this. Go take care of this stuff. And for whatever reason, they've gotten into their mind that they're the bosses.
Yeah. I suggest you don't even call. And I stole this from my brother, who's actually, he stepped up to the plate, and he's running for state Senate and Senate District 7 in Indiana. And he said, I'm going to stop calling these people congressman and senator, and I'm just going to start calling them manager in their last name, because they're not representing us. And I thought, Joseph, it's very insightful and observant. They are not representing us. It is we the people, and yet they don't do anything that we want. They are managing, and we know what they're doing. They're managing their personal affairs and the finances of their friends through us. That's what they're managing. They're managing their careers, they're managing their own interests, and they're not representing us.
Well, a good example is from the Gateway Pundit this afternoon. Illinois lawmaker proposes labeling parents as abusers for denying minor children sex changes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk about the management class.
I don't even want to say that is an objective truth. That is that they're trying to create a whole new narrative. It's anti-God. It's laughable. I mean, I don't even.
Did you have an opportunity to see any of the interview with Tucker Carlson and Putin?
I haven't watched the whole thing yet. It's hard to get through that entire thing.
It is. Well, when you listen to it, it's a 2-hour history lesson of Russia and who they are as a people and what their boundaries have been. And what they're saying, which is interesting to me, they're saying Russia used to be this big, right? And a group over here came and colonized part of us and we want it back. And Democrats are against that when they're telling us that we should give America back to the Native Americans.
Yeah.
I mean, the duplicity of how Democrats think and how they can say one thing over here and another thing over here, and they're diametrically opposed to each other, and they can't see it. Well, it's not just Democrats. It's our rhinos as well. And I know some Republicans don't like to hear the name rhino, but Jeff Flake, Mitt Romney, they're rhinos. They're Republican in name only. They do not vote with the American people. They're not concerned about you and I. They're concerned about their big money. They're concerned about Bain Investments. They're concerned about BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. That's who they're appeasing. They couldn't care less about us.
Why is that? Why is that? We know why it is. It's because that's their constituency. That's who pays their bills. That's who contributes to all their. That's who pays for all the RNC. And frankly, and we all know it, the Indiana Republican Party is full of Democrats. It's run by Democrats. Holcomb is a World Economic Forum lackey, has brought the Indiana Economic Forum to Indiana. We're literally fighting this global battle right here in our backyards in Indiana as the Indiana Republicans deposit these World Economic Forum ideas in our own backyard through the Indiana Economic Development Corporation. They're doing the same thing at a national level through this green energy scam. This is a World Economic Forum scam being perpetrated on us in our own backyard. Wake up, America.
It's time to wake up. Charles, that does it for the questions here. We got a couple of others, but you've already answered those. So I'm telling people to go back and watch the beginning of it here because it's basic stuff. But I think that it's important for those of the Indiana's fourth to realize our nation is at a crossroads. We're in trouble. And for those of you who think that, well, voting doesn't work because the voting's rigged, you still got to vote. We've got to fix it. And I think, and this is a question for me. We've got a situation where tons of people don't trust the vote. They don't trust what's happening in the country. They don't trust leadership. They don't trust the politicians. They don't trust the mainstream media. And when people like yourself stand up to run, the question is asked, why should I trust you? Why should we trust you, Charles?
Well, I've demonstrated. I've said this to people. Look at people's past. Look at their record. When my company started mandating vaccines and the hospital, I walked away from an incredibly lucrative career. When the state government came in and tried to lock me down and mask my employees, I told them, no, I'm not doing it. I didn't rearrange. I didn't rearrange my tables. I didn't change my restaurant at all. It was like 2019 the entire time. I didn't force masks on my employees. I stood up to the COVID regime. When they try to pass silly bills in the Indiana State House, I go down there and testify against it. And, and locally, I'm fighting for local election integrity laws. I, too, don't trust the system because they're not being transparent. But you know how we could? You know what would give me real faith in the system is if all of you come out and vote. We need an overwhelming win. They talk about having a mandate when you run. Could you imagine if Hoosiers come out, patriotic Hoosiers come out and support a candidate like me? It will be disruptive. I'm telling you, I will go there and I will rub their faces in the feces that they have put all over our country.
Yep.
And that's what it takes. A spine. Like Steve Bannon says, we need people with a titanium spine. I have served my country. I went and fought for my country. I'm not afraid to do it. I've just realized now that our fight isn't in Afghanistan.
No.
Our fight is not in Iran. Our fight is not in Ukraine or Israel or South America or the Philippines or China. Our fight is right here at home right now. And you need to join this fight. we have a mandate in here and we send more patriots to Washington, D.C., we will absolutely turn this country around in short order. We'll protect that border. We'll defund these agencies. We will change inflation, reduce inflation, and we will increase our stature in the world. So a constituent today I was talking to didn't really agree with my position on Ukraine. He said, well, if we pull out, isn't Iran and Russia and all these countries going to unify against us? And I said, they're unified against us because of our aggressive foreign policy. If we step back and we come back and we take a more peaceful position in foreign policy, no, I think those countries would be happy and would not. No one's coming over to attack us on our homeland. Like the Emperor of Japan says, there's an American behind every blade of grass with the firearm. Well, you'll find me with more than one firearm behind that blade of grass.
Here's another one. Talking about these agencies that are out of control, Charles, again, being reported by the Gateway Pundit, the FDA director, Dr. Peter Marks, admits to expediting approval of Pfizer COVID vaccine, potentially to meet mandate guidelines.
That's why someone asked me today, it was a former nurse, and she didn't agree with my position on vaccines. She said, why didn't you want the vaccine? I said, because I was 45 at the time. It was an emergency use authorization for the vaccine. It was untested. It was new technology, and I didn't want to have it. I believe in in natural immunity, not vaccine-induced immunity. I understand medicine, and I did not want it. And that's my choice. I believe in medical freedom and informed consent, and I don't want to have it. And anytime that they mandate an emergency use on something that they're making a fortune on, you should be concerned. This is them making money, and we all know it. Yeah. This is about them keeping you unhealthy, so you need them to give you a vaccine or whatever.
And it's important to understand that prior to COVID, Moderna, Pfizer, and these other large manufacturers, these other large drug companies were in trouble. They were financially in trouble. Pfizer had been hit, I believe it was in 2009, with the largest criminal penalty ever because they lied to doctors. They lied in studies. They had to pay a $2 billion fine. Why? Because they're liars. And then we're supposed to believe everything that they said 6, 7, 8 years later? No.
Yep. And it's same with Merck, and it's same with Glaxo. In reality, these are criminal organizations that have criminal penalties against them in hundreds of billions of dollars because they've injured, harmed, and maimed Americans. And right now, according to Dr. Malone, there have been 17 million excess deaths in America, in the world, that are unexplained, and over 600,000 in America. Excess unexplained deaths that most people think or can attribute, in my estimation, to these vaccines. I think vaccines are responsible for a lot of things that we really never have thought about before. Conditions, skin conditions, allergic reactions, autism, all kinds of things, because no one's ever studied this very deeply.
And by the way, for the people, the naysayers, it's been studied. It has not. The people that did the studies for these were being paid for an answer. They were not being paid for a study. The people that sponsored the studies wanted a negative answer because they were the ones responsible for the vaccines. You have to know who's doing the studies. You can't just say, well, this study proves it doesn't.
Yep.
When you know
and
who's paying for
side by side, there've never been side by side studies done either. They've never done it before. The vaccine companies are the ones that do. I worked for a pharma company in my young age. I understand how these things are done. And frankly, when you call on doctors and surgeons and you take them, by the time I was a senior rep for Intuitive Surgical and Medical Devices, I didn't even take these studies to doctors. No doctor looked at these studies. They said this exact same thing. I called on doctors, primary care, and surgeons for over a decade. Those doctors don't look at these studies. They don't look at them. They don't trust them because they know where these studies come from. They come from the manufacturer of the device or of the pharmaceutical. Anyone in the industry knows that to be the fact.
Yep. What happens is these companies, they submit a report about how dangerous or the side effects of their product, whatever. They submit that to the federal government. The federal government does not come and test that material. The FDA does not test anything. They trust the manufacturer to do that testing for them and submit their results. And that's why Pfizer in particular got in trouble, because they lied about it.
Yeah. Yep. I'm telling you, Kramer, this is not an exaggeration. Doctors and surgeons do not listen to sales rep studies.
Yep.
They do not listen. They won't even, if it happens to come with a lunch, they'll eat your lunch and they'll listen to you. But if you have a good relationship with one of them, a close relationship, they'll look at you and say, dude, come on.
Right.
What are you doing? I'm not interested in that study. I know how this stuff works.
Right. Well, we're going to take another break, and when we come back, we're going to wrap things up. We'll be right back after this.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
As we wrap up here, Charles, what would you like to say in closing? I think it's important for the people to start to understand how dire the situation is, and that a vote for Jim Baird is a vote for the status quo.
Yeah, that's right. I just can't reinforce enough that, you may not agree with me on everything. And I get that. You're never going to agree with everyone on anything. But people are passionate about a number of these issues that we do agree on. And if you want to see change in your lifetime, in Indiana and in America, then you have to be prepared to take bold action. We all know what I'm saying is the truth. We all know that these politicians and these bureaucrats are completely corrupt to the core. They're not Republicans. They're not Democrats. They're captured. They're captured by the system. And you have to start considering voting for someone that's actually saying this stuff now. I am on the record challenging them for what they're doing. And if you want that to be your representative that represents that point of view in Congress, then you need to ask them the positions now. I make it very clear. I do this 2 hours. We've been doing this every Thursday. I'm not hiding behind any of these positions. Again, you may not agree with any of it, but if you believe in medical liberty, I will fight for your medical liberty. Congressman Baird will not. If you believe that we are extended overseas and we should not be intervening in other countries, I will fight against that and bring our troops home. Jim Baird will not do that, and he's proven that. If you don't believe that we have free and fair elections, I've already proven I'm fighting that right now at our local level. Jim Baird is not fighting for that. If you don't believe in the Green New Deal energy scam and you're concerned that they are trying to control and manipulate our food supplies and create this niche market that only enriches a few of their friends, I see through that scam and I'm against it. Jim Baird co-sponsored 4824. He's spearheading carbon sequestration right here in Indiana. So you may not agree with everything, but if you want a fighter that's got a spine, then you need to support my campaign. And oh, by the way, we need some money. So donate to my campaign. Yep. Go to my website. Go look at it. You can donate through WinRed, but go down to the bottom. There's a P.O. Box, P.O. Box 43. Send a check. Give until it hurts. That's what it takes.
Yep. We are in dire straits in this nation, folks, and it's up to you. I know people keep talking about, term limits. They think that that's the solution. Jim Baird is limited already to his term. It's 2 years.
That's right. It's you.
It's you.
It's up to
you
to
have
vote.
to enforce the term limit and say you're done. And the way that you do that is vote for anybody but the incumbent in this case, right? In this case right now, the only person that's worth voting for is Charles Bookwalter, because he's on the ground. He's been knocking on doors. He's all throughout the district. Charles, can we talk real quickly about what we have coming up? Tomorrow night, there's a fundraiser in Martinsville at Foxcliff Country Club, I believe it is. Is that correct?
Foxcliff Country Club in Martinsville, Indiana. That'll be at 5:30 p.m.
I'm looking forward to people. It's a small fundraiser, so it's as much as you want to give, obviously, but just to get in the door, it's $50 a person, $100 per family. That's on Friday, Fox Cliff Country Golf Club in Martinsville, Indiana. Then we have a few big events coming up on Monday, one of which, and we should have had the flyer up ready today, but there's a big event going on in Kentucky that is a revival veterans event. It's a General Flynn event, and we will be down there speaking at that event with the Flynn campaign, just engaging a lot of patriots and veterans down there, and I will be speaking down there. I'm also speaking at the Service Members Club here in Indianapolis at 12 o'clock on Monday morning, and then heading down to Kentucky. So, another thing that you can all do, and we need to wrap this up, but, learn how to shoot, do jujitsu, grow your own food, become independent, question authority, pray to God, read your Bible. That's what you need to do.
There you go. I think that says it all. If you want to reach out, what's the number again? I don't have it up here. We'll get that on the next show here. What's the number that they can reach you at if they want to talk to you directly? You have a campaign
you can
number?
Call me. I got a campaign phone. It's right here. You can call me at 765-670-1221. I say again, 765-670-1221. You can email me, charles@bookwalterforcongress.com, or you could get it to our Facebook page, Bookwalter for Congress, or you can contact me on Twitter at TC Bookwalter, @TC Bookwalter. I thank you very much, those of you that have supported up to this point. And I ask those of you that doesn't matter where you live in your state, you know very well a congressman affects your life, whether they live in your state or not. And many of you live in the cities and you have a Democrat as a congressman and they're not going to be challenged. So you need to look at a candidacy like mine and support a candidacy like mine. I will guarantee you one thing. I will continue to speak truth to power. I am not afraid of them.
Yep. If you're in a city and you've got blue representation, the best way to get red representation is to vote for those people in the districts outside in the rural areas and let them go fight the fight for you. If your congressman won't do it, if your congressperson won't do it, then you got to do it. You've got to take control of your freedom. Charles, thank you so much. Glad we can do this again. Next Thursday night, 7 p.m. We'll start when we end. We don't know, but tonight about 2 hours, so another good show. We got a lot of great responses, by the way. Mary writes you a note here. Awesome show. Charles was awesome. So Mary, the producer, saying you're doing a great job.
Thank you, Mrs. Kramer says.
There we go. I appreciate it. With that being said, we're out here. We'll see you again next Thursday. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Our nation is at a breaking point. Out of control crime, runaway inflation, political corruption, and politicians who talk a big game but just can't seem to deliver. Charles Bookwalter is a proven conservative leader, a man of faith and conviction, a former Green Beret. Charles Bookwalter offered his life in the service of his nation once before and is now willing to serve again. To learn more about Charles Bookwalter and his vision for the state of Indiana and this great nation, visit bookwalterforcongress.com. That's bookwalterforcongress.com. Donate, volunteer, join in, stand up, and fight back.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. Why am I running? Simple. The out-of-control spending, well, it's out of control, and somebody has to do something about it. Take, for example, this taxpayer-funded billboard that was strategically placed by Representative Baird in front of my Frankfort, Indiana, Jimmy John's franchise. Nice one, Jim. Now, to the untrained eye, this billboard looks exactly like a campaign ad, but it's not. It's franked mail. It's your tax dollars being used by an incumbent to remind you of all the reasons that you should go vote for them. And every day I leave work, I'm reminded exactly why I'm running for Congress. Jim Baird won't let me forget. Thanks, Jim. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Our nation is at a breaking point. Out of control crime, runaway inflation, political corruption, and politicians who talk a big game but just can't seem to deliver. Charles Bookwalter is a proven conservative leader, a man of faith and conviction, a former Green Beret. Charles Bookwalter offered his life in the service of his nation once before and is now willing to serve again. To learn more about Charles Bookwalter and his vision for the state of Indiana and this great nation, visit bookwalterforcongress.com. That's bookwalterforcongress.com. Donate, volunteer, join in, stand up, and fight back. Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. Thanks again for joining us for our special edition of our Town Hall series. If you've been watching, you can see that there's not one question that I don't answer. Transparency is very important to our campaign. So I encourage you, if you have any questions or concerns, please go to our website, or you can email me, charles@bookwalterforcongress.com, or you can call me at 765-670-1221. And if I don't answer, I'll get back to you. That being said, enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Welcome to Houston. For those who have come from outside of Houston, and it's good to be here, I would like to introduce my wife. My wife Carol is with me today. She had to show up because she played hooky a couple times this summer, and so she has to make up for that. But she's doing well, and I'm very pleased with that. But I am very pleased to come and speak. And Lou, he may have given me a topic, but he didn't announce it, so that means I can say anything I want, right? Well, I do have some good news though, and the good news is this: that it is very clear that when governments and government officials act, outside the law, it's an encouragement for individuals to act outside the law. And if you're looking for a revolution, believe me, there's going to be a lot of activity going on. Because just think about it. We could start with this little insurance, well-endowed insurance program called Social Security, run honestly and ethically and above board. But lo and behold, they complain with a guy like Madoff. Madoff goes and does the same thing, But isn't it wonderful who's going to be Secretary of Treasury? Isn't this neat? I mean, he doesn't believe in paying taxes. So what the heck? What is going to happen these days? I mean, we may truly see some exciting times ahead. But no, he believes in collecting taxes now, and he'll probably be very ruthless in collection of taxes. But obviously it does make a strong point. Now, a lot of you may have seen a bumper sticker that I have in my office, and because it's been on the internet, and yesterday I had some young kids in the office, not too unusual, and the students came in and they wanted to get their picture with the bumper sticker. Of course, he allowed me to be in the picture too. But this bumper sticker is very simple. It says, "Don't steal, the government hates competition." And they don't like competition. They don't like competition in running your life. They want to run your life for you. They don't want competition running the economy. They want to run the economy. And of course, they don't like anybody to run their own affairs overseas. They think they're capable and have this obligation to run everybody's affairs overseas as well. So it boils down to a very simple philosophy of what we need. We need to get the government, out of our lives, out of our bedrooms, out of our walls, off our back, and out of foreign countries. And in the meantime, just get rid of the Federal Reserve. Over the many years of speaking out against the Federal Reserve and sound money, it had to be a unique crowd. You know, those conspiracy nuts and these people to bring up the subject. Yes, we should get out of the UN. And yes, we should get rid of the Federal Reserve. And in that special crowd, you would get these cheers. But something has happened. Something dramatic has happened. And it's happening on the campuses of this country. And some people give me credit. I don't take the credit. I give credit to the academicians, the many people who you've heard speak here, and groups like the Mises Institute who have changed attitudes. And it isn't just a few anymore. It isn't just a unique crowd that believes in the conspiracy. I mean, it's so dangerous now that it has infiltrated college campuses. I mean, I couldn't have possibly influenced these college kids. I mean, one person can't do that. So some of these ideas have infiltrated, and it's getting to be very serious. Because you all know the story about what happened at the University of Michigan. I mean, that was startling. It scared me. Because here I am. It was after the debates over in Detroit. We went over to Ann Arbor, and I got there a little late, and there was a little bit of agitation and frustration, but it was dark. And but there was a large crowd there. I couldn't see the crowd very well. It was that dark. But they said there were a lot of young people there. So I went on and gave my talk and alluded to the monetary system and the Federal Reserve. And all of a sudden, a bunch of them started burning Federal Reserve notes. And then they started chanting, "End the Fed, end the Fed." You know, I mean, where did this all come from? So I'm on the receiving of that information and that message. They were telling me to end the Fed. So I said, well, that does sound like a good idea. So we have promptly introduced once again the bill to end the Fed. So. But when we had our little rally up in Minneapolis, along with, I think it was another political party down the street had another rally and a convention. We had ours, and lo and behold, we had speakers there that had the audacity to mention Austrian economics. Believe it or not, they started cheering Austrian economics. I mean, what is going on? There's great progress going on. In Washington, you can see some progress. They're thinking seriously about what's happening because guess what? They're scared, and rightfully so, and they don't understand what's happening. And Lou has alluded to it, the fact that other members do now ask questions. Before, it was usually chuckling and laughing and forgetting about it and say, there he goes again. but now they will come up, and they're very serious about asking it, because frequently the people on the financial stations of all places, I mean, they'll come up and they'll say, well, you know, he predicted this and predicted that. It wasn't that I predicted it. I just read what a lot of you people write about and learn how Austrian economics works. So it isn't a great thing to predict. It's like it takes a genius to predict that if you print a lot of money, it loses value. Now that's really brilliant. So, and then this whole idea that a bubble is forming. A lot of you in this room probably remember the name and know the name Jim Grant. And Jim Grant is a good Austrian economist and a good writer. And I invited him down to talk to some members of Congress right after I went back into Congress in 1997. And he came and we had a small group. In 1997, he took his whole time talking about the horrendous debt being built up by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. I mean, we all knew about it and talked about it, but it was really on his mind. But once again, that doesn't tell you that we know a whole lot about timing, because things were bad in 1997, 1998. There was a bubble, malinvestment, too much debt, had to have a correction. But how many times has it been papered over? I mean, they've been able to achieve it. I look at the financial system dating back to the date that Lou mentioned, August 15th, 1971. And then we might have been forced into a real serious monetary reform, but it didn't happen. The confidence in the dollar was restored. We had an adjustment. Prices went up, and we went on. But in every crisis since, in every recession, they've always been able to do exactly what they had been doing: print, spend more money, and run up more debt. And you gotta understand from where they're coming from, because it worked to that degree. You know, the recession would go down and it would come back. This last go around, though, with Greenspan and Bernanke, I mean, especially in the year 2000, that little recession that came, it's this anticipation. Before, they used to wait. Oh, well, the economy is getting too robust. The treatment for a robust economy is recession. Of course, you know, a robust economy should be good. But anyway, they would bring on the recession. But this last 10 years, they never allowed the recession to come. They anticipated, and every time it takes more and more and more. I blow the bubble up bigger and bigger.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
My name is Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. In the average campaign commercial, the announcer, backed by patriotic music, would inform you I'm a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient. Or you'd be told how my opponent, Jim Baird, voted to send billions to Ukraine, or that he authored the bill to bring carbon sequestration plants and Joe Biden's Green New Deal to Indiana. But this isn't that kind of ad. I just want to let you know, for the first time in 6 years, you have a choice in the Republican primary. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I humbly ask for your vote on May 7th. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
So now, since we are the recipients of benefits of being able to issue the reserve currency of the world, all this paper manufacturing and issuing of paper has been a worldwide event. So this bubble is, I don't think it's overstating the point that this bubble is the biggest of all history. And there's been a greater trust placed in us, the American system, the paper money, our Federal Reserve, our great wealth, and unfortunately our great military, because military can convey confidence in a currency. You know, if there's a war going on and one country's beating the other country, their currency goes up with a victory. So there's a lot of the, the perception of who will be victorious. So we came out, liberty didn't come out so well after World War I, but economically we came out pretty well. World War II, it's been on and on. So we've had this tremendous bubble build, and even in the old days they had inflation, but it was regional. It was never so universal and so worldwide. I sense in Congress today that the members of Congress are very, very worried and frightened. But lo and behold, they give $350 billion to Treasury, and it didn't seem to solve the problem. Markets haven't improved any. So they said, well, where'd the money go? Oh, well, we don't know where it went. Why would you ask us a question like that? So what do you do now? What should we do now? Well, give us another $350 billion. And what did the Congress do? I mean, last week we had two bills we debated related to the TARP funds, and the money, the rubber stamp was put there, so the new administration will get that $350 billion. But obviously, the spending and the borrowing and the inflating that created our problem is the only tool that they have left. And the only thing that's holding it together is a remnant, a small amount of confidence left in the system. Right now, it's still the confidence in the dollar. I am reminded about, and a few of you in this room must, I'm sure, remember in the 1970s, John Exter, who had had some experience in central banking, he had this neat graph or demonstration where he had an inverted pyramid. And of course, at the bottom of the pyramid was gold, and above that, the different currencies. But even then, when he proposed that picture of how the economy inflates, there weren't even any derivatives that existed. And just think of what his concept was and his concern. And then you put $70 trillion worth of derivatives up at the top, and there's a tremendous rushing out of the lesser desired assets and rushing toward the bottom. But on days, I just wonder exactly where we are in this gravitating down toward the peak and down to those very limited assets, which would be gold and silver. But right above that still is the dollar. Right, the dollar and treasury bills. I mean, people, they don't know where to go. They don't understand it very well. So they have billions of dollars. You can't go and get a CD. You got to buy treasury bills, and they're not hard to make. We can create those. We can create those out of thin air, rather easily. And down at the bottom, though, we would have several of the currencies that people still cling to. The yen isn't all that bad. The euro is holding its own, but I think the British pound isn't doing too well and may not hold it. So they'll be whittled away. But in the meantime, the concept of central banking has not vanished. Yes, we have these growing number of kids on the campuses, and a lot of people like you out there studying and have understood this for years. But there's still a lot of people who believe very strongly in central banking. So as our movement grows and makes an effort to get rid of the concept of central banking and the Federal Reserve, we also have the group that have had the greatest deal of influence on our government, those who tend to have control over the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. It seems like Goldman Sachs has an influence on government, whether they're Republicans or Democrats. But those individuals who know about it are making their plans. About a week ago, we were told, and I went back a day early because I was told that Bernanke would be before our committee on Monday for some hearings to go over the TARP funding issue. And when I got there, he wasn't there, and they said, oh no, he couldn't make it, he was elsewhere. But it turned out that was the day, if you remember, he gave a speech in London on a Monday morning, and that was the news. He was over there, that was the cover, giving a speech. The speech was broadcast, it was on our news, and you can get the script, and we had the vice chairman of the Fed come before the committee. But what they didn't tell you is the day before, he was in Basel, Switzerland, at Bank of International Settlements, meeting with a few of his buddies, and they were talking. But I asked the assistant to Bernanke whether or not we could have those minutes, but he said, no, you're not allowed. No, he didn't say that, but. And I closed my statement by saying, yes, I'm not allowed to have those because under the law, he doesn't have to tell us a thing. We complain about $700 billion and the Treasury blowing 700, and we can't make them listen to us. But that's peanuts compared to the trillions that the Federal Reserve has control of. But they know by now that this system is not viable. The way I see it in my mind is that the very weak system that came out of Bretton Woods was the fiat dollar standard. And it's lasted up until now. And it built a financial pyramid of debt, and it's worldwide, and that system has come to end because it quits functioning. I mean, everything is collapsing and closing down, and production is going down, and all the things that we are witnessing. But the dollar is still existing, but they're still trying to revitalize what built the big bubble, and of course that is the creation of money and the creation of credit. But the one thing they don't have any control over is the restoration of confidence. Since the world has lost confidence in the dollar system, the only thing the politicians and the bankers have is to keep doing the same thing that gave us all the trouble, and that is print, print, print. And this is what they're up to. I think it's just a matter of time now. I'm absolutely convinced in my mind, I may be wrong, but I'm absolutely convinced that they can't go back and pick up the pieces. They're not. It's sort of like going back. The British wanted to go back and restore the pound at the old gold standard, which obviously didn't work. We can't go back to the old gold standard. We can't go back to the Bretton Woods. We can't go back to the post-Bretton Woods standard, and therefore something new has to come up. They're planning they're making their plans for what they think they should have, and I'm very confident that they would like to see, a one world central bank. The dollar hasn't done the trick. We were entrusted to run the system, but now they will have to take it away from us and take it away from the dollar, which means if they get away with it, they might be able to keep things going or get things started again, but I think we're going to be in charge. I think that we are destined to be a much poorer nation. That is what the handwriting on the wall. Of course, the world is going to be poorer too, and the question is whether they can devise a system.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
So time is short, and the arguments are very, very important, and I think we're making great progress. But the battle is going to be on the campuses. Just hopefully we have enough time to stimulate enough young minds that they can get in the right positions to give the right answers. This is one place where I've been tremendously encouraged on the campuses. During the campaign, and there's a youth group, the Young Americans for Liberty has been a outgrowth of what we're doing, and I'm helping to the best of my ability to have them get organized. And we will be testing that. We will be going to the campuses. If I enjoyed traveling more, I would do it more often. But traveling is a job for me. I've had a lot of nice invitations lately. I can't tell my wife all about these, but she might decide to like to take one. We had one from Hong Kong the other day, and just this week I had one from Italy and Turkey. We've had several in Eastern Europe, and the way I see this is, with the internet, they do hear and understand what we're talking about, but it must be like 5 or 10%, maybe less, hopefully 10 or 15 or 20%, but obviously never a majority. But it isn't like it's just in Auburn, Alabama. That isn't where it is. I mean, it is out there. And the other day I was coming back from the Capitol, and a bunch of men were all bundled up because it was very cold, and they come over and they were excited. They wanted to meet me. I said, "Where are you from?" They said, "New York." And I said, "What part of New York?" They were from upstate. And I said, "You're from the part of New York nobody ever hears about." And I said, "I know that you're out there, and I understand," because they were enthusiastic, and yet they're still in the minority, But once again, we have been reminded very many times that the numbers, and I remember Leonard Reed saying this so often, it's not a numbers game. It's not a numbers game. You don't say, when are we going to get 51%? Well, we just need influential people, and that is what's happening, and that's why the Mises Institute deserves support, because they are changing the numbers. I mean, all the people that have been helped to get their degrees and get teachers in the right places, that's where the future is. And right now, it hasn't had a reflection in Washington, but it's starting to. It's starting to have a reflection. They're starting to ask about Austrian economics, and they're asking the right questions. And believe me, you can't have any influence until they start asking the questions. They're asking the right questions. They're worried and they're concerned. They know the system isn't working, and I am encouraged in that sense. But in the other sense, though, I am very concerned because it can get pretty rough. And my main goal is, of course, I want to live in a prosperous manner, peacefully, and have as much enjoyment as possible. But it isn't the prosperity that motivates me. I do know that if prosperity is my goal, the freer society is, the better it is for us. I understand that. But my biggest concern, of course, when I see what's happening is a threat to our personal liberty. And I have always argued, I would argue the case for liberty, because for me it's a moral issue, it's not a pragmatic issue. I would argue the case for liberty because I just want to be left alone. That's what I want to be. But fortunately, we don't have to take that case because not only can we be left alone, that is the philosophy that takes care of the maximum number of people with the maximum amount of prosperity. But today we live in an age where I think it's really coming down to the wire. I mean, if we'd have had this climax of dissolving of the system as we're having today around the world in 1971, we would have been in a lot worse shape, believe me. I just think we're in so much better shape now to argue our case. We have better methods of transmitting our information. I mean, we make fun and laugh sometimes at radio talk shows, but we've made a lot of use out of radio talk shows. But with the internet and the communications that we have now are just fantastic. I mean, the fact that somebody in Italy might want Ron Paul to come over, that's pretty weird, you know. But this communication thing is fantastic. So there's every reason to be encouraged. I don't think we have to worry about the philosophy. I believe that, probably in this room we can agree on 99% of the things because, you don't have to be real smart to tell other people how to live. You just have to be smart enough to lay off and leave them alone. I thought, probably the most significant statement I made that undermined the presidential campaign in this day and age was telling people, well, I would be president. I would serve as president. I want to be president. I said, but not because I want for what I want to do, because I don't want to run your life. I don't want to run the economy, and I don't want to police the world. I don't know what you want to do with your life. I don't know how to dictate to the economy, and I certainly don't want to be involved overseas. But you can turn that around and say, no, what you don't want to do. What do you want to do? Well, you want to preserve liberty. You want to preserve the greatness of this country. And in the meantime, we will protect the prosperity of this country. But if we concentrate on that ideal of liberty, I believe that we can find all our answers. Thank you very much.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. This is Jim Baird. Jim Baird claims to be a conservative, claims to have the same exact values you have, then turns around and votes in favor of Joe Biden's bloated $1.2 trillion spending bill. Here's what's in it.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
For the first time in 6 years, the 4th District has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. On May 7th, vote for true conservative leadership. Charles Bookwalter.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, I hope you're enjoying our special edition of our town hall meetings and you're able to learn a little bit about me and why I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. Remember, in Indiana, the primary is the election. So make sure that you get out and vote and take 10 of your friends with you on May 7th.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Well, very much. And for those of you who aren't here, probably today later we'll get into how much of this is occurring all over the 4th Congressional District as we do these town hall meetings, how many people show up that are engaged for the first time, that are running for precinct committeeman, that are running for delegate, town council, councilor, commissioner. It's happening across the board. This is one of the silver linings in what's going on in the world today. One of those is Tim Kramer. Tim, do you want to introduce yourself? Because there are some Boone County people here.
I'm running for Boone County Council at large. I've been, for the last 10, 15 years, I worked for the Republican Party in the state of Indiana. And when COVID came around, they made their decision on who they wanted in and who they wanted out. Those who spoke against the restrictions and the mandates were kicked out of the party. So here I stand today running against them. That's how we win, folks. You can't stop. You got to keep fighting. So here we are.
Yep. Tim Kramer worked for the Indiana caucus for the Republican Party, so he did all the commercials. If you look online on YouTube and you look at Jim Baird's 2018 candidacy commercial on YouTube, Kramer's did that. Mary and Tim Kramer did that. It was Tim standing up to the regime when he spoke out against Holcomb, when he filled in for the Hammer and Nigel show, and he spoke out against Holcomb, that he started getting some pressure and then ultimately lost his job making all these commercials for the Indiana Republican caucus. All the leadership that you know, all the names today, he worked with all of them and did their commercials.
Jim Baird, his commercial for Congress we did, worked down, been in his house, sit down with him, and we called him out when it happened. Why aren't you standing? I know these people personally, asking them why they didn't stand and defend us. We make commercials about them, and what's the one thing they always say in their commercials? I'll stand and fight for you. And the moment we needed them, they wouldn't. It was people like Charles Bookwalter, myself, that stood and said, we're not doing this, very loudly. And it's time that we all start doing it. If we don't, they're going to continue doing what they're doing. It doesn't stop.
Yeah.
I've been among them. I've worked with them. Trust me, they do not stop.
Yeah, and it's that. That's why people ask me, why are you running? And I've got a long story about what ultimately got me in, and many of you know it, and we may get into some of those details today. But ultimately, that's what it is, everybody, and we all know it, is that they had an opportunity during COVID in 2020. They had an opportunity to go down in history as some of the greatest elected officials and lovers of liberty and Republicans and saviors of our system in 2021. They go down in history for defending us against the COVID regime, against lockdowns, against mask mandates, against vaccine mandates. They had that opportunity, and they failed us. Every single one of them failed us. They did not say anything. They did not stand up and do anything. They sat comfortably. And I know very well why they were sitting back comfortably. There were many people that were sitting back comfortably while this happened to us. I had first-hand knowledge of this. If you remember, I was a rep for the Da Vinci robot. So I was in the operating room during COVID working when elective surgery became... they put a lockdown on elective surgery. That's what runs hospitals, is elective surgery. And they stopped that. A company like mine, Intuitive Surgical, has a bunch of these high-paid reps that go into these ORs every day to help, get robotic surgery moving and help surgeons with their surgery. They told us we couldn't go in these hospitals anymore. So for 2 months, approximately, we had calls every day at 10 a.m. with our team. And I watched it. I saw both worlds. I owned a Jimmy John's in commercial real estate, and I worked in the OR, and they told me I couldn't go to work. So in the morning, I was on these conference calls, whatever time it was in the morning, acting like the world was on fire. And I'd talk to these reps later. They'd be like, dude, this is incredible. I can't believe we get to stay home and get paid to stay home. I can't believe this is incredible. This is awesome. Well, where I'm listening to them like, I can't believe this. The call would get over. I would close my computer, run upstairs, throw on my Jimmy John shirt, and go start delivering sandwiches because no one would show up for work. The managers wouldn't show up. Someone would call in and say, my sister had COVID 2 weeks ago, and I saw a friend of a sister's cousin at a park. And do you know? And you guys don't even remember how they held this over so bad. Because then they would say, I had employees trying to threaten me and say, oh, well, you don't want everyone in town to know that there's COVID going through your store. Do you guys remember that? That's how bad. I remember having those feelings, thinking, oh, geez, I don't want the community of Frankfurt knowing that someone in my store got COVID. Like, because
I knew this isn't a big deal, but I thought, what's that going to do to our business? No one's going to come anymore. It's going to completely shut down, go from sales to no sales. So people held that over us. They did it in the hospital as well. But the whole point of that is I saw both those things. I saw people that were incentivized to stay home, and they wanted to stay home. And people that had to go to work, had to put their boots on, tie their shoes up, and go to work. And so I was in the both of those worlds. Ultimately, I left that healthcare world because I had to go work in the real world and save my Jimmy Johns and all that. And it was just such a scam what they did to us. So some of you have been here today, and I've talked about so many things, and I think this is our fourth. Is this our fourth one, Sandra? Third one here, fourth one total. Yes. Yeah, fourth one total, third one here since we started doing an every first Tuesday town hall. And it's exciting. There's always new people. There's new people in this room. Some of you have never been here before. That happens as we get closer to the election. But I'll share with you, I got some questions of what do we hear about? What do I hear about we're knocking on doors? By the way, our campaign has knocked on about 25,000 doors up to this point. We've purchased up about 50,000 pieces of that literature. We have about 100 people that are working under the campaign or volunteering with the campaign in the entire district. So if you may not have heard much about that campaign, it's because we're trying to win. We don't do all the events and do all the things the way that typical politicians and typical campaigns work because that's how incumbents win. That's not how grassroots people win. We actually have to work. We actually have to beat them in certain areas where we can win. For example, we don't have the franked mail privilege, so I don't get to send you direct mailers every week that you pay for, okay? Because you're paying for all those direct mailers. We don't have that privilege, so we've got to enlist 100 people to knock on doors all the time. Last weekend we did, I think, 800. The weekend before that, we're up to 25,000. But so that's our direct mailer, is having volunteers go out and knock on doors and leave that literature behind. But we are finding ways to win. But one of the questions I get asked pretty regularly is. Do you really trust the voting? Really comes down to, and I think we're going to talk a little bit about that voting and voter integrity and all that. And another question I've heard recently, and it's only been brought up once, is someone asked, did you realize, and this is tied together, that the 250-year anniversary of the United States is coming up? Did you guys know that? In 2026, the 250-year anniversary is coming up. But when I've read about it, I've read that people aren't really making a big deal about it. And I'm 47. This would have been a big deal for us. Big American events like that were a big deal to us when we were a little bit younger, but they're not anymore. Because here's what I hear from people when we're talking about elections. Are we even going to have an election in 2024? That's what I hear, right? Or are we even going to have the same country that we have in 2026 at the 250-year anniversary? And those are legitimate concerns that people have. That is what I hear when I'm out knocking on doors. Like, what makes you think that this election is fair enough that you even have a shot to win?
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
So I guess it's what it is. It's a lack of enthusiasm in America right now. This is something that Todd Rokita talks about, and Vivek Ramaswamy talks about, and Michael T. Flynn talk about when they're going out talking about things. There's a lack of enthusiasm because they're teaching young kids, we were just talking over here, they're teaching young kids that we're the problem with society. Particularly, you're looking at it right here, particularly this. Right, everyone in here is white, and that's not always typical, but a white heterosexual male is the problem. Like, we've set these things in motion that the world is a terrible place because of people like us that love God, that love individual freedoms, individual liberty, accountability, and responsibility. They're saying that that's our fault. So we've really got everything backwards at this point, and this is how backwards it is that you want to see an outsider. Right now, it's the biggest part of campaign season. And we're going to these Lincoln Day dinners regularly. Like right here, I come in here, I feel comfortable in a room like this. You want to know what's really like to be like an outsider? Is go to one of these Lincoln Day dinners as a candidate, as Charles Bookwalter. You're hearing all these gubernatorial candidates say, I'm an outsider. Brad Chambers, an outsider. Yeah. Mike Braun, an outsider. Eric Doden, none of them. They could walk into the Republican Party Lincoln Day dinner and get a standing ovation. And they could go to a Democrat dinner and get a standing ovation, no doubt about it. But when we have to go in there, it's difficult. And it's uncomfortable because it's them and us. It's the establishment, which includes these Republicans, and it's us. They work harder keeping people like me and a few other off the ballot or out of the party entirely than they do keeping moderate or leftist Republicans into our party. And that's why our party does not look like the same party that it was 10 or 15 or 20 years ago. We have lost so many of those key things that are so important to us. And now when they go in and they have a spending bill, a $1.2 trillion spending bill, Republicans are proud because they've clawed back like 1 or 2 social issues that they gave away like 10 years ago. So the Democrats come to the table negotiating with things that are important to us that we lost 10 years ago. And then Republicans act like because maybe they got some, I don't know, one program.
More flags flying on you. No,
but that didn't even happen.
Oh, they got kicked out?
That didn't even, according to the Democrat summary of that bill, they were proud because it actually didn't get rid of flying the pride flag at some of these locations. So I think even that isn't it true in its entirety that there were major wins in that bill that was just signed. And this is happening right here in Indiana. And the Green New Deal, Joe Biden's Green New Energy Deal is the perfect example of that, because Indiana Republicans, is the blame game. This is what Jim Baird does, and all of them do it. They say, I'm conservative and you're Republican and you need to vote for me. But then as soon as a bill is passed, whether they voted for it or not, they'll sign legislation to get that money, and they'll just start introducing that into our state. That's what's happening with the solar farms, the wind farms, the carbon sequestration. That is just our Republicans going after money that has been made available by the Biden administration, and they're shameful. They're just shameless about it. They're going after that money because it's made available. And then they send you a flyer that you paid for telling you how conservative they are.
are and that you need to keep them in office. In reality, we're the outsiders. That's my point. We're the outsiders. If you are at all outside of anything that Jim Baird says, or you agree with 3/4 of the things on that sheet that I have right there, you're an outsider, and you're outside of your party because your party doesn't want us inside the party. They would rather have a leftist, Democrat-leaning person inside the party pushing these issues because that's how they get the money. That's how they, all this. This is the Democrats' summary of that $1.2 trillion spending bill. It has more DEI stuff in it, more access to abortion. They're proud that they prohibited the Republicans from removing the funding for abortion for service members. They're proud of that. They talk about that. They stopped Republicans from stopping DEI, from stopping transgender surgery for minors. It's in the bill. And Jim Baird voted for this, and Republicans across the board voted for it. More Democrats voted for this spending bill than Republicans voted for this spending bill. That is our Republicans. Every single one in Indiana, except for Victoria Sparks, voted for this bill. And they come back here and they act like we're stupid, and they tell us that we're the morons, that they're conservative, and there's nothing that they can do. They had to fund the budget, they had to fund the government, so they had to sign this monstrosity of bill. Instead of having a spine and a backbone, which is what I've said here before is the hardest part about this job. For goodness sakes, these people are coddled. They work Tuesday to Thursday. They travel on Monday and Friday. They work like 6 months out of the year. This job isn't difficult. The difficult part of this job is having a spine, is standing up to those people that they have to work with every day. Because we all know that would be hard. What if you had to go to work and you were that odd person out that always was like, oh, geez, Charlie's here again, or John's here again. I'm never going to hear the end of it about accountability or about I just don't want to have that in my work. Well, that's what we send these people to do, to be representatives to us. Of us in Washington, D.C. Not go to Washington, D.C., spend their life there, learn how the game is played, let the lobbyists in all day long and the PACs, and then come here and tell us why we're nincompoops, why we're morons, and that we need to do everything the way they said because some lobbyist told them that that's how it needs to work. It goes to Washington, D.C. So you want to know why people aren't happy about a 250-year what is it called? The semi-quincentennial. Semi-quincentennial.
Well, they can't say it first.
Exactly. I know. I was just flexing that I can actually say it. And why people are concerned, are we even going to have an election, is because look around you. The unraveling of America is happening, and we all see it. It's been happening for over 50 years, but it's really picking up steam in the last few decades. And you all know it. That's why your 20-year-old, was it your son?
Grandson.
Your grandson?
Thank you, son.
Yeah. That's why he's saying that. And because some people and young people, I think, a new generation starts to recognize it when they look around.
He is.
Yeah.
I'm proud of him.
And I've pointed my finger, I've kind of shaken my finger at, I'm sorry, my father's back there in the room, I'm not him, but that generation when, they've doubled down on all this. I can't even believe if you're born after 1970s that you go out there and talk about a gender pay gap and racism at work and DEI and all this stuff. I can't even believe people get away with saying that. My parents' generation did the world a great service. And instead of acknowledging it, they doubled down on it. So they took the greatest generation, which still had some issues with separate but equal and racism issues and all that. And our generation, my parents' generation, really put a stop to that. And many of us grew up in rural areas. And outside of some off-color jokes that young people tell, I didn't see it. I grew up in rural Indiana. I didn't see it. I did not see abuse. Like everyone knows, most of you know, if you had a minority come to your school, was that minority really bullied and kicked out of school? Or was that minority brought in like, oh, it's
a different guy from out, like, hey, my name's whatever, because we're nice people. And that generation stopped it. And we were a witness of it. I saw it. I grew up in Danville, Illinois. And because we were right across the border, I'd go back and forth. Danville, Illinois was one of the poorest places to grow up. And there's a lot of racial divide. I did not see white people discriminating against minorities or anything like that. And instead of saying, look at what we've done, look at how we have kind of stopped a generation, and now it's what you bring to the table, and it's a meritocracy, they've doubled down on it. Now they've implemented it in colleges across the board. Now it's in, name one company that doesn't have DEI initiatives or these woke initiatives. Like, we're the problem.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
And so they doubled down on this narrative that is so dangerous and pernicious and hurtful to all of us. And they've weaponized race so that most people won't come out and talk the way I'm talking right now because they're afraid of getting in trouble, of talking like this. But I've had enough of it, and I don't care. And I quit my poor corporate job because we couldn't talk like this in corporate America. You can't talk like this in corporate America. You have to be an entrepreneur, you have to have your own business, or you have to be retired to be able to speak freely in America. That's shameful. It's shameful, and we're seeing it happen in our lifetime. That's not to say that it's the United States or that it's America that feels this way. The idea of America, I think, this is why I'm optimistic, is still strong, and that spirit is alive in those of us, the few of us, or the majority of us, I would say. But it's the United States, and it's our elected leaders, and it's the managerial class that is mismanaging this and ruling over us in a way that it has made us forget what America is about, or it's muffled that spirit of America, so young people don't have that pride. They don't know what American exceptionalism is. They don't have that work ethic that we all once had, because the United States of America is mismanaging the economy, healthcare, war, trade, immigration, the borders, education, mismanaging it. And then they tell us, I go to these Lincoln Day dinners, I hear them talk. I've been here for 12 years, Mr. or Mrs. Voter. I've been here for 12 years, and I just need you to send me back one more time so I can finish the deal. It's a scam. It is a scam. They're not in it. They're Democrats. They're not in it for you. They don't care about you. They've never picked up their Constitution. They've never taken a Constitution class. They don't know what's inside their Indiana State Constitution. They are doing this because this is a career for them, and it's a way for them to hand out treats and favors to their friends and the people that are politically connected to them. Just look around you. It's happening all around us. And then you get this. And then you get this spending bill. It's unbelievable. The CBO reported that by 2051, interest on the debt will exceed not just military spending, but spending on the two biggest items in the federal budget, Social Security and Medicare, if you didn't know that. That is not sustainable. It's the first time it's ever happened in the history of the United States. Even in World War II, we had greater spending than after the COVID years. The graph shoots way up. The difference is that we paid all that debt off after World War II. We have not done that. We're not able to do that. And after COVID, that spike went up, and now our interest payments are projected to be greater than the spending on the military, Social Security, and Medicare by 2051. Now,
That's based on the projections they have now. This is why it's such a threat. When I talk about short-term threats, inflation is a big one. That's just on what it's projected on now. But 30 years ago, when they were doing their projections, they did not project or had no idea that we would be spending money on 9/11, on the forever wars, on a 2008 housing crisis, on COVID. $7 trillion, I think, on COVID alone, or the borders. So they can project all they want. They are projecting this in 2051. But if anything, yeah, it could be 2035. It could be 2040, the way that we spend money. And here's another, and that's not a stretch to think, because in 2008, have anyone heard of the term quantitative easing? QE, quantitative easing, that's when the government artificially suppresses interest rates. So they push interest rates down to incentivize entrepreneurs and other people to go out and borrow money. Because if you're got a project that you want to do, you're a construction worker, you're an entrepreneur, and you can get money at 3.5%, and you're used to getting it 6%, it's a big difference. So they artificially suppress interest rates, which encourages a malinvestment, and then people start borrowing money and they get misled. Well, the Austrian school, Ron Paul and Peter Schiff and a few of these other guys that were studying this back in the day, they said that you can't do quantitative easing ever in a government. You can't do it. You can't do QE. If you do QE once, you have to do QE infinity. You're never going to be able to back it out. And I tell you this for a reason, because they introduced QE in 2008 after the housing crisis. And then it was the worst it's been for us, right? A terrible recession, whatever. And they said we would never even consider doing this if our hands weren't tied. But the housing crisis is so bad, we're in such a recession, the government has to do this. We have to do QE, we have to monetize the debt, which means the government buys its own debt. It prints off money and then creates ways of it to buy the debt. So we all pay for this debt. The federal government buys that debt. Then when the economy started to recover in 2010 and 11 and 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and President Trump said, this is the greatest economy that we've ever had, the greatest economy. And do you know what we did shortly after he said that? QE3. QE3. Because it never ends when the federal government starts bailing itself out. And I'm telling you all to tell you that, that is a major threat that we have, which is this $1.2 trillion spending bill. It doesn't help us. It doesn't help Hoosiers. And if it does, they're lying to you. They're giving BP $1 trillion so they can build a pipeline and capture CO2 and pump it on the ground. That's when they're telling you they're helping you, when they bring this money back to the state. That's how they're helping. When Jim Baird does that, that's how this money comes back to you. It doesn't come back to you in the form of a tax cut. It's constantly a ratcheting up effect. As the two parties switch place, they never give us our money back, and they just spend the money on their friends and right now it's war, okay? This is full of Homeland Security, Border Patrol, and war. The F-35 fighter jet, which is a scam, is full of war. And the Democrats barely lost anything. The entire bill was an increase over Pelosi's budgets. That's what Jim Baird is doing. That's what your representatives are doing. And if you want to actually have a change, then you need to be prepared to invest in and get elected. And by investing, I mean tell 10 of your friends and drag them to the primary and vote in someone that's saying that this has to stop, it has to end, and it's going to look things like defunding the Department of Education. That's what it looks like. It looks like slashing this, like telling people they don't have a job. Like if you skip every letter of the alphabet, that's your last name, you're done. You're going home. We're cutting your budget 50%. You're going home from Washington, D.C. You've got to go get a job, actually being productive in your neighborhoods. We would slow down Washington, D.C. That's the richest area to live, as you all know, is the donut counties of Washington, D.C. They're scamming the rest of us as they tell us that they're doing us a favor, as they tell us that they're the most conservative member of Congress, and they're fighting for it. They're not. They're not, okay? They're not. It's a matter of fact. But That's what I came to talk to you about today, was this spending bill. I've gone through it. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable, and everybody should be ashamed and offended. Every Hoosier, you would never give a penny out of your pocket to fund most of this stuff is in there. And they do it without our input. They do it without our request. They just run for office again because they're incumbents and they know they're going to get reelected. And if you guys want it to change, then you've got to tell 10 of your friends. You've got to get people involved. This has been a big part of our campaign, which has been getting people involved in this process as precinct committeeman and delegate. That's why I'm telling you, we have so many people doing that. We did a precinct committeeman and delegate training event in Tippecanoe County. There were 53 people there that were recruited under our umbrella that are running for precinct committeemen in Tippecanoe County and are out knocking on doors for our campaign and for themselves. In Boone County, it's the same. In Jasper County, it's the same. We have some here in Montgomery County, Hendricks County, all over. But that's what it's going to take, everyone. And most of you are here because you are all aware of that. I'm just reinforcing it. So that being said, I know we want to do some things at the end of the night, and I've been going on for 30 minutes. So I'll take any questions you have about particular issues that are sensitive to you, that are important to you, and I'll answer them.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Or I can go over my top issues, top items. Do you want to ask yours first?
Well,
Can I get you on the mic real quick? We're recording this.
This is the second time you've done this to me.
I know. There you go.
So I went to the election.
You guys speak into the mic.
Oh, you're good.
We went to the machine testing. So I went to the machine testing today in Crawfordsville for Montgomery County, and found out that only 9% of people in the city of Crawfordsville actually vote, which just floors me because of, people not caring what happens to them in their life, and the apathy there. So then also they mentioned that if you had not voted for two times, you were automatically going into being unregistered. So I have a real worry about even going out and door knocking, because how do you, that's a pretty low percentage of people. And I know there's apathy all across the country, but then if they start taking your ability to say, I haven't voted in 2 years, I can't now.
Two presidential cycles.
Oh, two presidential cycles.
Because my understanding is you get moved to inactive, you can still vote. You could get canceled, but I was told, even if you're canceled, if you bring the proper documentation, you can still vote. That's what Karen Douglas told me.
Unless you're conservative.
Anyway, besides that, the 9%, the only 9% of the people here in the city, and I don't know what it is in other areas, but I don't know if there's a figure on that.
Yeah, no, I think you're referring to the primary. I think the turnout is higher in the general. Yeah, in the general. In most of the generals, it's higher, but no, that's about right, is 9. I think in the 4th Congressional District, it was about 12% in the last presidential. There was 125,000 out of 880,000, but no, it's as low as 4%.
So why do you think there's that horrible apathy? And what? where is our
Yeah, there's a lot of
country? Where's
I'll try to answer a whole bunch of these questions, but one, they don't teach civics in school anymore. That they don't want us involved in this process anymore. They've usurped all of these roles and responsibilities, these things that are supposed to be done among our among our communities. The federal government and the state's government have come in and they've taken over those roles. And so we just don't do it anymore. We leave it up to them. We let them do it. And that's why they mismanage it. They do a terrible job at doing this. But it's also why I can say things like, it's very frustrating. She was asking me earlier, and I said, people ask me what the biggest threat to the nation is. Short term and long term, I have different answers. But long term, it's apathy. Long term, it's apathy because none of this other stuff, the short term problems, are possible without apathy. This government that we have instituted among men is supposed to have us involved every step of the way. And the minute that we give up that responsibility, this is what happens. This spiraling of America, it spirals out of control. We've got all kinds of examples of government spiraling out of control.
The other thing too, I remember, I don't know what year it was, but going to Dick Lugar's office about immigration back.
Well, we've been fighting it for 25 years.
Yeah. And it was apparent to me when he was in office that he knew best what was right for us. Mm-hmm. And that's the attitude.
Absolutely.
In that office. And I said to his little, what do you call him?
Staffer.
Yeah.
Staffer. I said, well, maybe we know better and we need to get rid of him if we don't have a voice. But the thing is, you call these different people in Washington or the state, and we'll pass that on. We don't know how they feel about this, and that's the standard.
Yeah, that's the standard, but we're fixing that because this is the new standard. This is what it's going to look like. If we win, having town halls, we have debates coming up, we have forums, we have a debate coming up that the incumbent isn't even going to show up to this debate because you're right, they don't care about your opinion. They think they are smarter than you.
And that attitude of we know better than you.
Yes.
You see it on TV if you watch any of
this is what I mean by being an outsider, how painful it is to go to some of these events and these Lincoln Day dinners and watching these people parade around and slap each other on the back like they are smarter than you and me and everybody else. It's painful to be a part of it and watch. But this is why I say, I'm optimistic at the same time. This is why you don't see me on TV. One, we can't afford it, but two, we're too busy on the ground doing things that actually can win an election. Because I know that only 9% of the people come out and vote in the primary, and 5% of those are the die-hard party people. They care about the party more than they care about you, more than they care about the principals, more than they care about their neighbors. They care about that party. That party pays them, and feeds their friends. They care about that party. And that's that 5% out of that 9%. Well, what if we got 35% of us to actually show up and vote? What if we have 55% of people? We actually had normal people. I go to these events and I'll have people say, after we'll be talking to me, you seem pretty normal. Yes, because normal people can identify with each other. We realize that we're normal. You're a normal person, right? They're not normal. They look down on you. They think they're smarter than you. They think they're better than you. It's so obvious. They're smug, they're arrogant, they're condescending, and they're morons. It's a terrible mixture to have all in one group. And I've seen too many of these people, and it's offensive to me, and it should be offensive to all you. And the only way that we stop this is that if you drag 10 of your friends to the primary, tell them you got to go vote for different people. If their name says incumbent on it, vote somebody else.
Amen.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, that's where we are. I would rather have someone that paints all day long. I am not kidding. Running the government.
We talk.
People that paint know how to run a business. People that paint know what customer service is, how to hustle and get a job, how to finish a job, how to do quality work versus not quality work, how to keep a customer happy. All these little things that normal people know how to do in our business, in our lives, they don't do or they neglect to do. As they mismanage this country and this unravels in front of us, and that's what we're seeing. But again, I'm optimistic. One, because you guys, I'm all over the 4th. I go to commissioner meetings. I go to these meetings all over the 4th Congressional District, and you should be optimistic. I really am optimistic that there's a really good chance. There is a liberty revival happening right now. We have a consultant that works in D.C. He's done a FOIA request for all the people that are running for precinct committeeman and delegate in Indiana. He was floored. He's like, I've never seen this many people run for office. And it's not just in Indiana. It's happening all over the United States as people wake up and realize that they're lying to us, that they don't have our best interests at mind and at heart. And if we want to do anything about it, we have to get involved, and we have to get engaged in a sustained engagement. You can't show up and then walk away. You have to engage them for a sustained period of time, because they're going to do the same thing. And particularly Christians that don't want to get involved in government have to get involved in government, because if we don't, then they are going to, and they're going to lead the way.
They didn't vote in the last election, and look at what happened on Sunday.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Hey there.
My name is Raina, and I just would like to ask you, what is your position on cannabis?
I've said this before. It's a tough position for me in the Republican Party, because a lot of Republicans and I'm very conservative, like to legislate morality. My position is this: I think cannabis should be recreational and legal completely. The only reason I wouldn't vote for full recreational cannabis is if the state of Indiana just wants to tax it and take that money and not offset any other taxes with that revenue. If they were to do that, that would create a windfall of billions of dollars into the coffers of Indiana that they're going to turn around and weaponize against us in some form or fashion. They'll put cameras on traffic lights, license plate readers. They'll have big weapons of war. I've seen them here in Zionsville that they'll bring here in order to oppress us. So I think, and Genesis talks about this, chapter 3, I think talks about all the, there's the seed of the fruit, and I think cannabis is a lot less harmful. We don't know that much about it, but it's a lot less harmful than alcohol. But these are my personal opinions about it. And I think it should be recreational and legal. And then the states can determine how to deal with it. But I would never support it if they did not offset taxes in somehow. I think the taxes and them weaponizing our money, that's what they're doing. They're weaponizing our money against us. We pay 55 cents out of every dollar that goes to the state. And then they create agencies like the IEDC that comes in and takes our land with our money. Or they build new justice centers. They just create infrastructure around us to oppress us, and they can only do it with our money and our authority. We let them do it.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Do you have any follow-up questions?
Not specifically, but I do want to just say that there are many... there's many other things other than just human consumption that cannabis can help benefit the quality of life, the earth. I mean, hemp-free, we've got biodegradable plastic.
Yeah.
Industrial hemp.
Yeah. Industrial hemp could save,
Or plant medicine.
Absolutely.
So the environment, you know, people, even to children. I don't know if you guys have heard some stories in places like Colorado and those kinds of places where children with like seizures and cancer have received
right here.
benefits from a plant that we here in the state of Indiana.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Well, and this whole green business too, if they would allow people to grow at least industrial
It's like the
hemp.
industries, the green industries they're pushing, they are creating the narratives to push those way forward. When there's biodegradable fuel that can come from cannabis. Henry Ford had a vehicle that was partially made from from hemp plaster. There's a reason they narrate some of the ways forward, because they want control of how they push that way forward.
A lot of housing construction can be done through hemp as well.
Yeah. The problem is we don't know. And why do we not know? Because they made it a class Schedule 1 illicit drug, so that we'll never be able to study it. And they did that for a reason.
Would you support rescheduling?
Yeah, absolutely. I would support anything that removes cannabis, that a generation of young people my age spent years in prison because they were doing something at home or selling something to another consensual adult that got them in trouble. People have no idea what it's like to live in prison. Although I've never been in prison, I've been to SEER school, which is very similar to that. And I've been in a little tiny cell for long periods of time trapped in there. And you talk about freedom and losing your freedom, it's unbelievable. But Americans are like, oh, yeah, we need to put them in jail forever because they use cannabis. It's crazy when you think about the ideas of freedom. But any kind of crimes associated with it need to be taken, need to be dealt with as a crime. But reducing the schedule, decriminalizing, I would support. And I've been on the record. I've talked about this before. It's just difficult to have the conversation in the Republican Party because Republicans like to legislate morality, which I don't think that is the right thing to do here in this case. I think that that the legislation against cannabis has been more hurtful and more harmful to Americans and American freedom than the legislation in favor of it. I think it's been more hurtful.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when you bring up that you used to work in the medical industry, because 2023 was the worst year of my life. I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I had no choice but to pick up 2 excellent doctors at IU University, there in Carmel. And they actually saved my life. I wouldn't be here. I'm not supposed to be here right now. But I'm also the example of what chemotherapy does. It almost destroyed my entire body in order for me to continue breathing. Now I have difficulty walking. Now I've had to have cataract surgery. I've got neuropathy in both my hands and my feet. I'm a professional chef, can't cook anymore. I'm an artist, I have a hard time drawing because my senses of my body have been destroyed. And I don't know what else has also affected my liver and other parts of my organs. But when you get big pharmaceutical like Eli Lilly coming into Boone County, that suppress research on cannabis. I couldn't even get a gummy unless my niece came in from California to help relieve the pain from the neuropathy. You have to learn how to adjust to it because it's pretty strong, but it did help me through some painful moments. But Susan, in one of my meetings with one of my doctors, asked about alternative medicine. She shut that conversation down very quickly because she's not allowed to talk about alternative, but she works for IU, he's connected to Lilly, he's connected to all the other big pharmaceutical companies. And just my year alone was hundreds of thousands of dollars in treatments. And it's way off key. We've got to get alternative, like ivermectin's very closely linked to curing cancers. Not all of them, but it's at least assisted in recovering from cancer. But we can't even get a prescription in Indiana for ivermectin anymore because of COVID. And it's a concern for me, having got to live through it.
Yeah.
But I want to see something forward to allow somebody else to do some research.
It's a concern for all of us. What you're seeing is just a result of healthcare being treated as a right and not as a service. Okay, this is a result of that. That when the government gets involved in something and treats it as a right, that everyone deserves it, that takes a negative right and makes it positive, which a negative right is something like your life. Like, you can't infringe on my life. It's not hard for you. Don't hurt me. You can't kill me. And the minute that you infringe on that, that's a negative right. You're taking it away. A positive right is when you have to take something from somebody and give it to something else. That's what healthcare is. And if you have to take from me to provide for someone else, that's no longer a service industry, it's no longer a free market, and it leads to these things that we have today. Think about it in other terms like this, and I'm just talking philosophically at this point. Healthcare is one of the only industries where I can think of where you've got someone that wants a service and someone providing a service, and the two of these people never coming together and negotiate how much they're willing to pay for this service. Isn't that crazy? It's like the only industry where you have to go through a middleman that doesn't even know. I worked in healthcare for a long time. I talk to these surgeons all the time about robotic surgery. Part of our job was so difficult is to try to get them to understand how much does it cost for you to do one Da Vinci chole in your OR? We're like, oh, we got no idea. Like, really? Like, oh, they don't have a clue how much. You ask a doctor how much any of this stuff costs, they have no clue. They don't talk about prices. They have no idea because there's a middleman in that. But I guarantee you, if you have somebody that wants to they're a 50-year-old male and they want to get a colonoscopy, and you have a doctor that wants to give it, and in the system we work under now, it's like somewhere like how much you want, I don't know, $10,000, whatever. In the real system, it would be, you go there like, hey, I need a colonoscopy. The doctor's like, hey, what about $5,000? Like, really? And you said I needed what? How often? Maybe I'll come back in a year. And the doctor's like, no, wait, how about $4,000? No, it's still not good for me. I'll come back. Okay, if we do it for $2,000, would you do your colonoscopy in the next week? Yeah, $2,000 is a number that I could do. That's how markets work. That's how this kind of stuff works. And we don't have that in healthcare anymore because too many leftists and big government Republicans have said that healthcare is a right that everyone gets. That's the narrative now. I mean, how many times have you heard it? That's the narrative, that healthcare is a right, and it's not. It's a service, and it needs to be treated like a service. And these surgeons that I called on for a decade, believe me, ladies and gentlemen, they're not doing this for your benefit, okay? These surgeons are doing it to pay for that 7 Series BMW that they're driving, and that big home that they own, and their summer home up in Michigan, and the plane that some of them own that they go fly on the weekends, okay? That's why they're cutting on you. And so it is a service, and if it were treated like that, then we would have a better service. And I'll just use this one quick anecdotal story because this is how it all got convoluted. It's because, when it's like in World War II. Okay, so in World War II, we were sending all of our guys over there to fight, and they brought in communist, socialist policies in America to go fight communism abroad. And some of those were wage controls, price controls that they put on Americans. So they put wage controls on American industry. So they could not hire Americans for over a certain amount because the government didn't want private industry in America competing with them getting soldiers to send overseas. So they said, industry, you can only pay this much. That's your cap. That's a socialist policy. But that's what they were faced with during World War II. So what did they do to encourage workers to come work for them? They offered them health insurance. So it was a government intervention, adopting a socialist policy that led to the merger of business and health insurance that we now face today. And so instead of fixing a government, getting out of the price caps, wage controls, they just further intervene, which causes business and government to create all this around us that we have to navigate through that costs us a fortune. And we pay for it. Like this silly road they're going to build on 231 North that charges your EV that none of us are going to drive. None of us are going to drive. And it's going to cost $1 billion. Only to benefit a few. Not any of us that live here, not any of us Hoosiers. And this is wash, rinse, and repeat. You've all seen it longer than I have in my own lifetime. This is how they do it. You guys have any questions over there at that table? Yes, sir. Paul?
So what is your plan to help the January 6th defendants?
Yeah, good question. I don't know that much about that situation legally, okay? My plan would be, what I would do if I were to get elected, I would go visit them. I would go hang out with them. I would demand that someone do something about releasing those people immediately. Except anyone that was involved in some kind of violent thing, that's it. But these people that were not there, that now are facing 30 years, they didn't even step on the ground. There were people that walked in and walked out and didn't do anything. And they're in jail or they're facing jail time. It's unbelievable, unbelievable. And we watched as like Kavanaugh or one of those Supreme Court justices was approved. And they went and beat down, it was like 3 years before COVID or before the riots. And they were at the Supreme Court beating on the door, causing mayhem. They burned down the cities, and we have a few people out there. J6, just so you know my opinion, J6 was an example of how you protest. You had a bunch of right-wing conservatives that were unhappy and had a right to be upset about it. And they went out there and showed how how Americans actually protest. No guns, no violence, very little criminality. What was most likely what happened were organizations that I used to work with in the Special Forces, like Task Force Orange. This was probably a government-initiated thing that incited, okay? There were probably more government agents on the ground there than there were Americans. Yeah. They're all over out there. They're called TF. TF Orange, TF Blue, TF Green, TF White. So my guess, so what would I do? I'd shed light on it. I would go visit them. I just saw someone got put in jail, and I'm admitting it, I didn't do it, but I was going to have my daughters write a little letter to them and send it to them in jail. I'm sure that would bring a smile to someone's face to get a letter from a young child, from a patriot. But it's a shameful. I will tell you what Jim Baird said when someone close to our campaign said, "Hey, what are you going to do about J6?" I can't remember. It wasn't a vote or something. Do you remember the specifics of it? But he said, "What can I do?" And he walked away. That was his response.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. Why am I running? Simple. The out-of-control spending, well, it's out of control, and somebody has to do something about it. Take, for example, this taxpayer-funded billboard that was strategically placed by Representative Baird in front of my Frankfort, Indiana, Jimmy John's franchise. Nice one, Jim. Now, to the untrained eye, this billboard looks exactly like a campaign ad, but it's not. It's franked mail. It's your tax dollars being used by an incumbent to remind you of all the reasons that you should go vote for them. And every day I leave work, I'm reminded exactly why I'm running for Congress. Jim Baird won't let me forget. Thanks, Jim. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Yeah, I am. Ivan Raiklan, yeah.
Solution on that?
I have not. Ivan Raiklan, by the way, he's a former Green Beret.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, he and I have talked a number of times.
There is a way of dealing with that.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I might have heard it. I just don't remember what it is.
Got to do with pressuring Mike Johnson to do it.
Yeah.
Someone with that something or step down.
Yeah. At this point, we ought to get rid of Mike Johnson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well.
Yes.
Yep.
There's only one that's wanting to, isn't it? Marjorie Taylor Greene.
There's probably more, but look, they just don't want to do these kinds of things that take a lot of work. And anyone out there that owns a small business, you know that this is what we go through. This is what you go through sometimes. I own a small business, and sometimes you go through a constantly firing to get to the right person. This is what happens. So if we have to fire some speakers to get to the right person, then that's just the way. But establishment Republicans, in fact, there's some in Morgan County that they're big in our party in Indiana down at the State House, said, I won't support Charles Bookwalter because he supported the 9 and the 20 holdouts to change the speaker. That's their problem with me. To hold the speakers accountable so that they don't do this to us. $1.2 trillion. And if Mike Johnson doesn't have the spine to stand up, then we get somebody else in there. And we keep doing it until someone else gets in there.
Christian duty not to fight against the system is kind of what he said.
that is difficult to, yes, sir. Yep.
Would you vote yes or no on term limits?
I've already been endorsed by U.S. term limits. I've signed their pledge, and they have endorsed me in my campaign. They did that last summer. So I would sign it, yes. I would adhere to it. People ask me how many. I'm looking at 6 years. If I were to get in, I would serve 3 terms, potentially 6 years. And that's probably when I walked away from the military at about 10 years. I'll walk away. I'm not going to make this a career. The only caveat I would say is, like, if by chance, I hate to be, I just made fun of someone saying 12 years, but if by chance in 3 cycles, if whatever that year that was, if we're like this close to defunding the Department of Education and the bill, like we have it and it's going to go to the floor and we got all the support for it, that might be a reason to run for one more cycle and defund at a particular agency, but you have to be a really big deal for me to keep.
But your goal would be to get it done in the first.
Yeah, right. There's already bills. There's already bills on the floor. Thomas Massey's already offered this more than once. There's people that are behind it. They just need reinforcements, everybody. And the white pill, as you leave here tonight, is like it went from 9 to 20. This bill. Republicans. It's a shame that Republicans don't have any conservative leadership. They do not have it. Republicans voted for this, but 100 Republicans voted against this bill. And that's why we should be optimistic, because there is a change that's happening. We just have to send them some more reinforcements.
What's your solution on dealing with something like that if you get in Congress?
You don't vote for it, first of all. And you're prepared. What do? You have town halls. You let the government shut down, and you come back.
Strategy going forward, though.
Line item appropriation bills.
Okay.
Single appropriation bills, where you have to vote. You can't. And even the Senate said that they should have been negotiating this stuff months ago. This bill that they signed is just the fiscal year 24 budget.
3 months.
So 3 months is what that $1.2 trillion funds. $95 billion going to Ukraine, among other money. So this is just a couple months of funding. So what do? You actually make them do their job by negotiating this stuff early on. You get back to single line appropriations. You don't let Mike Johnson suspend the 72-hour bill that it takes to read this 2,000-page bill. And so you say, no, you didn't give me the time to read it. I don't know what's in it. I'm not going to do it. Oh, and then people cry that the government's going to get it shut down. They shut us down. If they can shut us down,
why can't we shut down?
There is no question. If they can shut down the economic engine of the world, which is the American worker, then we can shut them down, no problem. No problem whatsoever. And in fact, I think they try to fear us in this shutdown, government shutdown, like it's so bad that we wouldn't be able to live life without them, because we would see in a government shutdown how little we actually need our federal government. We would see that the ATF, we don't need an ATF anymore. We don't need the Department of Education. We don't need the CIA regime changing all over the world. We actually don't need these agencies. And I think that's why they try to instill so much fear in us, so that we could never let it shut down for fear that it would be proven that we actually don't need these agencies running our lives. And so that's what you have to be prepared. And that's why we do these town halls. I do a town hall every single Thursday, and I do town halls live. And if I won, I've already told people I'm not living in D.C. We're doing this. Why? Because I'm going to have to come to, because I'm going to have to come here and tell you exactly why I voted to shut down the government, why I voted to defund the Department of Education, why I'm not supporting another $14 billion to Israel, why I'm not signing off on a $300 billion to Ukraine, or whatever it may be, okay? Because we can't even solve the problems in our own backyard. We don't even know what's going on in our own schools. You don't know what's going on in corporate America, and yet Americans think that we can solve the issues between Russia and Ukraine. It's ridiculous. A 4,000-year war between Israel and Palestinian Jews and Christians, and America thinks that they can just send some bombs over to kill people and that's going to solve the issue. It's ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous. And we have to have someone that's going to stand up against it, but then come back and tell everybody, like, hey, I'll take all your questions, but this is why.
This is why I voted this way. This is why we're doing this, because you guys sent me here to go do this for a reason.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
My name is Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. In the average campaign commercial, the announcer, backed by patriotic music, would inform you I'm a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient. Or you'd be told how my opponent, Jim Baird, voted to send billions to Ukraine, or that he authored the bill to bring carbon sequestration plants and Joe Biden's Green New Deal to Indiana. But this isn't that kind of ad. I just want to let you know, for the first time in 6 years, you have a choice in the Republican primary. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I humbly ask for your vote on May 7th. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for being here today, in Jesus' name. So I've got a lot to say today and very little time to do it. So I encourage you, if you like something you hear, to clap. But not only just to let them out here hear your enthusiasm, but also because it'll buy me a little bit more time and John won't pull me off the stage. So you are what it takes to get the change that we want. And what do we want? We want our state and our elected Republicans to stop aligning with the Biden administration's Green New Deal energy scam. That's right. That's right. And we want the IEDC defunded. That's what we want. The state of Indiana, under Republican leadership, has adopted and integrated the Biden administration's Green New Deal into official state energy policy, and that needs to be undone. And some of you know what I'm talking about, because you've been to the meetings in Jasper County and White County and Benton County and Newton County, or last night where we were in Putnam County fighting this. And you probably know that one of the biggest oil companies in the world, BP, is getting $98 million grant from the U.S. Department of Energy to build a carbon sequestration project from their refinery in Whiting to lay a massive network of pipes down through several of our counties. Pipes carrying a carbon dioxide sludge that will be stored thousands of feet underground in our fertile Indiana soil. And if you've been to meetings in Warren County, then you know that there's a company called Tenaska that's planning a major carbon sequestration project that will cover 15 miles above ground and 5,000 acres below ground per well. And Tenaska has targeted most of central Indiana for more projects like these without the people in Indiana even being asked if this is what we want or not. And then there's solar. Governor Holcomb says it's great to have all these foreign companies investing in Indiana. Well, they're not really investing at all. They come here to exploit us, to take our natural resources, and when things fail, we're left holding the bag. And is it really investing that they're doing when they're so heavily subsidized with our money? They would still be small cap companies walking door to door selling panels for your home if it weren't for our federal taxpayer dollars. Not billion-dollar companies. With the help of the IEDC, a foreign company is now building the largest solar farm in the United States in Pulaski County. A solar farm made up of millions of solar panels that will cover an area the size of Manhattan. Thomas Jefferson said that all authority rests with us, the people, all authority. It doesn't belong to radical activists in our federal agencies or in this state house. It doesn't belong to multinational companies like BP, and it doesn't belong to our elected representatives. It belongs to us. The authority rests with us, and we have to let our legislators know this today. And we have to let them know that we need them to stand against the Biden administration's Green New Deal energy scam, and we need them to shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. What do we need them to do? Shut it down. What do we need them to do? Shut it down. That's right. That's right, Hoosiers. That's what we need. Many of you know that I'm running for Congress in the 4th Congressional District, and this has become a major issue for me because the LEAP project is happening in my home county, Boone County. And this is a massive industrial development that no one, save those politically connected, want, and is being driven in part by billions of dollars in federal grants by the CHIPS Act and your tax dollars through the IEDC. When I'm elected to Congress, I will work to shut it all down. This risk to our state is enormous. We've all heard the question, what happens in 50 years when the pipes break or degrade? What happens when that toxic sludge leaks into the aquifer and poisons the water for generations? And this is why it has to all stop before it's too late. And it's all based on a lie. It's based on the lie that human civilization is destroying the earth, that humans are causing too much carbon dioxide to be released in the air, which is causing a global warming catastrophe. It's a scam. But if you look into it, you know, like has been referenced before, that this is coming out of the World Economic Forum. And it's part of a malevolent plan to depopulate the earth. Not because people are a problem, it's because globalists hate humanity. They hate God and they hate us. And the IEDC's plan for Indiana mirrors that of the WEF's plan for the world. Go look it up. Their net zero emissions push, which the Biden administration has officially adopted and our state has signed in onto, that what they're pushing can only destroy humanity as we know it. And I'll wrap this up, John, as quickly as I can, but it seems everyone's excited to hear the last few words that I have to say. Our representatives either don't understand this or they are complicit in this.
Yes!
Representative Jim Baird, the congressman for the 4th Congressional District, is actually spearheading this. He sponsored a bill 4824 last August to push the carbon sequestration issue even further than the Biden administration has already taken it, and give millions of dollars to the Department of Energy to push projects injecting carbon into the U.S. farmland. Now, he may say it's just for research, but I want to remind you that this is exactly how all these big government agencies get started in the first place. And if you've listened to John Schrock's presentation, that he gives a good and clear assessment of how the Clean Air Act went from research and advise to have full administrative law authority. And when does an administration not come to the conclusion of what they're researching? The USDA website already states, quote, clean energy deployment is key to domestic energy security, addressing climate change, and rural economic development. In the circles of the managerial class, this stuff is a fait accompli, meaning it's a done deal. Now, they're being disingenuous, misleading, or both. And if history tells us anything, we're going to have a carbon sequestration czar in 10 years with a multi-trillion-dollar budget that they will use against us. Mark my words about that. And why is he doing it? He's doing it because the money became made available and wealthy interests and lobbyists are asking him to do it so they can reap tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in federal grants. It is the definition of elite capture. So today, go and tell your state representatives to shut down the Green New Deal energy scam in this state and to stop carbon sequestration and these disastrous wind turbine programs and solar projects. Tell them to shut it down, to abolish the IEDC, which is involved in way too much of this, and is a rogue agency using our taxpayer dollars to benefit a few wealthy individuals. And when you get home today, call Representative Jim Baird's office in Washington and tell him you don't want carbon sequestration, not underground wells, and not anything pumped into our farmland. Nowhere. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Thank you. Thank you. I want to say one more thing, everybody. I want to say one more thing. It's great to have a piece of legislation that's going to stop foreign countries from coming in. And it is, okay, but hear me out here. That's great. But we have the IEDC and our federal government, which these people, these legislators, funded the IEDC. They're buying our land from right here. Our fight is with our state and with our federal government before we can go fight foreign countries. So we've got to stop that right here. Right here. The fight is with these people that have funded the IEDC for the last 10 years. Thank you very much for your time.
Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. What does Chip Roy think about Jim Baird's yes vote for Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill?
Any Republican who votes for this bill should be ashamed of themselves.
Jim Baird should be ashamed, and we should be disgusted.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
But at least Baird voted to protect the border, right?
If you care about the border, you're getting nothing here.
On May 7th, vote no to big government Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Jim Baird recently claimed the Bookwalter for Congress grassroots campaign to unseat Baird is a political weapon of the swamp and that Charles Bookwalter is a rhino. Really? Well, let's just see who really owns who. On the left are the top donors of the Jim Baird campaign. On the right, we have the top donors of the Bookwalter campaign. What do you notice? Baird is right. Charles Bookwalter is owned by the people of the 4th District. And who owns Jim Baird? The swamp. The swamp owns Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Hello, Greencastle, Putnam County, and the surrounding areas. My name is Vince Aguirre, and while I'm involved in a lot of different things in our community, today the hat I'm wearing is a Greencastle resident interested in learning more about political candidates. Today I have with me Charles Bookwalter, who's running in the Republican primary for the Indiana 4th Congressional District to represent our district in the U.S. Congress. Charles, thanks for being here today.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's an honor to be here, a pleasure.
I think it's really important for people to see all the candidates and for all the candidates to have a platform. I've invited every candidate in this race on both sides. You're the third interview I've done. I think it's really important. I'm not here to question your ideas or debate you. I'm here to learn your perspective and allow other people to learn them. And we may agree on some things, we may not, but my goal is to not express any.
Oh man, I was going to look for body language. You see, that hurt a little bit.
I'm human. I'll try. But I think as you and I we met briefly last summer, had a very short opportunity to talk, and I've appreciated talking to you as a person, and excited to learn more about you as a candidate.
Well, thanks for giving me this platform to meet people of Putnam County.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And what are we? 5 days out from early voting? 6 days out from the time we're recording this?
Yeah, which is a whole other issue. We should talk about that too.
Not a
how that benefits incumbents.
I'd love to hear your perspective.
Yeah.
But yeah, so why don't we get started by a little background about you and your life as far back as you're willing to go. We'll get to the politics at some point, but I want to learn more about you as a person and your life experiences.
Okay. So I grew up in Vermilion County, Indiana, which is about 35 to 40 minutes north of here, a little northwest, right on the border of Illinois. Typical Hoosier upbringing, played sports and enjoyed life. And I lived with my parents who are still both alive and married and very supportive of all their children. I have 2 brothers and a sister. We all still live here in Indiana. I graduated from North Vermilion High School, and I ended up going to Indiana University, and I graduated from Indiana University. I should say that I was an all-state football player at North Vermilion High School, which got me a scholarship to play at St. Joe College in Rensselaer, Indiana. I bring that up because that's also in the district in Jasper County. And I did 1 year there and realized that that wasn't the experience I was looking for. And college football is way different than high school football, even in a smaller school like that. So different. I ended up graduating from Indiana University. That required me to do an internship, which I did at the Pentagon in 2000. I was in the Indiana National Guard at that time. That 9/11 was very impactful in my life. I worked in the E-ring that got hit by the airplane or torpedo, depending on the conspiracy theory of what hit the Pentagon. But if it was hit by an airplane, it was the airplane. And the public affairs office was actually hit. So I knew people that were in there. So it was very concerning to me. That shaped my life, made me want to go serve. In 2006, after doing a few years working in sales, after graduating from Indiana University, I was able to get into the Army Special Forces in a direct pipeline where I went in as an enlisted guy. It took me 3 years to earn the Green Beret because I was a medic, which took a year, and I had Chinese as a language, which was 6 months. So it was a year and a half of that training. In 2009, I graduated from the Army Special Forces School, went out to Fort Lewis, Washington with 1st Special Forces Group as a medic, and I immediately deployed to Afghanistan. That was one deployment. Returned home, did a bunch of schools, then deployed again to Philippines. And then in a 2012 timeframe, my wife was like, hey, this is a lot. We've been doing this nonstop for a number of years. And I never intended to make the military a career. So we came back home, moved back to Indianapolis, and I leveraged that job that I had as a medic in the military, in the Special Forces, into medical device sales, which ultimately landed a job with Intuitive Surgical, which is the manufacturer of the Da Vinci robot. So my job from whatever years those were, 2014, when I relocated to Boone County, to 2021, was in the operating room, working with surgeons on how to use the Da Vinci robot, how to convert surgeons from laparoscopic surgery to robotic surgery, work with every single level of the hospital on acquiring a robot and using robot and implementing robotics into your hospital. That's a great job. It gave me the financial opportunity to invest in some commercial real estate, which I did in Clinton County, Indiana, and I purchased a Jimmy John's fast casual restaurant as the anchor store. I say all that to tell you because when COVID occurred, that's like the 2 worst places that you could be. In healthcare, in the operating room, as your primary means of income, and owning a fast casual restaurant, commercial real estate, where they're trying to lock everything down. So COVID completely flipped my life, like many people, turned my life upside down. And that's what got me involved into politics. I ultimately resigned my job and my career because I didn't want to get jabbed. I was 42 or something at the time, 45, and I was healthy and I was looking at it and I know medicine and I'm like, hey, this isn't for me. This isn't, just the things that I look at aren't adding up for me. I was in the operating room. I saw what was the reality of what was going on in these operating rooms. And here's an anecdotal story. People always like, hospitals were overwhelmed, all that. That wasn't true. They weren't overwhelmed because COVID patients come in. They were overwhelmed because of the policies that were enacted due to COVID. So nurses that cared about medicine and about their job, they stayed there and worked. Nurses that didn't care were the same ones that came in, because a lot of people don't remember this. If you walked by
somebody in the street that had a dog that had symptoms of COVID, you could take 10 days off of paid vacation. Do you remember that?
I don't, but
yeah,
I'll take your word.
Yeah. So I was in the operating rooms and these nurses were overworked and stressed out because the hospital policy was that if you were 100 feet from a cousin that had a runny nose, then you could go to someone, because all the fear, remember the fear of COVID, that you could go to a
I
nurse.
do remember contact tracing and family events.
That's it.
Yeah.
And then you got 10 days off. So that's why hospitals were overwhelmed, is because so many people were taking advantage of the overreaction to COVID. Same thing happened in my Jimmy John's. People would quit, or they would just say, I'm not coming to work today. And they would leverage against me. Like, what do you mean you can't come? I got no one coming to work. I need you to come to work. Oh, I might have COVID. Do you want everyone in Frankfurt to know that COVID is going through our store? I'm like, So they would use it against employers. People wouldn't show up to work. They would say, I need 10 days off. And they would just go home for 10 days and then show up like, I'm ready to work again. Very difficult time. And so that is really what kind of got me involved in politics, as I looked around wondering what is going on. We live in a Republican state with a Republican supermajority, and our Republicans are locking us down. Our Republicans are making mandates with misdemeanors attached to them, which Governor Holcomb did. No Republican is standing up for us. My congressman should be in front of businesses' doors saying, you cannot shut these people down. You do not have to comply with these mandates. It's just a mandate. It's not law. Do not comply. And if I was representative, that's what I would have been saying. Do not comply. Because I lived it in my own life. I stood up against the mandates. I resigned my job, my career. When the health department called me and complained that because I wasn't masking my employees, I told them, I don't care what they say. I am not going to mask my employees. I'm not going to separate my chairs. I'm not going to put the stickers down. If you don't want to come in here because you feel unsafe, then don't go to Jimmy John's. Use the drive-through. If you don't like our policies, then go eat at Arnie's or another sandwich shop. Because I was assessing what was around me, and what I was assessing was not the narrative that was coming out of the official narrative coming out of both the parties, the uniparty system. So that's where I am. That's why I am right here. So that's my background of my life. I did about 10 years in the Army Special Forces, 2 combat deployments. I earned a Bronze Star for meritorious service, and just did a lot of trainings and schools and stuff like that.
Yeah. Thank you for your service. Appreciate that. Do you speak any Chinese? Is that
not anymore?
Okay.
It
sure
was
that's
enough to get by.
fresh.
Right. Yeah. It's a perishable skill. Even like Spanish, which I have learned pretty well. It's a perishable skill and requires a lot of.
Probably a little easier to speak Spanish around here these days. I took Japanese in college, and within a year I didn't have anyone to talk to, so I don't remember any Japanese.
That's right.
So
and the etymology of Spanish being Latin and some Germanic, you can always hear a little bit of it. You never hear Mandarin.
Yeah, never. Never. That's fair. That's fair. Clearly, your life's taking you on this journey, and these experiences have made you passionate to run. When was the moment you knew you had to run for Congress?
I appreciate the question. It allows me to talk a little bit about my faith. I can only say that it was like the same anguishing and painful prayer that Jacob had before he had the name change into Israel. It was just a lot of prayer. It was like a lot of introspection and prayer. Lord, is this what you want me to do in my life? Not my will be done, but your will be done. I had always been interested in politics. At Indiana University, my degree was in political science and legal studies. A student of history. I never watched TV. My parents didn't raise us on TV. We couldn't watch TV during the week. So I have a vast library at home. I've always collected books and read books. It's what my family, we do in our off times. Very familiar with history, philosophy, political philosophy, economic philosophy, theology. And so it's always interested me. And so again, when my life was turned upside down, knowing what our system of government was set up to be versus what we have now, and being a guy that raised my hand and said, I will protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, I take that seriously. I take that oath very seriously. I take the Constitution very seriously. I take my faith very seriously. And after COVID, when I'm looking around and seeing what a cataclysmic failure it was, that's when these prayers started. That's when this asking God, is this what you want me to do with my life? Should I focus on this? Should I get involved and engaged in politics? Is where the answer became clear to me. But it really was just because I was looking around and noticed or thought to myself, knowing history, knowing human history, histories of governments, of where there's always an empire that falls and a revolution that occurs, and this cycle that continues to happen throughout human history. I thought, man, this was an opportunity for our conservative elected representatives, not just in America, but in Indiana, to go down in history of some of the greatest defenders of liberty and prosperity and individual rights that we've ever had in our lifetime. If we could have watched that happen, they would have gone down in history books, been written about as the people that stood up when the people needed them. And now, as you see the after effects of COVID, now that we look back on it in hindsight, you look back, well, yeah, the few people now that are held up are the people that stood. Joe Rogan, for example, who stood up a little bit against it, or Jordan Peterson, or Malone, Dr. Malone, or McCullough. Some of these people that actually had a spine that stood up against, they're the people that we revere now. And our politicians failed us, which only goes to show that they're not, a lot of them, most of them, are not philosophically sound. They're not in it because they believe in the Constitution or limited government or the things that are so important that Hoosiers believe in, these values that we believe in it. It's self-aggrandizement. It's self-dealing. It is how to promote themselves, their friends, the party over the people, the philosophy and the ideas that are so important to Americans from our founding to where we are.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Why did Jim Baird suddenly flip-flop on his support for Ukraine funding? One day he's for it, the next he's not. For the record, between 2022 and 2023, Jim Baird voted on 3 separate occasions to give a total of $90 billion to the Ukrainian war machine. He even received an A rating for his unwavering support. But now Baird says he's against funding Ukraine. What changed? Charles Bookwalter. Charles Bookwalter is a true constitutional conservative who's ready to serve and vote the will of the people of the Fourth. That's what changed.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
That's fair. That's fair. So really, on top of those life experiences and your oath to the Constitution, it feels like to me that COVID was really the driving point for you to enough is enough, and that's when you decided.
Yeah, because they all failed us.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
They all fail. Even parties in politics, so even like libertarians that talk about limited government, laissez-faire, they failed too. They were horrible across the board. So it takes people that truly believe in these fundamental principles of limited government, of transparency, of the 10th Amendment, of laissez-faire markets and free markets. None of these systems are perfect, but this is the best system that we have for the most people, and that America is so far from. And when I go out knocking on doors and talking to people, they all agree. They all say the same thing. We have lost control of our country. It's the biggest problem with America right now, and the long-term problem, or the long-term greatest threat to the nation is apathy. Apathy in a system that requires people to be involved in our government to make it work the way it's supposed to work. And as soon as we give up all those rights and responsibilities, or government usurps them, which has happened, they create a managerial class of people, a ruling class of people that only get involved so that they can have power and influence and money and rule over the rest of us. And our government was never set up to be that way. It's the best system that protects the most amount of people. And we're so far from that. It is very concerning. And if you look around, you can see the unraveling of America occurring. America looks nothing like the America that you grew up in or that I grew up in. And I don't think it's better off. I think it's worse off. And we need to do something about it.
So I'm really curious, you and I have spoken before the recording about, in recent history, the Republican primary for this seat is the decision maker. I don't know the last time there was a Democrat in this seat, maybe 30 years ago, I'm not sure. Assuming the early voting starts in a couple days and we get past that day, and assuming in November you are our congressman, you sound really passionate about how do you want to differ from other politicians, not just our congressman, but anyone, in really giving the power to the people.
Okay, thank you for that question.
Yeah.
That's a good one. It's just phrased a little bit differently than sometimes the little other questions I get. What would be my legislative agenda? Or what would be the first thing I do? Or things like that. This is phrased a little bit differently and allows you to focus on what would it look like if Charles Bookwalter were a congressman. I often say that I don't have a legislative agenda. We need representatives, not legislators. This is the U.S. House of Representatives, not the U.S. House of Legislators. And unfortunately, where we are today, in the system where we are today, that's what we get so much of. We get so much of politicians saying, I'm running so that I can do, they have their own agenda. There's something important to them in their life that they want to get into power so they can make a law to help out whatever part of their life or whatever it is. And I think that's a wrong way of looking at this. We need to represent our districts to Washington, D.C., not go to Washington, D.C., get corrupted by all the lobbyists, the money, the power, and the influence that occurs, and then come back to the district and represent Washington, D.C. to the district. And that's what happens. That's what's happening across the board in America and in Indiana, where there's issues that are so important to Hoosiers in the 4th Congressional District: election integrity, medical liberty, carbon sequestration, and Green New Deal energy policies. All these things that Hoosiers don't want and don't like in our district, but are being forced on us by policies that occur in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. takes our money. They create all this infrastructure and agencies and administrative authority and bureaucracies. And then politicians get elected and they go there and they try to bring all that money back to their district. And it comes with strings attached. And one of the greatest examples is what Congressman Baird has sponsored, the primary sponsor of the House Resolution 4824, which is the Carbon Sequestration Collaboration Act, which gives more money and more authority to the Department of Energy of researching terrestrial carbon sequestration, pulling CO2 out of the air and building a 3,000-foot pipeline underneath, 3,000 feet underground, and pumping this toxic sludge through our aquifers, through everything underground to store CO2. It's anti-God, it's just anti-natural, it's just like the craziest energy scheme that I've ever seen. And we have Indiana Republicans that go to DC, they vote against the Inflation Reduction Act that makes this all possible. And then when it passes by Democrats, they bring that money to Indiana through these new policies like Baird is primary sponsor, the Carbon Sequestration Collaboration Act. It's just to get access to this money. So yeah, I think that we need more representation, less legislation. And we also need to have representatives that don't live in D.C., that don't become socialites in D.C., but stay within their district. That's something I've also promised to the people of my district. I will not relocate to Washington, D.C. I will come back. I am going to be costly in that regard. I am going to spend the money in that regard, flying back and forth or driving back and forth to Washington, D.C. But I intend to be here. I intend to be among the people and do the bidding and the will of the people. Right now, Vince, I've done 50 town halls at least. I do town halls all over the district and take questions across the gamut. Whatever question, I'll answer that question. And I do a live town hall. I've committed that if we win, I will continue to do those live town halls from Washington, D.C. They probably won't be every Thursday.
Right.
But they would be 1 or 2 times a month.
Yeah.
Where I can stay connected to the people in the district, take their questions, answer their questions, and stay close to the people. Now, my opponent, the incumbent, the congressman, isn't going to do this interview. There's debates that are set up. He's not going to show up for the debate. There's forums set up. They're not going to. That's what the incumbent should be doing. That's the farthest thing from staying from the people. These incumbents and representatives now say, you want to get in touch with me? Call my DC office. Have you ever called the DC office? You know what the process is. Either they don't answer, or you get some intern, 18 years old. You never get a response. You know that you don't feel like your question is getting addressed. We would do that completely different. We would bring that office back to the people. We would have 3 or 4 offices here. We would still hold town halls. We would go to these offices and we'd meet people on a regular basis. And I know that's a tough schedule to keep, and it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of effort. That's why you need young, energetic, concerned, and dedicated people in these offices. Recently saw an article, and I think it was by Ron Paul, that talked about this, about the idea, the fact that there's so many septuagenarians and octogenarians in Washington, D.C. for the first time in the history of government. It's never been that way. Madison wrote the Constitution when he was 23, I think. Yeah. And in the history of mankind, it's always been. And the older they go in, and the younger come in. And in this epoch in our time, we're being ruled by a class of people that have accumulated so much wealth and power. It's never been seen before in the history of mankind. And we're seeing it right now in the United States. So far from our founding.
I spoke with another candidate in one of these interviews and shared an anecdotal story of what I'm seeing anecdotally is the people I talk to out in our community. I don't know about the whole 4th congressional district, but the older they are, the more they want younger people, which is counterintuitive to what I would assume. I would expect someone older would think they're more experienced and want someone older and more experienced. But the older people I speak to, retirement age and above, want younger people. And I find that a really interesting dynamic.
I've heard the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm almost reluctant sometimes to say, they're like, who's a congressman? I tell them, and I'll tell them this is his 4th term, he'll be 80 years old. And they're like, 80 years old. And it happened yesterday when I was outdoor knocking. And the guy's like, I'm 78. I'm like, would you run for Congress? No way would I do that. So I found the same thing. And I was reluctant to bring it up to older people, but I find the same thing, that they're like, oh, we need younger people.
What you're a very smart guy who's thinking a lot about this. You've been running a campaign for a very long time. When you think about that day after the election, and kind of obviously if you're a candidate, you always expect to win. You don't run without expecting to win. Do you think much about what those first days in DC will be like? And if so, what concerns do you have, if any?
I do think about it a little bit, not a lot. So first of all, it's very difficult to beat an incumbent. And I'm very aware of that. And oftentimes I say, if we win, and people are like, hey, when we win, be optimistic. I'm optimistic.
Sure.
If there is a campaign that's going to beat an incumbent, it looks like ours. We've knocked on 25,000 doors.
Wow.
We've passed out almost 50,000 pieces of literature. We have a great digital presence, doing town halls all over, and we have a lot of support for having never run an election before. So I don't let my mind go there that often about what it would look like. It's similar in Ranger School. When you go to Ranger School or an SF, you never buy the long tab that says Special Forces. You never buy the tab that says Ranger until you graduate. It's like almost like it's bad. You don't even think about that. Similarly in the military, I use this analogy a lot. When you're at the range, you got a 50-meter target, a 100-meter target, 300-meter target. You focus on that 50. And then when you clear the 50, then you work on the 100 and so on and so forth. So I'm always trying to make sure I'm focusing on the 25-meter target, which is the goal at hand, and then always looking at the 300-meter, but really focusing on these targets. And that 300-meter target is the election you referred to. And what would it look like? I would immediately, again, being a freshman, I would immediately reach out to the people that I align with. That would be the House Freedom Caucus right now. That would be Congressman Good or Congressman Eli Crane, who I've got a little bit of a relationship with, who is in the Freedom Caucus, House Freedom Caucus. And I would say, how can I work with you
and help you. And it aligns with what I was saying about being a representative, not a legislator. I don't intend, Vince, to go there and spend 8 hours a day trying to come up with legislation and rethink the wheel, reinvent the wheel, or whatever. I would go work with people that are already there working on these very important issues and fighting these important fights. Like Thomas Massey, for example, who always implements or tries to pass or promotes bill defunding the Department of Education. That's a top priority for me. I think the federal government should be completely out of education. That money should be given back to parents and people where we are more invested in our state. We have more control over education in our state and our local communities, right? The federal government gets all that money, they wash it, they give it back with strings attached, pennies on the dollar, as this bureaucracy in DC grows and grows and grows. So I would go out there and go work with people using my skill set and my ability to work hard to help further these bills that need to be addressed right now. Another one would be the legal immunity that vaccine manufacturers have, that no other industry has. And now if it requires a law, but getting that out of the National Childhood Immunization Act, or somehow striking that, but we need to work on that. Pharma companies need to get rid of that liability, that legal immunity that they have. And so that's what it would look like. It would be reaching out to those people. And then you said, what the concerns do I have? The concerns are the booby traps that are set in Washington, D.C. For people that go there.
Sure.
And we all know about it because representatives have already talked about it. I've talked to congressmen, they say that such and such said all these things when they ran and then they got elected and they came out here. And as soon as the lobbyists got a hold of them, as soon as the leadership got a hold of them, they changed their tune. We can't allow that to happen. And that is the biggest, that's something that concerns what I pray a lot about, is maintaining that humility, being humble and a reachable person in that position, because it's a very important position and a high level position. But doing what I've talked about is the most difficult thing to do, the most difficult thing about that job, which is having a spine, which is being able to stand up to leadership and not do things just because they say we need to pass this because we need these billions of dollars to go to Ukraine or whatever. You have to be able to say no, and then you have to be able to come back to your constituency and say, everyone, the reason I did this is why you elected me. This is what you wanted, and I'm delivering on it. And it's very difficult, all that pressure that I'm receiving. So those are a few of the concerns I have, is being honest about the reality of the situation out there, which is corrupt and is a massive power, influence, and wealth that human beings have to protect themselves against when they go out there and be a part of that system.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
My name is Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. In the average campaign commercial, the announcer, backed by patriotic music, would inform you I'm a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient. Or you'd be told how my opponent, Jim Baird, voted to send billions to Ukraine, or that he authored the bill to bring carbon sequestration plants and Joe Biden's Green New Deal to Indiana. But this isn't that kind of ad. I just want to let you know, for the first time in 6 years, you have a choice in the Republican primary. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I humbly ask for your vote on May 7th. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Has anything, as you're door knocking, that's an impressive amount of doors, although you haven't knocked on my door yet, so I feel a little left out.
We don't have a huge presence in Putnam County, and we're gonna have to shift.
We don't have to get into it, but I know the Republican Indiana primary system is something that you may not be a fan of.
For the reason you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to elaborate? I don't want to go there if you don't want to go there. But
Anderson v. Celebres, which is the flagship case on this, the Supreme Court case, says that issues are so important and they change so quickly. And a political candidate, is a rallying point for these issues that are so important to people that can be changed on a dime. And COVID proved that. There's issues like vaccine mandates that are one issue. There's issues like right now, the Stop the Water Steal up, and it's another good example in Boone County and Tippecanoe County, where people are going to come out and they're probably going to vote on that single issue, that one thing. And people will switch parties because of that one issue. And now we've said in Indiana, can't do that. You cannot even switch parties. So that means if the Republican Party said that we believe in conscription again, and we are going to conscript all men 18 and send them over to Ukraine to die because everyone's dying over there. As a combat veteran that is not in support of these wars and interventions all over, I call myself an anti-war candidate. That might make me rethink my affiliation with the Republican Party, right? That's an issue that can be, abortion is a single issue. But in Indiana now, you can't choose. So you are in jeopardy now, and the Democrats aren't as strict on this, but you're in jeopardy now if someone looks back and says you got a Republican vote because it was an important vote on that issue and you had to come over and vote in the Republican Party for that because it was such an important issue and you aligned with that, and then something changes 2 years later, you can't run now as a Democrat or as a Republican because you have two. So there's now essentially a 6-year waiting, or in that case it would be 4-year for you to get involved, engage, and run for office, even as a precinct committeeman. And now they're trying to get it changed to school board member. So there is no office that you can run for or have any impact in unless you have voted in 2 primaries with that party consecutively. They have to be consecutive votes. They could be spread out, but they have to be consecutive. And I think that's horrifying. That is completely wrong. If Hoosiers were serious about fixing this issue, you close the primary. That's what you do. It's a pretty simple fix. A lot of states have done it. You close the primary. You have to register a year in advance so people can't go back and forth voting in different primaries.
Is that your preference rather than the California primary where everyone's on one ballot and top?
I'd have to look at it. I
don't really know where I stand on that, but
I don't know either.
I just learned recently about their primary system, and basically all candidates from all parties are on there, and if it was a head-to-head matchup, the top 2 primary winners go head-to-head.
Now that I've studied this so much, I've read all the I've read all the briefs. I've been in all the cases, most of them, myself and John Russ' case. I understand that there's some value in having the party have some protection within the party. And so in California, you would just have all the same people choosing the 2 candidates for both parties. That concerns me a little bit too. So you could have one leftist saying, I want we already talked about how the Republican Party is full of conservatives and liberals. So one leftist in California could choose the most leftist Democrat and the most leftist Republican and shift the Overton window.
That's fair.
I like the idea of closed primaries where you can't, that's party rating. That's the idea of party rating. And the Republican Party said they don't want party rating. That's fine. But the 2 primary rule doesn't solve that. Closing the primaries solves party rating.
I want to go a step back. And I was mentioning you're knocking on all these doors, you're hearing from people. I assume even within just Republican primary voters' doors, you're still getting a variety of perspectives. Has anything surprised you that you've heard while talking to people in the...
No, not really. The biggest issues are the border, inflation, and green energy policies is really big. The most recent one, now that we're knocking on doors, and Congressman Baird has voted for that minibus bill, which is terribly offensive, all this stuff in that bill, and I usually carry around that bill. Democrats are happy with that bill, if that tells you anything. It's a big win for Democrats with that bill. A lot of social spending in that bill. That's a big one for people now. As we talked, did you know Congressman Baird voted for the $1.2 trillion minibus bill? Oh, geez, not again. So that's a big concern. Any surprises? No, not really. A lot of people, one of their first questions is, where do you stand on Donald Trump?
I can see that.
Yeah, he's just he is a very divisive political candidate. And I think that's because of the narrative that's gone on around him by his haters. I just tell them 2 things. My candidacy is not about President Trump. It's about representing the people of the 4th Congressional District, first of all. And second of all, Donald Trump is going to be our nominee, and I'm going to support him. So you should too, right? Like, you can't hang your whole hat on and not support a Republican like me because you don't like Donald Trump. And frankly, I don't know that much about Donald J. Trump. There's so much psychological warfare that's going on about him and about that guy, about things that he said, which they've edited to change and make it seem it's one thing and it's really not. So I'm not sure. All I know is it doesn't matter if it's Donald Trump or if it's Joe Biden or if it's anybody else. They need a strong Congress and strong congressmen in there that aren't just yes men for the party at that point. There were times during COVID when we needed a strong Republican Congress to say no to President Trump about some things. The CARES Act, the stimulus bills, the vaccine, those were all things where we needed strong conservative congressmen to speak up against it. We don't have very many doing that. And we need more, particularly from districts like ours.
Do you see anything, if Joe Biden's president and you are the congressman, anything you can align on, can work together on? Is there anything, I told you earlier, I'm a political optimist. I like to think that outside of all the negativity and psychological warfare and the evil things happening in politics, there's some good stuff in there where we can be human and see eye to eye. Is there anything you think, I know it's putting you on the spot and it's not my intention, but
unfortunately, I don't. And the only reason is because I feel that the Democrat Party now is just full of socialist Democrats. And after Obama, the few things that Democrats were good on, they've now failed on. Like war is a big one. There was, remember Code Pink?
Remind me.
Code Pink was anti-war Democrats that were against George Bush. They would protest against George Bush. And after 2012, when I got out of war, when I had my experiences in war, and I started rethinking my positions on war and interventionism abroad, I started looking at the Democrat Party and how Code Pink was anti-war until Obama got elected, and then he just continued bombing people all over. And how it's this tribalism is, look, we don't want war when George Bush is president. When Obama's president, you can bomb whoever you want. Oh, guys, that's a problem. And so the Democrats, where I think that I would align with them on perhaps something like war, they're gone too. Now, every politician at the Uniparty is fully on board with wars abroad all the time, forever wars, intervening all over the place at all times. And right now, NATO forces have been reported that they're in Ukraine now. NATO, Germany, France, NATO forces. That means, and already special operations forces are in Ukraine, U.S. military special operations forces, but that means more potentially having American men and women on the ground in Ukraine, and it should be very frightening to everybody, or troops on the ground in Iran or whatever. Democrats used to be good on that bill, on that issue, and they're not. And I don't even know where Democrats stand on things like, oh, here's another one, because I get asked this a lot, and I don't mind talking about controversial issues. But I think, for example, cannabis should be recreational, right? I don't think it should be illegal for that. I think it should be studied. Indiana tried to legalize hemp, and I knew farmers that were in my area that were growing hemp, my neighbors who were growing hemp. They were telling me about all these opportunities you can have, hemp, concrete. I opened, I'm like, wow, you can do so many things with this. That failed. We don't have that in Indiana when they tried to push it. All that crop, it went to feed animals or it was destroyed because all the regulation didn't allow to keep up with processing all that. And there's so much could be studied with cannabis for health issues. I know children are being treated with seizures and all this. I don't know where Democrats stand because Democrats now are like, we need to legalize it and tax it. Like, that is just, I would never support legalizing cannabis and taxing it. They already have all of our money. They already have too much of our money that they weaponize against us. You legalize cannabis, you give the state of Indiana $1 billion. They're not gonna cut taxes. They're not gonna cut the income tax. They're not gonna cut the property tax. They're gonna take that money and they're gonna put cameras on street signs. They're gonna give license plate readers to all the police officers. They're gonna build the network that they use to oppress us. So I would not support that issue. And Democrats are wrong on that issue too. Instead of having, that's why I've said that the reason that I have the positions that I have is because I think Christian, conservative, constitutionalist positions allow for the umbrella for everyone that wants to live their life under it. And Democrats and mainstream Republicans, and I'm speaking broadly, and I probably shouldn't speak so broad, not all Democrats and not all Republicans, but typically the narrative is that you have to do this our way for the common good of all, or it's not going to work. And I think that's wrong. It's completely wrong. It's not for the good of all people. But in a system that would be like we used to have, like the founding of the nation. The founding of the nation, which was arguably more Christian, more conservative, and more closely aligned with the Constitution, allowed for this great system, this great petri dish of government that we had, where anyone could come in and they could look, and they could make a living, create wealth, become anything that you wanted to be. That's because it was free to do that. It's no longer free to do that. There's so many restrictions, so many regulations, so many requirements. We had cannabis back when they founded they were growing hemp. George Washington was growing hemp. We had alcohol, tobacco, and firearms during the founding of the nation. There's no ATF in the Constitution. We had all these vices and things. And our Christian, constitutional, conservative forefathers never thought that it was for them to legislate this morality. They said that we have inalienable rights to life, liberty, and property, and government is established only to protect those. That's it. Just to protect them and let people live freely. And I think that is a much better system that provided much better opportunities to get out of poverty and to create a system that we have of freedom and wealth and prosperity, which I see unraveling around us right now because of the managerial class. It's so far away from our founding principles, and they call themselves Republicans and conservatives.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Here's what the people of the Fourth are saying about Charles Bookwalter.
Hadn't heard of this guy before, and Charles, and I thought I'm always interested in trying to find a new conservative candidate to support and get more involved in politics. We have to stand up. The men have to stand up. Where are the men in the country to stand up for this? We have to be the watchmen on the walls. We need to close the border immediately. Nobody comes across. I mean, we've got open places where they can come across.
If you live in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, you have a choice for Congress this primary. Charles Bookwalter. Visit bookwalterforcongress.com to learn more.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
We talked earlier about kind of the political spectrum and how there are so many different places you can land on that, right? And the single issues can bring people to one side where they may not agree with most things on that side, but that issue is the most important thing for them, or it's complex being a human and caring about politics.
Yeah, that's right. It is complex. And that's why humans need to really be mindful and stop themselves from thinking that if we only had a little bit more authority, a little bit more power, and a little bit more of your money, that we could solve all your issues. We can't. We're fallen. We are sinners, we're fallen, and we can't do that. And that's why the message of the founders was so important, that we have this system set up so that the government cannot infringe on these things. That's it. Anything else gets pushed back to the state. And you determine these things in your communities, in your states, and in your local authority. And churches help. There were so many. When Alexis de Tocqueville wrote Democracy in America, when he went around in the America and wrote about it, he was so amazed that there was so many associations. There was so much engagement. That was a big part of his book. He talked about how there's so many associations that people come together and have all these guilds and associations, and they work for the benefit of it, and it's no government involvement. That was that's a major point of democracy in America. And look how far we've fallen. Like, the government has usurped all these roles and responsibilities. They've taken all of our money, 55 cents out of every dollar. And now we are apathetic. Well, what do you want? I'm already giving the government all my money. It's their decision now. They make it. It's supposed to be our decisions. It's supposed to be us debating these things at local level and at state levels and at community levels, and having our churches help and the local groups come together, associations. And we don't have that. And it's led to an incredible amount of apathy where only 4, 8, 10% of people even come out and vote in a primary.
Slow.
Yeah. And it's my estimation that if we had major voter turnout in the primary in Indiana, conservatives like me would win in landslides. I think most people, normal people, common people agree on so many things. It's just that we don't go out and vote. We're too busy focusing on our family, on our work, or whatever, trying to work hard to pay our taxes and take care of our family and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, my perfect world is even if the people I'm supporting are not winning elections, as long as turnout's huge. I think that's really important, and that's one of the reasons for doing these videos. Have people get a chance to know. I've been surprised how many people, when I tell them what I'm doing, oh, there's an election coming up?
Yeah.
Oh, early voting starts next week? Oh, there's 5 candidates between the 2 parties? Like, it's interesting to me that people don't know that, and regardless of who a certain person may support or may not support, I want everyone to voice their opinion. I want people to get out there and take advantage of democracy. It's really important to me.
Yeah.
Sorry to go on my grandstand.
No, we share that common thing, and I want to, for the listeners and people learning about my campaign for the first time, you asked what would it look like, how to become close to the people if I were to win. This is such a big part of our campaign, and it's something we've been doing for the last few years. Green Berets in other parts of the world, we do what's called advise and assist. We recruit, train, and fight alongside our allies. That's what we did in Afghanistan and the Philippines. We recruit people that want to throw off the regime. We train them how to shoot, move, communicate, and then we lead them in combat. Well, we've implemented the same thing in Boone County and in the 4th Congressional District for the last few years. Recruiting people to get engaged in the process by running for precinct committeeman or delegate or county council, commissioner, or whatever. We train them by providing constitutional classes like Constitution Alive or precinct committeeman classes. This is what a precinct committeeman does. This is how you win your election. Or we also have provided classes like FACL classes, Foundation for Applied Conservative Leadership, how to run a campaign, how to door knock, how to do all these things. So that's what we've been doing for the last few years. And we have hundreds of people that are now running for precinct committeeman, running for delegate. And most of that 2 primary rule that happened this cutoff, those were a lot of our candidates that were kicked off the ballot, that were trying to engage for the first time their local office and just run for precinct committeeman. And the parties came in and said, nope, you don't have 2 primaries. They're like, come on. So those people now that are upset with the future of America, that want to engage for the first time, that are taking the risk to go out and apply and do it and learn all this, but they only have 1 primary. They just got kicked off the ballot by their own party. You can't come do this role. It's offensive. And again, it's been a big part of our campaign. Everywhere we go, this is what we talk about. Getting people engaged, recruiting them, bringing them into the fold and saying, you have to, and your job as a precinct committeeman is to go knock on all the doors in your precinct and tell them who the candidates are and why it's important to vote for you and all this stuff. And that would not change, Vince. That would not change if we were to win or this candidacy. It will continue to engage people, except this time I would have. Now, if you go to the GOP website for every county, it talks about their leadership. And at the bottom left, it says our leader, Jim Baird. If it said that and it said our leader, that's what they're saying, is that the leader within these parties, in these county parties, is that congressman. I would take that very seriously, and I would lead these parties. We would look at the good parties that are engaging people, that have people coming in, that are raising money and doing events, that are not pushing people out through 2 primary rule, kicking them off the ballot, not having any access, treating it like a little club for them and their buddies, but bringing in this average person, bringing in the average citizen. So we need you to run for precinct committeeman so we don't have to appoint them. We need to know what your issues are and your representation. So we would only encourage to build this network, this large network that we've already built in the 4th Congressional District. It's also why I'm very bullish on our campaign, is because we have so many people that are running for these offices, that are supporters, that have been brought in by me and our group and people like me that are recruiting in our area.
Yeah, I see your people everywhere. I was at a fair last year and someone representing you was next to me and I had a good chance to talk with him. So you're out there. Speaking of being out there, as we're wrapping up, dialing down the political side, which is important and why we're here, and getting back to just the human side. You're all over this very large district. People don't realize how big the 4th Congressional District is. And I've said this on all the interviews, it's going to be like a broken record, but when I drive to Chicago to see family, most of my drive is our district. And Greencastle's almost fairly center in the district.
Come on, south part of it.
Yeah, south central. I mean, it still goes down to
Morgan County.
South central.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, up there.
Yeah,
I got you.
But when you're out there, I know you're working hard, knocking on doors, talking to people, but I'm sure you're eating and visiting different locations. What are some gems that are out in the 4th Congressional District that you would recommend people visiting, whatever you like to do?
That's really hard. Actually, to tell you the truth, there's not a lot of eating. Mm-hmm. There's not a lot of meeting at these groups. As a grassroots candidate, it's work.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
That's what it is. We meet with, here's a gem, Briggs Core Dynamic, which is a shooting range in Fowler, Indiana, where we just did a fundraiser, a Shoot with the Green Beret fundraiser. It's an incredible training opportunity. They do classes. They do medical training classes, shooting classes, demonstrations, prep classes, those kinds of. That's a great gem. It's right in the middle of the district. But I don't eat much when I'm out. We are full on, very little time to stop and take breaks, mostly door knocking and meeting, because we have to capitalize on where we can beat the incumbent. The incumbent has a franked mail privilege, which he's using using our taxpayer dollars to campaign and tell you why you should vote for him. We don't have that. So we have to use our volunteer infrastructure to hand out literature to all the primary voters. So that's a lot of what we do. But you did put me on the spot where I guess probably the best thing about the 4th Congressional District, there are so many small parks and state parks that are in the 4th District that are beautiful. Turkey Run, Shade State Park. And then you get up north in Warren County, this beautiful area. It's rural. And that's what so much of the 4th District is rural, beautiful, agricultural land that has a specific culture that the uniparty system, that the managerial class, that big government is trying to change for their own benefit, not for the benefits of the constituents or the taxpayers there, but for the benefit of the elitists, of the politically connected, of the political class that wants to implement their centralized planning into the 4th District. And it's happening, and it's very frustrating and offensive, I think, to people that hold those values so close, that rural, agricultural, conservative Christian lifestyle.
I am a big fan of parks myself. And I've recommended to I think everyone so far. Our restaurants in Greencastle are incredible. And it's going to be lunchtime when you're leaving here. I wish I could go out to lunch with you, but you should check out one of our restaurants here in town. But a gem here in Greencastle is the Nature Park, a little west of town. Highly recommend whenever you get a chance, it's not wet out, to check that out.
Yeah, I can't go around there kicking around it right now.
No, you definitely don't want to. But as we're wrapping up here, I want to give every candidate an opportunity to look right at the camera and give your stump. This is going to be an unedited version of you making your final pitch. Include your contact information, how people can reach you. And I'm just going to sit back, get out of the way, and let you do your thing.
Thanks, everybody, for joining us today. I appreciate it. My name is Charles Bookwalter. I'm running for the 4th Congressional District, as you've heard here today. And my question just would be to you, do you think that you're better off today than you were 4 years ago or 8 years ago? Are the schools doing better despite getting more money and more authority? Is healthcare better despite having more regulation and being more expensive than it ever has been? Are food costs better? Transportation costs? And the answer is no. We're seeing an unraveling of America, and it has to do with both parties taking too much authority, too much control, and too much of our money in taxes, and then mismanaging it. And conservatives, their feet should be held to the fire more than anybody else, because conservatives and Republicans claim to be the party of limited government, small, transparent government, and an adherence to the 10th Amendment. But in my entire lifetime, all I've ever seen is these promises that they're the most conservative person that's going to fight for your values and fight for your culture and fight for the agricultural rural lifestyle in Indiana, and they fail us. And COVID was a perfect example of the complete failure of our Republicans to stick up for our God-given rights to life, liberty, and property. And so I'm asking you, the primary is the election. And if you want to see fundamental change, serious change, you have to support someone that's out there saying and speaking the words like, we need to defund the Department of Education. We need to defund the ATF and these agencies that they've built up around us to fix the problems that they say they're going to fix that are important to us, and then they fail. The border is a failure despite the trillions of dollars that they get in border security, homeland security, and local law enforcement. Yet it's a failure. And there's myriad examples of that failure despite the increase in money that they've taken from us and the increase in the responsibilities the federal government has taken. And if you want serious, significant change, then you have to support candidates like mine. So I ask for you to go out on May 7th and vote in the primary for me to represent you in the 4th Congressional District. And I appreciate your time listening to us today.
Thanks for being here today.
Yeah, thanks
really
a lot,
appreciate
Vince.
it.
Yes,
Anytime
sir.
you're in town, give me a call.
Yeah.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District because our out-of-control government is, well, it's out of control. The border's wide open, and inflation is crippling the American dream. I approve this message because it's time to change Washington, not America.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
I haven't even announced yet, and you make me think I've been elected. But, ladies and gentlemen, you have given me a welcome that is so heartwarming, it's something I will remember always. In addition, if I had no such reasons at all to be happy about the form of the greeting and the introductions and all here tonight, I could be grateful because every once in a while, being introduced, I get self-conscious when they begin to introduce me and start mentioning the pictures that I've been in. Now, I don't mean that I'm ashamed of them, but everyone who's been around Hollywood for any length of time has been in some movies that the studio didn't want them good, it wanted them Thursday. And I've had my share. But in the old times, you usually could count on the passing years making you forget those pictures. Now you just stay up late enough at night in front of the TV set and they all come back to haunt us. Sometimes I think it's like looking at a son you never knew you had. That takes a second, doesn't it? I have a friend in the business who stays up late to look at his old movies just to watch his hairline recede. But you know, I've been protesting the growth of government for a number of years. I've had a concern lest the permanent structure of government becomes so big that it would become beyond the control of Congress and beyond the will of the people. And I have believed that this is a problem that crosses party lines. I've seen an interesting development down through the years. When I first suggested the danger of government control inherent in so many federal handouts, there were people who denied vehemently that any such thing could ever take place. And yet, before too long, the same people were saying, what's wrong with government control? And in the recent days, we've heard representatives in the higher echelons of government ask us, well, are you afraid of your own government? Well, to tell you the truth, I am. and all of us should be. And I speak not in a partisan sense of an administration or individuals. I'm talking of the institution of government. Wasn't this the admonition of the Founding Fathers, that government tends to grow, to take on power, until freedom eventually is lost? The fact is, and we can't escape it, only government is capable of tyranny. Now, I realize this is a controversial subject, particularly as we approach an election year. But then if you didn't take up things that were controversial, you'd never talk at all. There was a man knocked on a door one day, and a small boy answered, and the man said, "Son, is your father home?" And the boy said, "No." He said, "Is your mother home?" And the boy said, "No." And finally he said, "Well, son, I'm your uncle on your father's side." And the kid said, "Well, I guess you can come in, but I'll tell you right now, you're on the wrong side." In 1772, the Boston Committee of Correspondence proclaimed the right to life, liberty, and property. 2 years later, in Philadelphia, the First Continental Congress declared that Americans were entitled to life, liberty, and property. In June of 1776, the Virginia Bill of Rights asserted that all men were equally free and independent, with the means of possessing and the right to possess and acquire property. And 3 weeks later came the Declaration of Independence, a bloody war, victory, and then a new nation which would be based on a Constitution and a Bill of Rights. Life, liberty, and property had become life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And 70 years would go by before England's Lord Acton would comment on the task of these men and what they had accomplished with this document. He would say they had solved two problems which had heretofore baffled the most enlightened nations. They had prodigiously increased the power of the national government and had founded it on the principle of equality without surrendering the security for freedom and property. And it's true. Our Constitution is a contract guaranteeing the most limited and equitable government in the long history of man's relation to man. Now, however, while the national power is prodigious, what has happened to security for freedom and our right to the ownership of the fruit of our toil? The French philosopher Alexis de Tocqueville 100 years ago said the end of freedom comes when the party in power learns it can perpetuate itself through taxation. Well, what does happen to freedom when the executive branch of government can use the money taken from the people in order to coerce the people? A foolish fear? Representative Glenn Andrews introduced an amendment to the poverty program on the floor of Congress. It is almost inconceivable that such an amendment would be required. It is even more inconceivable that the amendment was overwhelmingly repudiated and defeated. It was a simple amendment that would prohibit poverty funds from being used for political purposes. Make no mistake about it. The party in power has legislated into existence a $1.8 billion campaign fund for 1966. "5 years ago, we reached a new frontier, and now we're face to face with a great society. And along the way, we've added $31 billion to our debt, but we've decreased our gold holdings until concern is felt for the solvency of our currency. And very shortly, the coins we jingle in our pocket will no longer have the ring of silver. But have no fear. We reached something of the height of absurdity when in a press conference recently we were told that the government would stand behind those artificial coins and was prepared to exchange them anytime for paper. We've discovered that every family with an income of less than $3,000 a year is poverty-stricken. At the same time, we learn that the cost of government prorates out to $3,300 per family. We reach an all-time high in food prices, as every housewife here knows. But the farmer who produces that food receives the lowest percentage of the market basket dollar he's ever received in history. And his debt in relation to income is at an all-time high, higher even than on the eve of the 1929 crash. 4.5 years ago, 5 years ago, there were no daily casualty lists. No wives and mothers receiving telegrams that began, "We regret to inform you." The last campaign found our opponents presenting themselves as conservatives in the sense that they would make no drastic change in our easy, prosperous, and affluent way. They would maintain the status quo. That's Latin for the mess we're in. We, on the other hand, were presented as radicals who'd bring about some cataclysmic upheaval. Well, now the wraps are off the Great Society, and a multitude of messages and legislation has made it plain we're to have the welfare state with an unprecedented federalization of American life. June 30th last, Congress raised the debt limit for the 7th time in 5 years. But our government spends $260 million a day, $10 million more each day than we were spending just a year ago. We're told that we're enjoying an unprecedented prosperity, but 42 government agencies, the government has just informed us, are spending $70 billion a year on public welfare. And serious discussion is given by men in high place in government to the idea that there is no longer any necessity to connect work with income, and that a man simply by being born should be assured of an annual income with no need to work. The ancient Hebrew book, the Talmud, tells us that for a father to fail to teach his son to earn a living is the same as teaching him to steal, for that might be the inevitable result. Our limited government with its decentralized powers has given way to planners, and they've laid an increasingly heavy hand on every facet of our lives. To quote de Tocqueville again, he warned that such a government would cover the face of society with a network of small, complicated rules, minute and uniform, and thus the will of man is not shattered, but softened and guided until the nation is reduced to a flock of timid and industrious animals, of which government is the shepherd. Well, the shepherd, the president, is fond of quoting in these days from the scriptures. His favorite seems to be 1 Isaiah, the 18th verse. Come, let us reason together. Now that has a sort of a warm and cozy sound, doesn't it? But let your eyes stray down a line or two into the next verses, the lines that are not quoted aloud. If ye refuse, ye shall be devoured with the sword. Freedom is very fragile. We've only known a few moments of it in all man's history. And most of those moments have taken place here, in this land, under this constitutional system and under our economic system of free enterprise. But freedom is also indivisible. It isn't spelled with an S. You can't elect to be partly free and partly slave. You're free or you're not free. If we ever decide we need a new Declaration of Independence, I hope we'll keep one line from the old. He has sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. Today, for every 10,000 of us, it only takes 12 doctors to keep us well and healthy. It only takes 40 mechanics and oil station attendants for every 10,000 of us to keep our automobiles running. 37 telephone employees to keep the vast network of telephones running in this country. But it takes 130 federal employees for every 10,000 to administer the affairs of state. Federal employees outnumber state employees in 30 of the 50 states. I don't know about yours, but that's true of California, and in California, that isn't easy. The businessman, harassed and eaten out of our substance, the businessman spends 35% of his time filling out government forms and regulations. It has been estimated It has been estimated that this government paperwork costs American industry $20 billion a year, which must be added into the price tag. And it costs another $7 billion a year just to handle government's end of that paperwork and to store it, and already it requires 25 million cubic feet. Sometime back, to show you how this can happen, there was a little New England town that decided to get in on the surplus food idea. Now, this is a good idea. No one can quarrel with the fact that if we can raise a surplus rather than waste it, it should be distributed to those people who have need. So this little town got in on this and got its share of free federal surplus food. And then they woke up one day and discovered that they were being flooded under a great load of paperwork demanded in connection with this handout. And they discovered finally they'd put on so many new city employees just to handle this that it was cheaper to get out of the program and buy the groceries retail at the corner market.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. What does Chip Roy think about Jim Baird's yes vote for Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill?
Any Republican who votes for this bill should be ashamed of themselves.
Jim Baird should be ashamed, and we should be disgusted.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
But at least Baird voted to protect the border, right?
If you care about the border, you're getting nothing here.
On May 7th, vote no to big government Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Now we've declared war on poverty. Now no one again quarrels with the humanitarian aim. I don't think any one of us want to be like the fellow that heard about the war on poverty and went right out and threw a hand grenade at a beggar. But in getting the program passed, we heard a great deal about one state, West Virginia. Oh, this became a household word. This was the very center of poverty and distress and unemployment. Some of us thought that the whole war would be fought right there in West Virginia. Now the program is adopted. West Virginia gets $400,000. Texas gets $10 million. We're winning the war, though, at least on one front. On their own bureaucratic home grounds. $19,000 a year is a good salary, and it's a very high rate of pay in government salaries. As a matter of fact, there's only one employee out of 1,000 in the Department of Defense gets $19,000 a year. Only 1 out of 500 in the Department of Agriculture. But in the new poverty program, there's 1 out of 19. Gum Springs, Virginia was awarded $74,000, $54,000 for administrators' salaries, $20,000 for the poor. While one voice in government tells us that we're enjoying this great prosperity, another voice tells us that 1 out of 5 in our country is suffering from poverty and destitution. Now, if that figure's true, it shouldn't be too hard to find the people who need the help under this program. Well, in my hometown of Dixon, Illinois, a committee of 10, self-appointed, beholden to no voters, has established itself and asked the government for a $38,000 grant so they can go on a search to find out if there's any poverty there. It breaks down to $10,200 for the chairman and $7,200 each for 2 assistants, and the balance will go for secretaries, mailing, office expense, and travel. In another area, more than 2,000 college graduates have been hired as a part of the program to study the culture of poverty. Now, no one disagrees with the youth portion of that program. The idea that we should salvage, if possible, those young people who, for whatever reason, have failed to fit themselves for the responsibilities of adult life. But we take over a hotel and we install there young ladies who have been lifted from destitute families, and now they're to be trained so they'll be self-reliant and can go out on their own and make a living. But while they're being retrained, they're given maid service so they won't have to make their own beds. And the program prorates out to $7,000 a year for each young lady we're going to help. There are a lot of families in this country raising fine, productive citizens on less than $7,000 a year. I can think of no higher, more noble purpose than to take young men and to make sure that they get an equal chance in the start in life. But we have such a program now, and we put the young men in camps for retraining, and we pay them a higher rate of pay than we give the young man who puts on a uniform and goes out to defend his country. I am sure that all of us are agreed, every responsible citizen is agreed, that we should provide shelter for those people who, through no fault of their own, lack adequate housing. And for some time, the government has provided public housing. But now those who administer the program have expressed concern after almost 3 decades of it. Concern because an entire generation has grown up, raising children. And a second and a third generation now are growing up taking it for granted that this is an acceptable way of life. And there is no incentive for them to improve themselves because to get a raise might destroy their eligibility for continuing to live on a subsidy in the public housing. And yet, never does government accept that it might be responsible with some of its programs for this trend or this tendency. No. Now we're going to have a program subsidizing rents. And under the technicalities of the program, people with incomes up to $11,000 or $12,000 a year will be eligible to live in a house or apartment or a neighborhood beyond their means with their thrifty new neighbors, taxed to help pay the differential in their rent. A variety of programs have diluted private property rights so that public interest is anything the planners decide it should be. For generations, we've had traditional laws of eminent domain. We have recognized the occasional need of government to take a citizen's property when there is a clear and present need for that particular piece of property in the public interest. But the citizen had his day in court, first to establish that the government paid a fair price, and second, that the government should be forced to prove that there was a clear and present need. Now, urban renewal grants the government the right to force the sale of private property for resale by government to other private citizens who can then use that property to make profit. And we have averaged selling urban renewal properties to private citizens for 30% of the investment that we, the taxpayers, have in that property. Again, I say the purpose is noble. The idea of providing decent homes for every American and eliminating slums. But 1 million people have been displaced with a bulldozer and have wound up in new slums paying a higher rent. The law says the displaced must be offered standard housing at rents they can afford in convenient locations. But if standard housing at rents they could afford in convenient locations had been available, they wouldn't have needed an urban renewal program. They'd have moved there on their own. Robert Weaver, the Federal Housing Commissioner, has said in the beginning, he has made this statement public, the government gave the use of the land to the people to speed its development. Now, I didn't remember history that way. I thought we were here and on the land and we created the government. But he says, but he has announced now, it is the policy of the government to seek to reclaim complete control of the use of the land. Planes equipped with surveying instruments fly over American farms. They survey from the air accurately to see whether the farmer has violated his planting allotment. And if he has, he's guilty as charged. No day in court. And he's fined, and if he can't pay the fine, the regulations prescribe the government can seize his farm and sell it at auction to enforce the payment of that fine. For 30 years, we've had a farm program. We've spent billions to make the farmer more prosperous and to remove unneeded surplus land from farm production, to reduce the surplus. And during that same period, the national income has tripled, but the farmer's income is smaller than it was 30 years ago. And we've increased the number of acres in cultivation by 50 million. Every dollar that we spent on price stabilization in 1948, we are today spending $25. We've reduced the number of farmers by half, and the government says another 2.5 million farmers are unneeded and must be retrained and moved to city jobs. Meanwhile, at the same time, the Appalachian program provides millions of dollars to reclaim marginal land so that the unemployed can be made farmers in that area and add to the present farm surplus. And an ominous question remains unanswered. Who will decide which citizens must leave the land? And how will the decision be made? How also will we explain that the same government that says that we need only 1 million large commercial farms now, that there is no need for the small family farmer, is still the government that tells us with another voice that no farm of over 160 acres can receive water from federal irrigation projects? Somehow one suspects that government, in all of its involvement in the farm program, will turn out to be something less than a jolly green giant. Meanwhile, the network of rules grows more minute and more uniform, as de Tocqueville warned. Down on the Mason-Dixon line, on a highway that is used by northerners taking vacations in the south, there's an oil station. Very enterprising fellow running it. A little triangle of ground, you know, between the sidewalk and the driveway that so often is covered with gravel or paved over. He planted a few cotton bushes there. Now when a tourist stops in from the north, he picks a cotton boll off the bush right there in front of them and hands it to them as a souvenir of their trip to the south. He's just been fined by the federal government for planting cotton without an allotment. The post office, just recently the post office was exposed as having for the last couple of years taken mail, letters addressed to citizens, from the mail and turning them over to the Internal Revenue Service if those citizens were behind or delinquent in the paying of their income tax. And now we learn that Washington is going to subsidize art and literature. The plan calls for 2 czars with millions of dollars, which they will apportion on the basis of what they consider is meaningful in art and literature. Well, now, if they follow the pattern of some of the government-sponsored scientific research programs, there is reason for concern. Now, I'm not a scientist, but I sometimes have a suspicion that the government is subsidizing just plain intellectual curiosity when I see thousands of dollars spent on research in philology and faunal affinities of fossil bryozoa in the Middle Ordovician through Silurian. Now, the only thing I understand in that is that phrase, in the middle. There I know who they're talking about. But nothing is too small for the government to overlook. The government in Washington is now concerned with our ability to enjoy ourselves in the great outdoors, recreational facilities. They've just issued a 134-page booklet on the subject. It's full of profundities. I wonder how we managed to get along without it up till now. For example, if you lay out a campsite, you should provide drinking fountains at such a height that the drinking level is convenient for the persons using the fountain. But wait till you get to the exciting chapter on wildlife. Insects crawling into the ears of outdoorsmen sometimes create painful conditions. I got news for them. It's no fun when it happens indoors.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
Hello, my name's Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running in the 4th Congressional District to represent you. Jim Baird claims that he wants to cut wasteful federal spending, the same claims he made in 2018. Well, he's had 6 years to do that, so let's check out the record. My name's Charles Bookwalter, and I need your vote on May 7th in the primary. Please check out bookwalterforcongress.com. Thank you.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Wait a minute. That isn't all they have to say about wildlife. If your recreational area has a bathhouse intended for the use of both men and women, it should be divided into 2 parts by a tight partition. Now you know we'd have never thought of that one by ourselves. Honestly, though, I know that they only mean to be helpful. I know that it's really human nature and they're motivated by the most humanitarian of idealism. It's just natural for them to see the problems and see the immediate problem and to suggest, oh, if we had a little more money, a little more power, what we could do for the people. Now, in an atmosphere of emergency and excessive zeal for our welfare, the federal government proposes to invade an area, the traditional province of the local community and state, the finest public school system in all the world, with no real determination yet that the federal government is the best manager of our educational affairs. A suspicion prevails that they're not so much interested in speeding progress as they are in asserting authority in every conceivable aspect of the educational system. An educational system that has worked very well and has been responsive to parental opinion. But Washington insists that it only wants to help solve the financial problems attendant on our rapid growth. Well, problems there are, particularly because the federal government in recent years has dried up so many sources of local revenue by usurping those sources for its own tax policies. But that same government has figures that reveal that we at the local level in the last decade increased school revenue by 156%. We have built in 10 years $30 billion worth of classrooms. We have reduced the ratio of pupil to teacher and pupil to classroom, and we've increased the average teacher's salary by 65%. And yet every suggestion that we make for earmarking tax money and allowing it to remain at the local level without running it through those puzzle palaces on the Potomac first is met with great resistance. Already there are 135 separate federal agencies and offices doling out money at the college level. Some time ago, a group of distinguished college presidents, alarmed at the extent to which academic freedom has been compromised by these vast money grants, went to Washington, and they had a proposal they'd worked out. A proposal for allowing the individual citizen to compute his income tax and then deduct a specified amount and contribute it to the college of his choice instead of paying it in income tax. And the government would be allowed to determine the proper amount that would solve the problem and yet not disrupt the government's own economy or need for revenue. And thus they would get around the question of church and state, the separation of same, if an individual citizen chose to contribute his money to a church-supported school. Over and over again in Washington, they kept asking, but why won't this system work? And finally a Freudian slip occurred. Francis Keppel, United States Director of Education, blurted out, "You don't understand. Under the plan you propose, we couldn't achieve our social objectives." Social objectives. And now we uncover a memorandum, thanks to the press, actually, a memorandum in the Community Relations Service of the Poverty Program. Has nothing really to do with education, but the memorandum is very disturbing in this sentence. We should conduct a systematic effort to contact all publishers and school boards to encourage their publication and adoption of textbooks conforming to established standards. Well, if the government is going to build the schools and buy the books, issue scholarships, make judgments, and exert pressure, what if one day that pressure is of a political nature not to our liking? Education is the bulwark of freedom, but you remove it too far from the community and the parents' control, and education becomes the tool of tyranny. Already here and there in our land, there are too many students that are studying from textbooks that devote a chapter to public welfare and not one line to Patrick Henry. Sometimes when you look at the problem, you think that government's like a baby. It's an alimentary canal with an appetite at one end and no sense of responsibility at the other. We're taxed in our food and our drink and our shelter, with the government taking a higher percentage from the productive free economy than any government has ever done in history without ruin. So-called tax reform, when it is suggested, winds up as the old shell game. They just rearrange it, shift it around, and apply it someplace else, as we discovered with the so-called tax cut we thought we had. Our tax policy today is based on the idea that we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Well, we'd better take another look. We're robbing Paul to pay Paul, and we're all named Paul. Peter went bankrupt a long time ago. Inflation, planned and deliberate over the last 3 decades, has reduced the value of our dollar to 35.5 cents. Well, how did this come about? Well, mainly because we have perverted our Constitution. Perverted it with regard to a welfare clause that doesn't exist, perverted it with regard to the misuse of the taxation system, perverted it with regard to the interpretation of the clauses on interstate commerce. And we've done it under such high-sounding phrases as the greatest good for the greatest number, or one man, one vote, forgetting that majority rule becomes mob rule unless there is a set of ground rules protecting the individual. One's right to life. One's right to life, to liberty, to the freedom of worship, to speak, to assemble, in short, our God-given unalienable rights, may not be submitted to a vote. The very purpose of the Bill of Rights was to forever put them beyond reach of majority rule. 100 years ago, the problem of the nation was a nation half slave and half free, and whether such a nation could survive. And today it's a world half slave and half free, and whether mankind himself can survive. We call out to the guard in the night and ask, does all go well? And echoing back from the shores of the Potomac comes the word, there's nothing to fear. Nothing to fear but an evil enemy who since World War II has increased the enslavement of from 8% of the world's population to near 40%. Every lesson of history tells us that as a nation has grown in culture and refinement and advanced, it has softened, and when confronted by the barbarian, the less cultured, the barbarians have triumphed. You and I have come to our moment of truth. Does man exist only by permission of and for the sake of the state, the group, marching toward eternity in a super ant-heap, or does he control his own destiny? This is a question that must be answered by all of us, regardless of party. To those who are Democrats, ask yourselves if the leadership of your party still follows the precepts of Jefferson, Jackson, and Cleveland. Take the platform of 1932 on which Franklin Delano Roosevelt was elected. with its demand for a 25% reduction in the cost of the federal government, for restoration of constitutional limits on the power of that government, for a return to the states and the local communities and the individuals of the rights that had been taken from them. Ask which party would be most at home today with those promises. I know that the bond of party loyalty is very strong. I was a Democrat most of my life. I know it is hard to make a change from party loyalty and the party of your lifelong choice without a feeling that you're being treasonable or unfair. I say to you, have no feeling of disloyalty if you have decided you no longer can follow the leadership of that party tonight, because the leadership of that party has long since abandoned you. And now to those of us of another party, to those who are Republicans. Today the Republican Party is the vehicle we must use as the party of opposition. Opposition to the misguided leadership at home and opposition to all the evil abroad that threatens the dignity and freedom of man in every land. And it's an awesome responsibility. And you and I who are Republicans cannot meet it with a splintered party. For too long, we have been Republicans complete with descriptive adjectives and hyphens before the word Republican. Moderate Republicans, liberal Republicans, conservative Republicans, whatever label we chose. The truth is we've been sucker Republicans. Those adjectives and those hyphens were given to us by our opponents, and the time has come to bundle them up and give them back. If you have to hang on to the hyphen, just be a good or a Republican. We can cringe in the shadow of a philosophy we detest but fear to challenge, or we can rise from a defeat and begin the second round of our struggle to restore the Republic. And now there are those among us, there are Republicans today who understandably, so hungry to get back to the position that we once held, to reestablish some equality in this two-party system, restore the imbalance we now have, who have suggested, even somewhat cynically, that maybe we should start talking to voter blocs and making promises, that perhaps we should even reshape our party in the image of the victorious party on the basis that perhaps an imitation might get more votes than we've been attracting. Well, I'd like to suggest there is a bloc we can appeal to. It's a voter bloc of millions and millions of people. It crosses party lines, ethnic lines, religious and racial lines, economic lines. It's made up of millions of unsung heroes, people who get up in the morning, send their kids to school and go to work. They contribute to their church and their charity and their community. They believe that they were created in God's image and that God is the author of their rights and freedom. And they're disturbed because their children can no longer ask God's blessing in a schoolroom. I say to you, that bloc of voters can be ours. Not if we come to them with any imitation or ersatz program, but only if we're willing to stand on principle. Yes, let's be willing to tell them that we too want to solve and will solve, as to the best of our ability, the problems of poverty and hunger and health and old age and unemployment. But we believe we can do that without resulting to undue compulsion and fiscal irresponsibility. That we believe we can put a floor beneath which no American will be asked to live in degradation, but at the same time we will not erect a ceiling above which no citizen can fly without being penalized for his initiative and his effort. And let us tell them that hard though the problems may be that face us on the world scene, we will not buy our protection from the threat of the bomb by trading away the freedom of people in other lands not ours to give. let's tell them that if their sons are going to be asked to fight and die for their country, at the same time they'll be allowed to win. To all Republicans today entrusted with this responsibility, because it is ours, I say look deep in your own hearts and ask yourselves if you possibly can have any difference with any other Republican that is more important than this challenge that faces us tonight. If you have, if you're unwilling to meet this challenge, then you'd better start preparing, deciding what you'll tell your children it was that you found more important than freedom. They'll want to know. Thank you.
Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Jim Bear.
Another important race for Indiana governor. That race called in favor of Senator Mike Braun just within the last 30 minutes. He is the projected winner tonight in the race for governor in the Republican primary. The Associated Press making that projection at the top of the hour, just a few minutes after 7 o'clock. So we're waiting to hear from Mike Braun. We're also waiting to hear from Lieutenant Governor Crouch, who's about to speak. In fact, she is speaking now. We'll look at some live pictures of her address as she's now speaking at her campaign headquarters tonight. There she is giving a concession speech moments before we hear from Senator Braun at his campaign headquarters. Let's check in now at Braun campaign headquarters as those results come in tonight. Fox 59 is live with the Braun campaign as they celebrate this victory tonight in this very crowded, very expensive Republican primary. The candidates spending some $40 million collectively in this race. We've got State House reporter Hannah Adamson, who's there live in Whitestown. Hannah, no doubt a celebratory mood there at Braun headquarters tonight.
Oh, Dan, there are a lot of smiling faces here at the Moontown Brewery in Whitestown, Indiana, as the AP announced moments ago that Mike Braun is the projected Republican nominee in Indiana's gubernatorial race. Now, this is one of the most crowded Republican gubernatorial primaries in the state's history. 6 Republicans vying for Governor Holcomb's seat. In a poll we conducted in March along with Emerson College and The Hill, 30% of Indiana's Republican voters said they would support Mike Braun. Now, for those of you who are just tuning in, he is expected to give a victory speech at 7:45, so don't go anywhere. We will be laying out his whole victory speech in its entirety again in about 15 minutes. But for now, reporting live in Whitestown, Indiana, Hannah Adamson, send it back to you.
Okay, Hannah, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll check back soon to hear from Senator Braun. He's the winner in the Republican primary, and he's going to face Jennifer McCormick now in the fall. She's the only Democratic candidate in the race, the former Indiana Superintendent of Education, a former Republican who switched parties after leaving office. And as we talk about that race for governor tonight, let's bring in our panel right now to discuss the impact of these numbers that we're seeing so far and the projections that have already been made. Here in studio, we have former state party chair for the Indiana Democrats, Robin Winston, 2016 vice chair for the Indiana Trump campaign, Tony Samuel, Democratic strategist Laura Beck, and Republican Mike Murphy, a former state representative, will also be checking in with some of our panelists on Zoom tonight as well. So we're talking about this race for governor, guys, and you know, we knew Mike Braun was the favorite coming into tonight, but he certainly has held on to the lead he's had in the polls, maybe built on it ahead tonight by double digits. He may end up winning by 20 points. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly the Trump endorsement. Trump's what, at 83% here in Indiana. I mean, he's had a good Senate career. He's a good man. Braun is, but you could have, run a horse with that kind of endorsement, and the horse would have won with Trump's endorsement. That's how powerful Trump is in Indiana.
Laura, how does this set up for the fall? Jennifer McCormick's been waiting to see who would win this race. Now we know officially. It's Braun against McCormick in November.
Yeah, I think it's setting up a real clear contrast between the two candidates. I mean, Mike Braun, yes, has, as they would say, more money than God, but what Jennifer McCormick has is she has a really clear, defined vision, and she's been talking about issues that impact the state of Indiana since she announced her candidacy. I mean, I think we all know that Braun's campaign was very focused on China and the border and a lot of national issues that really aren't going to impact Indiana, whereas she is really focusing on that. I also think there's going to be a very clear contrast in the post-Dobbs world between Braun and Jennifer McCormick, especially as it relates to bodily autonomy and women's health.
What do you think we hear from Mike Braun in about 10 minutes here, Tony, as we pivot to the fall? Does he try to pivot to more of that general election rhetoric, perhaps? Certainly it's been a Republican primary where everybody's kind of been racing to the right. Does he try to reach out to voters in the middle to try to solidify things for the general election?
I would guess that he probably does. I mean, he ran a safe campaign. He ran the kind of campaign that he needed to. He's got really good a good political team behind him that have done this for quite a while. And he's a good guy, has a record in the Senate, but it was, like Mike said, that Trump endorsement for the most part. And also, a low turnout and voters not really getting to know the other six. Suzanne Crouch ran a great race, a grassroots effort. She's been doing this at different levels, local, state, and for quite a while. And the others, what was fascinating about this, we didn't know how this was going to turn out when you had two self-funders really attacking Braun, and it just, to no avail, it didn't work.
So much money in this race, but not a lot of voter participation. Voter turnout very low. What do you make of that? Do you think people just sort of tune out to politics altogether, and where does that leave things for the fall?
It leaves it great for Jennifer McCormick because she won't have the kind of money that Mike Braun and his outside influencers will have. Dan, we're talking about 20 years of one-party rule. Just today, they began to address the failure of the Family and Social Services Administration to take care of kids that are in treatment at home with their families. Just today. So you've had 20 years of one-party rule with lots of things going on, not always for the best interest of Hoosiers. There will be, as Laura said, there will be a clear contrast this fall, and you voters will have the chance to make that clear contrast known.
We're going to talk more about that race for governor with some of our other panelists who are on Zoom coming up in just a couple of minutes, but we're also getting a look at some of the other races on the ballot tonight, including the congressional races. Let's go to Indiana's 5th district right now on the Democratic side of the ballot. Deborah Pickett holding a strong lead over Ryan Feniger with about a quarter of the votes counted so far, while the Republicans appear on track to possibly re-elect Victoria Spartz tonight, though it's still within that 10-point margin, an 8-point gap right now. She leads State Rep Chuck Goodrich by 8 points. Let's check in with Fox 59's Scarlett O'Hara right now, who joins us live from Noblesville at the campaign party for Chuck Goodrich. What's the mood there right now, Scarlett?
Oh, the mood here is hopeful. The room is full of supporters, all waiting to see those results come in as we're here talking about them. Now, I did have a chance to catch up with a representative from Goodrich's campaign who said, as we wait for those results to come in, there's not much to say yet, not much to comment yet. But he did say the turnout this year was a bit higher than they were expecting. But we're all just, again, waiting for those results to come in before there is more to say. We do know that Goodrich has spent the most while campaigning of any candidate, but he is up against 8 other Republicans, one of which, again, is incumbent Victoria Spartz. So, of course, throughout the night, I will keep you updated as things go on. So for now, in Noblesville, Scarlett O'Hara, back to you.
Thank you so much. Also tonight, Hoosiers are selecting a new senator this year since Senator Braun chose to run for governor. Here's a look at the Democrat. It came down to Mark Carmichael and Valerie McCray. Valerie McCray, the projected winner in that race. She's ahead by more 30 points. She'll be up against Congressman Jim Banks, who's the only Republican on the ballot. He just gave a victory speech moments ago in Fort Wayne. Let's check in on some of the other results that we're seeing so far. The Republican primary for Congress in District 6. That's showing an early lead for Jefferson Shreve, the former Indianapolis mayoral candidate, but it's close. He's up by 6 points and about 1,400 votes over Jamison Carrier, and two state lawmakers there, Mike Speedy and Jeff Rotz, in third and fourth. Greg Pence, of course, the current incumbent in that district, announced that he's stepping down after this term. So a close race there with about 36% of the vote in. We've also been following races in other congressional districts as well, but still no results in the 7th district, where Andre Carson is the current incumbent, still waiting for numbers there in the primary on the Democratic side and on the Republican side of the aisle, where there are 4 candidates in that race, but still no results here in District 7 so far. Also, the District 3 race, an open race this year with Congressman Banks running for Senate so far. Look at that one. A close race, 121 votes separating Andy Zay, the state senator, and Marlin Stutzman, who used to hold this very seat in Congress. And in fact, just now you saw the numbers update. Marlin Stutzman now pulling ahead by about 290 votes with 39% in, guys. That's an incredibly close race. And really, Tim Smith very close in third place. Wendy Davis not far behind in fourth place. Let's look at the Democratic side of the aisle in that 3rd district. So far, Kylie Adolph with a lead of more than 20 points on the Democratic side of the aisle. All right, so a lot of things to look at, a lot of numbers to digest, but interesting how close that race is in the 3rd district so far.
It is, and Stutzman had the incumbency advantage one time. He and his wife owned Amish Acres over in Napanee, very successful.
Much as this race was litigated around national issues, it really didn't cut against him, and none of the other candidates attacked him on it.
Adam had an interesting article in Politico today about what you called the race about nothing in that Republican primary. We'll be talking more with Adam and with Pete Seat and Terry Austin, who are also with us on Zoom. But we've got to take a break. We're going to hear from Senator Mike Braun just moments from now as we continue to look at some of the numbers. We'll send you to break. We'll be back with more coverage from the In Focus team right after this. Stick around.
It's time for a change. To go big. To be clear. To get it right.
Loaded fettuccine Alfredo. Fresh, quality ingredients and your favorite sauces and toppings handcrafted to order. The Italian classics loaded with flavor. Only at Fazoli's.
More news from more trusted reporters in more places to keep you more informed. Fox 59 News, everywhere, all the time.
Good morning. It is race day.
And there it goes.
Fox 59 and CBS 4 bring you full throttle coverage of the Indy 500. All month long on Fox 59 and CBS 4.
Welcome back to our live special election night edition of In Focus as we look at the numbers from the Indiana primary. The Associated Press projecting former President Trump a winner in Indiana's primary, though Nikki Haley, who's dropped out of the race, is pulling in 22% of the vote on a very big day in the news for former President Trump amidst the ongoing trial in New York. We also learned his trial in Florida will be pushed back until later this year. But the big story here in Indiana, that race for governor, Senator Mike Braun, the projected winner, the Associated Press projecting he is victorious tonight in this crowded Republican primary. 6 candidates in all. You can see he has a 17-point lead over Lieutenant Governor Suzanne Crouch. We are live at his campaign party in Whitestown, Indiana. We're expecting to hear him speak within the next few minutes. But as we wait to hear from Mike Braun, I want to bring in more of our panelists who are joining us tonight. We've got our In Focus panel here: Robin Winston, Tony Samuel, Laura Beck, and Mike Murphy. We also have Adam Wren, Pete Seat, and Terry Austin joining us on Zoom. We spoke with Adam moments ago about his article in Politico today, which described this Republican primary as, in their words, a race about nothing. Pete Seat, the former GOP communications director, with us as well. Pete, you were quoted in that article, which had a lot of interesting nuggets about this race and what's been happening behind the scenes, including a bit of perhaps some contentious moments behind the scenes between the current governor and the lieutenant governor because of this race. What do you make of everything that we've seen here in this primary, this Republican primary, these last few months?
Well, I can tell you, Dan, I got a lot of text messages after people read that article because they were feeling the same thing I was feeling, which is this campaign was about the personalities. It was about the who and not about the what. Policy specific to Indiana was not at the forefront of the conversation. And as I said in the article, the candidates allowed themselves to succumb to the vixen of national politics. We used to say that all politics is local. Today, all politics is national, and we saw that play out in the governor's race.
Terry Austin is with us as well, along with Adam Wren there on Zoom. And Terry, it's certainly no doubt national politics have been a big part of the conversation. Does that continue to be the case, do you think, in this general election race? Laura mentioned the abortion access issue. That seems likely to be one we'll hear a lot about leading up to November.
Well, Dan, I think there could be a shift among voters, quite honestly. Primaries are sort of a big family feud, quite honestly. But as voters get serious and think about the next 4 years of their lives, I'm hoping that the candidates really focus on what matters to Hoosiers: economic issues, education issues, workforce development and jobs, the things that cause Hoosiers to, quite honestly, lay awake at night. And I think you'll see, like someone said earlier, a distinct difference between the campaigns. It's hard to walk some of this back. You can walk a little bit of it back, but to just basically run a parallel campaign to a presidential campaign, I think will not go over well with Hoosiers in the end.
Okay, Terry, thank you so much to you and Pete. We're sitting here at the desk looking at some other numbers. If we can pull up the 5th district race, the primary there, the Republican primary, we've been watching those numbers closely throughout the night. It looks like a little bit of a narrowing gap now between Victoria Spartz and Chuck Goodrich. She's ahead by about 6 points according to some of the numbers that we're looking at. That's been an interesting race. Obviously, she said she wasn't going to run, then changed her mind. A lot of people got in the race, including State Rep Chuck Goodrich, who spent $4 or $5 million on this campaign. And we'll see. It's so far, again, 39-33. It's a 6-point race. It's not over yet. Victoria Spartz leading there by 2,000 votes. What do you make of the numbers we're seeing there so far?
Well, I think Goodrich still has a great shot. I mean, Victoria Spartz is a woman who came on the scene as the champion of Ukraine and then completely flipped and voted against helping the Ukrainians at all. I mean, you know, here in the United States, she may be popular in some parts of her district, but I think in Kyiv, they would hang her for treason if they got a hold of her.
On the Democratic side of the aisle, we've seen a kind of a close race there as well between Deborah Pickett, who's ahead of Ryan Feniger. Tough race for Democrats to win. It's obviously one that Christina Hale came close in 2020. It's been redrawn since then. And obviously the Republican who wins this race will have a big advantage going into the fall.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, but it also depends on which Republican it's going to be, because I think if there's
Which one do you think is more defeatable?
Well,
in your view?
I think they deserve each other, really. I mean, I think Victoria Spartz and Chuck Goodrich deserve each other, and that last male piece of him in the tutu. I mean, that.
We've seen some interesting campaign ads
I have
and
seen a lot of
flyers
negative
in
mail
this race
before,
and
and that was
others,
one of the best ones I've ever seen. That is just always that's a challenging district, but I think as it becomes more educated, you've got those Hamilton County voters. I do think there's a lot more Democratic enthusiasm for it, but the fact that it is that like I said, they just deserve each other, and the fact that we're still close and she's ahead, I mean, it really says a lot about primary voters.
Tony, what do you make of those numbers so far?
I think it'll continue to narrow, but you know, again, to the point of all these negative ads and all of these candidates, and then the voters who really don't know the candidates that well. Some know Victoria because she's the incumbent.
We
but
try
the others,
to let people know about what's going on in politics
but you know what, people are
but not everybody's paying attention.
Exactly,
right?
but also to the point of you know what affected the governor's race, it's affecting these congressional races as well. The national scene, the national news is dominated by Trump, and it's dominated by the bad news coming out of, you know, our economy, wars going on around the world, and the Biden administration not taking care of business. People are more focused on that. And then you've got all these people in these congressional races spending money as well as in the governor's race, but the average voter doesn't know what to think. And that's why we've got a low turnout and people getting turned off. So anything can happen, but you can kind of get a sense for what's happening in the 6th and the 5th. But yeah, Chuck could still pull that.
Robin, I'll let you button that up real quick before we look at some other numbers.
Almost 50,000 people voted for Nikki Haley today.
Yeah.
When you go in to vote in Indiana, you ask for a ballot of your party. People went in and said, give me the Republican ballot to not vote for Donald Trump. To me, that sends a message about where things are. I know that Mike Braun wrapped himself in the Trump flag and said, I'm this person, but 50,000 people as of right now said no way. So when we start talking about ticket splitting, keep this in mind for the fall. That's a potential vote for Jennifer McCormick right there.
Okay, we're going to look at some more numbers as we go to break, including in the 8th congressional district, a crowded Republican primary there. And so far, it looks like on the Democratic side of the aisle, Eric Hurt appears to hold a big lead at this point with about 40% of the vote that's been counted. And on the Republican side of the aisle, it's been a crowded race, but it looks as if state lawmaker Mark Messmer is victorious tonight. The Associated Press declaring him the winner, and he has a huge lead, as you see there, over John Hostetler, who used to hold this very seat in Congress. Stick around. We're back to wrap things up, and if he comes to the podium before 8 p.m., we'll hear from Mike Braun as well. Is Braun headed to the podium now? There's a live picture from his campaign headquarters. We'll be back with more coverage after this and some of Braun's remarks if he's there on stage by 8 o'clock. Stick around. We're back with more right after this.
Feels good to be home.
Ashley's Memorial Day sale is going on now, and everything is on sale, featuring our largest selection of hot buys ever, up to 50% off. This summer, spend less, get more, only at Ashley.
After the motorcycle accident, we were racking up a lot of medical bills. We heard about Team Green. They're very knowledgeable and basically answer any question you have. We got a lot more than I'd say we got double what we thought. They're for you. They want you to have a better life when they're done.
Bob Evans Farmer Jokes.
How does a blueberry talk on the phone? Bluetooth.
We're talking berries. Bob Evans' new fresh berry recipes, starting at $6.99. Just $6.99 at the Farmhouse Kitchen.
You used to love these jeans. Now they just feel old. So donate them to your local nonprofit Goodwill. With the proceeds from selling them, we'll support programs like Goodwill's Nurse Family Partnership, which helps low-income new moms raise healthier kids. Kids who will one day buy jeans like these at Goodwill and brag about their great vintage find. In other words, kids who will make you feel old. But at least you'll know the future's in great hands and jeans. And that's how good is made.
A 33-year-old mystery.
She reminded me of just somebody's grandma.
Boxes and bags of evidence, but no suspect.
Who stabbed this defenseless elderly woman to death?
Indy Unsolved, Wednesday at 6.
If you've been injured in a car crash, the insurance company can make the overall process difficult. It's as if they want you to give up, but we don't give up.
1-800-2-KELLER.
Keller & Keller, the name you know.
Feels good to be home.
Ashley's Memorial Day sale is going on now. For a limited time, buy one, get one half off store-wide. Buy this sofa and get the love seat 50% off. Or get low monthly payments with no interest for 84 months. Only at Ashley.
Welcome back to our live coverage from your local election headquarters. We're following the race for governor. The Associated Press projecting Mike Braun is victorious tonight in that crowded Republican primary. Jennifer McCormick in the fall after so many of these candidates spent a lot of money in this race. We're looking at a big win tonight for Mike Braun. We've got live pictures from his campaign headquarters where we're expecting Senator Braun to speak momentarily. You see some members of his family and other supporters up there on stage. We're expecting to hear from him moments from now. And if we're not able to bring you any of that here within this broadcast, as we move to Fox Primetime at 8 p.m., we will be carrying some of his remarks on our website at fox59.com. I want to bring in Adam Wren as we wait to hear from Senator Braun. Adam, what are you expecting to hear from the senator tonight as he gets set to deliver these remarks after winning tonight's Republican primary?
Well, I'm interested to see whether or not he thanks former President Donald Trump for his victory in the primary. If you watched the Braun campaign unfold, it was really fascinating because even though he had that gold card Trump endorsement, he rarely mentioned it in the debates. He rarely mentioned it whenever he was doing interviews. He would allow his campaign to tout it, but he is someone who sees himself as a self-made man, as a self-made political character, and really sort of, wants all the credit. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not he mentions Donald Trump. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. His campaign, he wants to be his own man. So I'll be watching that, Dan.
Robin, Tony, how much credit does former President Trump deserve in this Mike Braun victory tonight?
I think a lot. Every commercial was just focused on.
You guys think maybe he mentioned him a little more than Adam thought. Huh?
He mentioned Trump. Every commercial showed the rallies. There was one picture that I was in the background of the 2018 rally, and that was, so I'll take a little bit of credit.
So let's show some live pictures again from Braun campaign headquarters, where he's up there on stage. He's about to speak. We're about to wrap up our coverage here because we need to get to Fox's primetime programming, but we'll be bringing you some of Senator Braun's remarks from his campaign headquarters here on our website on fox59.com. And of course, more coverage coming up tonight on Fox 59 News at 10 p.m. and Sunday morning on this week's edition of In Focus. Mike Braun victorious in the Republican primary tonight. More coverage coming up online on fox59.com. We'll see you there.
The most watched news at night, Fox 59.
With features you won't find on CR-V, Rogue, or RAV4, only a Tucson compares to a Tucson. The Tucson for $249 a month, or get up to $2,000 bonus cash. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Looking for fitness that fits your budget? Join Planet Fitness. Now through May 10th, save $5 a month when you join for $1 down and just $10 a month. Cancel anytime. That's a savings of $60 per year. Get big fitness energy without the big investment. Never intimidating, always free fitness training. Equipment for every workout. Don't miss out. Join the judgment-free zone today and get energized for $1 down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, May 10th.
Join Hollywood's biggest stars as we honor the achievements of America's most inspiring women. Find out who is next star's Remarkable Woman of the Year.
Saturday at 3 on Fox 59. Brought to you by Real Alternatives.
I'm Mason Gillis, sixth man for the Big Ten champion Purdue Boilermakers. I know what a winning team looks like, and that includes hard work and dedication. Just like the team at 9-Star Connect. 9-Star's hardworking and dedicated team provides Central Indiana with high-speed internet. And if something's not working, or you might just need a little help getting set up, their support staff will be there for you 24/7. Now that dedication. A call to 9-Star for high-speed internet is a slam dunk.
9-Star is a different kind of company, and the difference is you.
A 33-year-old mystery.
She reminded me of just somebody's grandma.
Boxes and bags of evidence, but no suspect.
Who stabbed this defenseless elderly woman to death?
The Unsolved, Wednesday at 6.
The new Hyundai Elantra with America's best warranty. There's joy in every journey. Lease the Elantra for $179 a month or get up to $1,500 bonus cash. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Tonight, it's an all-new episode of The Cleaning Lady and Alerts. Viewer discretion is advised.
Previously on The Cleaning Lady.
Camilla's not answering any more messages.
She's in trouble. Yeah, I know. Camilla saved Chris's life. I mean, we have to do something. I owe it to them.
Nadia Morales, you're under arrest for insurance fraud.
I can get you out of here and get your money back safely if you agree to split things.
We almost died in there. Who did this to us?
Sankara Cartel.
You can't fight your way out of this, so don't. Make yourself invaluable. Find their weakness and use it to your advantage.
You could use me. What makes you think I have any more use for you? You're dying. But you don't have to. You spare my life, and I can save yours.
Are we any closer to finding out who she's working for?
We are.
He was right on me.
Look, you just have to keep focused, all right? It doesn't matter. Just play with your friends, you play together, you have fun, all right? Don't worry about the score. Just one step at a time.
And good evening, everyone. We continue to monitor the severe weather threat here in central Indiana. We do have a brand new tornado warning that was issued for a portion of Rush County. There have been some very heavy thunderstorms now moving into east central Indiana. Excuse me.
Hello, Tony.
Progress over portions of Shelby County. These two particular storms have been exhibiting some very heavy wind. This is a confirmed tornado coming out of portions of Shelby County. Going to zero in and kind of clean this up for you. First and foremost, that tornado warning is in effect for this area, shaded in pink, for just this area of southeastern portions of Shelby County. This does include Connorsville. It does also include a portion of Shelby County that is just to the south and east of Rushville. Shelby County is also under the severe thunderstorm threat and a brand new tornado warning there. So we have multiple warnings in effect now that do blanket portions of Shelby, Rush County, and eastbound. So these are the two warnings that are in effect. One goes in effect until 8:30 p.m. The other is until 8:15. Now this area here, in portions of Decatur, Rush, and Shelby County, that tornado warning was issued because there's some very strong winds that have assembled back to the west, and it looks like it started to try to rotate. It looked like a larger area of possible tornado development. The secondary storm, however, is this one here. This is the one that's going to continue to track east, and this is the one that we've had reports of some damage and reports of some debris just south of Rushville. So we're looking at this area located in eastern portions of Rush County. So the city of Rushville is not underneath this tornado warning, but we are looking at confirmed tornado, that area shaded in pink, as to at least a spot, or at least the storm was reported by some sheriff departments near the ground of 600 south and 400 east in Rush County. There is some rotation here that has been given, at least by the sheriff's department, that there's a tornado. The storm in southern Shelby, about to enter southwest Rush, is also looking like there's some rotation as well. So we've got multiple tornado warnings in effect at this hour. I want to pull up the radar returns here and show you that there's a lot of rain and wind underway here. But when we look at the storms and its ability to produce some tornadoes, there looks to be a very highlighted area of spin, of rotation east of Rushville, southwest of Connorsville. I'm going to kind of move this here, and you can see that that activity was just south and east of Rushville and now tracking south and west of Connorsville. Back to the further south and west, we also have the near St. Paul. So I'm going to highlight these two locations. These storms have absolutely struggled to try to produce any kind of tornadoes, and now late in the day these two particular cells have shown up with that ability to produce maybe a tornado here in portions of southeastern Rush County and Shelby County. A big view of the radar shows that a lot of rain is continuing to fall. Most of the activity is pushed south and east of Indianapolis, so Indianapolis is in the clear. This is going to be the action zone for the next, say, 45 minutes. There's heavy thunderstorms that are rolling east. Tornado warning has been issued until 8 p.m. Shelby County and Rush County, but also the tornado warning that was issued as well does extend from a portion of Rush County and continues eastbound. So this is both areas are under this tornado warning for portions of Rush, Decatur, Shelby County, severe thunderstorm warning. Franklin County, Union, and Fayette, that is a confirmed tornado warning, as the Sheriff's Department did report seeing a tornado, and there looks to be some more action to the south in that next storm system following. So when I take these off, and you're going to see that the activity, thunder, lightning, it's become more linear over the last hour. These storms at one point were individual, but now they're starting to congeal into a heavier line. There's a broad area of likely some heavy wind, but we're also now beginning to see a couple of these storms on the tail end here of this severe weather threat start to show some rotation. Velocity scans, that's when the radar is up and looking at these particular scans, we can see two definitive areas. There is the area over Connorsville, which does again suggest that the rotation is ongoing and it's going to continue to produce potential tornado in a track that takes it almost south of Connorsville, but in this track eastbound that takes it through Alpine and eventually out towards Brookville Lake. The next area of concern is this one near St. Paul, and this particular cell is moving eastbound. This is hugging and moving across that portion of southern Rush County, Moscow, Lake Santee. If you have friends that are out on the water, I'm sure they've already identified and seen that there is some pretty nasty weather on the horizon. This storm that's coming in from the west, there's two, has the potential to produce a tornado as well. The storm that we're looking at right now, though, has been confirmed as this one here, generally south and west of Connorsville. So it has just exited Rush County. It's tracking eastbound, and there is a pretty good idea and an indication that there's some rotation right here west of Alpine. Gate-to-gate shear, that's the possibility of this rotation, seems to be tightening up a little bit. We've got speeds of about 60 miles per hour, so it may be a tornado that has developed here. Now we're scanning this aloft, and there has been possible damage, so we can also use some of our other tools to look and see, is there some form of damage being reported? Are we seeing anything that may have indicated that there is some debris lifted? Is there any kind of debris being lifted? And right now, there doesn't appear to be much. Maybe, just maybe briefly, there was a rotation that created that tornado warning, and that sheriff spotted it. But right now, we're not seeing debris aloft at this time, but that tightening up of the radar right there suggests that, yeah, you've got yourselves a real possibility that a tornado is forming, or one is already active or is continuing to be ongoing, per our sheriff department report earlier on. So this is the tornado warning that is in effect. This is a confirmed tornado warning. This means that the radar's indicating it. We've got eyes on it. We had a report that there's the rotation in southwestern Rush County continues to build, and there's at least a pretty good idea that the storm was starting to spin up another storm near St. Paul. So we've got two storms that we're keeping an eye on very carefully. They've gone to a confirmed tornado again. And I want to check the report here, because I do believe the tornado report now in southern Shelby County is going to be verified by radar. And that is the fact that, yeah, this storm looked like it was going to be some straight line winds developing, and it really started to curl up. So I'm going to go ahead and clear the radar off of here and show you where these two confirmed tornado warnings are in effect. It is a little bit after 8 p.m., and we are on top of two thunderstorms that have now quickly created confirmed tornadoes in southeastern Indiana, particularly in the areas of Shelby County, northern Decatur County. This is north of Greensburg. We are looking at this area south of, say, Rushville and moving eastbound. Two cells with the potential of rotation. Radar does confirm that there is a high likelihood that it is producing a tornado. We now have confirmation that it is producing a tornado from a sheriff's report. And when we look at this more carefully, we can see that there are two highlighted areas here that are showing this rotation. Definitely keeping an eye on this area right now that is really starting to tighten up across Connorsville and this area also near Milroy. So these are two nasty looking thunderstorms, which is pretty impressive considering most of the afternoon the environment was favorable for these tornadoes to get going. And now, late in the day, we began to transition. We said anywhere between 7 and 9 p.m. these storms would be at their height. The storms now started to transition into a solid line, but these are the two storms during the day here that have shown the best ability to produce the rotation that's south and west of Connorsville. And now here's 244, here's St. Paul. This is moving east towards Milroy. So the radar, I'm going to switch over to the standard radar look, and that's going to show us exactly how these storms are looking on the radar in terms of the blinding rain. A lot of lightning, a lot of thunder and lightning here north of Milroy, but it's near Sandusky up 3. Here's Milroy. This guy is beginning to curl up. I'm going to turn off the lightning strikes. We know darn well that there's a lot of lightning and a lot of heavy rain here, but this is that notch that we've been watching. We've seen multiple storms today produce these little inflow notches and didn't produce a tornado. And here we are at 8 o'clock at night as we're approaching sunset. These have been able to latch on, probably due to the weakening now of the jet, or developing of the nighttime jet stream, getting a little extra boost. These storms now have got two confirmed tornadoes. When we look at some of the data, we look for possible targets or perhaps debris being elevated. This is the storm near Milroy right now. I'm going to back it up just ever so slightly. And there may have been, very briefly, perhaps some debris lofted or lifted. Also here towards Connorsville. Doesn't look terribly defined, but there certainly has been reports of Sheriff's Department on this storm spotting a tornado moving out of portions of Shelby County or Rush County and moving eastbound. So essentially, kind of give you our bearings right here. Right there is Rushville. And the storm is east now of Connorsville and south of Rushville, all working their way off to the east. This is a fairly impressive turnaround of events here. And what seemed to be several hours of really bad weather and storms that were getting going, these started to fail. But look what's happened here. As these storms are about ready to exit southeastern Indiana, we now have 3 different tornado warnings that are for confirmed tornadoes. Now, the bulk of the nasty weather today has been in parts of southwestern lower Michigan. There have been multiple reports of damage up around Kalamazoo, southwestern lower. This is the last big burst of thunder and lightning, and here it is. We finally get a couple of these thunderstorms to produce the tornadoes. We fared pretty well most of the day when we looked at our severe weather over the overview of this day. The tornado watch was in effect. A lot of that now has been lifted and has been pulled. These storms continue to be ongoing and racing eastbound. They're going to produce perhaps damaging wind gusts, but we do also, again, continue to investigate the storm and look for that rotation and look for that possible speed that's spinning up. And it's showing up very clearly near Connorsville. I do like the trends here towards South St. Paul. Here's Milroy. This may be showing a little bit of signs of waning, but there's definitely 2 areas here southwest of Connorsville and near Milroy. So the track of this particular storm, this one right here, as I bring it up to date, there's Milroy, and it's tracking generally due east. So we put a tracker on the storm. We say, all right, if you're in Milroy, you should be in your safe place by now. This will continue to work its way eastbound. So you're going into some areas that are maybe a little more rural, but you definitely have not a 1, but 2 possible tornadoes coming into southeastern Indiana. The secondary storm that has the rotation is just further north. Now, this one definitely has a little bit more of the definitive spin or rotation here near Alpine. So there's Connorsville to the north and east. This is moving directly almost to the east towards Everton near 1. Here's 44, and we're getting again away from portions of, say, Rush County. Bigger view shows that, again, we've got multiple tornado warnings in effect for confirmed tornadoes now. This is where we've got confirmation. I believe the first one is because the sheriff's officer did spot a tornado. Then we look at the radar returns, and we've got a real high likelihood. Yeah, that is confirmed. The radar is also indicating that there was probably some debris lofted with the secondary storm that's sitting over Shelby County. So this portion of Shelby County, Rush County. This area of Shelby County has been lifted, though, under a severe thunderstorm warning here. It's all of this now that is pivoted into portions of Rush County and continuing to track. It's literally just going from west to east, and there is likely going to be possibly 2 tornadoes in progress at this hour. So confirmation, Sheriff's Department. Is it still ongoing? We suspect that it will likely be still ongoing as we look at the radar returns, and we find that there's a definitive of spin near Williamstown, continuing eastern track, and here is the track going towards Laurel. This is good news right here. Remember, I just pointed out that I felt that the warning here was for some weaker rotation here, that this may have eased up, and therefore the National Weather Service has lifted the tornado in progress to a possible tornado potential here as we get southeast of Morristown. We're into portions of Rush County. This is still a potential along 244. It is still a confirmed tornado warning south of Connorsville at this hour. The colors here change when we're looking at these warnings. So note this one, solid red. This is an area where potential tornado is developed. This area in pink means it's confirmed, and this was the first of the 2. This is really interesting because most of the day we've been sitting underneath this vulnerable atmosphere that should have triggered several more tornadoes. We had multiple warnings go out. There were all these spins showing up on the radar, and it wasn't until this tail end of this event that we've already begun to see the possibility of some of these tornadoes forming. So currently, the most serious storm I feel right now is south of Connorsville. That's where the confirmed tornado warning continues. And this here suggests that you've got rotation. You've got a counterclockwise rotation now passing over 121 and continuing to work eastbound. Connorsville, the city of Connorsville, is not underneath the threat of getting this tornado warning. However, you're going to hear the sirens. Folks are going to be looking to the skies. That Connorsville is just on the northern edge of that tornado warning. This is still showing spin. Is it still showing possible tornado underway? I will show you that the update here says, okay, we did spot a tornado earlier by Sheriff's Department. At this point, no confirmation that the tornado is still has developed. It may still be a wall cloud. It may still have that potential to produce a tornado. Possible tornado still in progress here as we look over Connorsville and portions of that the counties there. So we got 2 tornado warnings that are in effect until 8:30 p.m. for Shelby, Rush, and Decatur County, and for Franklin, Union, and Fayette County. So we're moving these storms eastbound. You can see Brookville Lake. They're going to get underneath that storm very soon. Looking at the radar velocities, that's where we look for our potential of seeing where there's rotation. And boy, that just screams that this thing is swinging around. Now, it may be fairly large in terms of its rotation. That doesn't necessarily mean it's producing a tornado. So when we look at this and perhaps measure this broad area of rotation, it's about 4 or 5 miles wide. So at this point, this is the area that's spinning. And should it tighten up again, and it did briefly. In fact, I'm going to toggle this back and forth. You're going to see how that over the last several minutes, boy, that thing was still spinning as it came right across the county line. I'm going to kind of back that up a little bit further. And it was earlier on when the storm was forming that there was a sheriff reporting that there was a possible tornado. So you can see the proximity here to Rushville, just to the south and east of Rushville by about 8 miles. I'm going to check the storm reports because that will be much more specific as to where those possible warnings were occurring. We've got sheriff reported earlier, still not seeing the storm plots here, but the radar is still alive and well and still very, very active with those warnings. So they've got video out of Rush County of the tornado. It went over some... Oh, really? So our news department tells us that they've gone back to confirm tornado again. So from the news department out of Rush County, The Rush County Sheriff reported the tornado went right over his house. We spoke to him on the phone earlier, and that's where the tornado warning was issued. The sheriff out of Rush County spotted the tornado go overhead. So we've got that tornado warning out for Rush County and for a portion of Decatur County. Now, the storms here look to be muddied up by a lot of thunder and lightning, a lot of rain. So Connorsville's pouring, Farmington as well, Rushville as well. Where is that rotation at? So this is toggled back and forth to a confirmed to possible, and they've gone back to confirmed tornado now here in Connorsville. That tells me either they've had some eyes on the storm or there is confirmation with the velocities and the radar determining that there might have been some debris aloft. So we're going to scan that and kind of look at that storm right now over Connorsville, and we're looking for debris. And we don't see that here, but I'm going to back the radar up a couple of clicks and see if something may have been aloft. Maybe something got lifted. Maybe there was some debris. Hard to say here. Doesn't look like there was anything on the radar indicated as we look for what we call a debris that had been lofted or in the air. Still a possibility because there is certainly quite a bit of rotation that's still set up within that storm. This is the storm near Williamstown passing overhead. This is the storm that came out of Rush County where the sheriff's department and the sheriff himself reported, yeah, we got a tornado here in Rush County. They issued that tornado warning, and that spin continues to move eastbound as we continue to track these two storms. Here, east of Williamstown, just south of Connorsville, even seeing some stronger winds near Cambridge City, racing east towards Richmond. Go back to conventional radar, kind of show you where our warnings are at. This is impressive. Now you've got multiple tornado warnings out in western Ohio. So what we were sitting on earlier on in the day, say 4, 5, 6, even into the 7 o'clock hour, was the development of these storms. And now as they've continued to move eastbound and we got later into the day, we started to see this severe weather threat lower very quickly from west to east, but we're then it starts to become more linear, meaning it's more of a larger, broader area of rain, which would then suggest we're transferring the energy into more of a damaging wind gust. So therefore, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings out. But there you go. Just takes one of these storms to get a little nasty. And again, we've got a couple of tornado warnings that are still out, and that does include a small portion still of Rush County. So this corner has under Shelby, southeastern corner of Shelby County is under a tornado warning until 8:30 p.m. So that's just a few more minutes. This will continue to work its way eastbound and be out towards, say, south of Connorsville, north of Brookville. So these storms aren't going to let up. And if you've got folks that are out near the water there or in Brookville, yeah, you're looking at some really nasty looking storms off to the north and west. Double checking these storms. We're going to put the tracker on it south of Connorsville. We will find that the rotation is still there. We have got ourselves at least something spinning there near Connorsville and near Everton. That's along State Road 1. Now, there's a lot of colors here on the map, so I'm going to clean this up for you. First, I'm going to turn the radar off and show you that this is the tornado warning, and it's pink because it's a confirmed warning. The storm was spotted coming out of Rush County. Tornado developed. The sheriff from Rush County said, we got a tornado. That immediately triggered the tornado warning and the pink color that says confirmed. Then we saw the spin, and it continued to work its way eastbound. And that spin waned. Perhaps the storm was evolving, and perhaps even it was what we call cycling, where it starts to produce a tornado and then it maybe dips and then retreats again. And then the Weather Service went back to its tornado warning. That is confirmed. So I'm going to take the warning off here and show you that there's still this rotation right here south of Connorsville that will take it mainly on an easterly track towards Liberty and continuing eastbound for the next, say, 30 minutes or so. So there's the updated radar. This is tracking eastbound through Rosberg, Liberty, Lotus. This is getting away from our viewing area and picked up by folks out of, say, Cincinnati or Dayton, but we are keeping an eye on those storms. Radar shows that the multiple warnings are still in effect with the tornado warning near Connorsville. That small sliver of Rush County is under a tornado warning. I want to investigate that storm a little more carefully. Again, it did show signs of rotation. It looked like a pretty good wall of wind had developed. In fact, we were looking at that storm and say, wow, that looks like it could turn into something. It certainly had a very large area of heavy wind developing, but there's still what we call this little bit of a notch that is sitting here north and west of Lake Santee. So there it is. A lot of folks spent some time on the water here. That storm has got a little inflow here as we get right over the county line. So that's an extreme southeastern Rush County. And the velocities, and again, I'm going to change over to a different mode, and therefore we start to look for some spin. Here's 244. This is eastbound 244, southeastern corner here of Rush County, and that looks to be some spin. I'm going to take off the warning so we can see it a little more clearly. And yeah, the radar is still several miles away. So if you can imagine, the radar beam has got an incline and it's now shooting at this particular thunderstorm, which may tower up to about 40,000 feet. There is the spin. This updraft began to rotate, and it's detecting this rotation at higher levels. So at a higher altitude, the presumption is that, yeah, there's probably enough spin down here to the low levels that a tornado would be forming. This is a fairly large area. Expanded view here shows me that this is as much as 4 or 5 miles in width. So you got yourself a large area that's likely spinning, and it would be this area that possibly could tighten up and then produce the tornado. So still a dangerous thunderstorm. Tornado warning is still southeastern corner of Rush County, and that's going to continue to track eastbound. So while you're under a tornado warning up towards the Connorsville area, the city of Connorsville itself, I believe, is not in the path of that storm. I believe that storm is still rotating and showing its signs of a possible tornado now. Just to update it here, east and southeast, just south of 44 away from Connorsville. Tornado warning now has just been extended into far eastern Indiana. And I will tell you that looking at this tornado warning, and clear that up, it looks like they've added the tornado warning now that would carry it towards Liberty. Here's Richmond Airport as well. So a very small sliver of east central Indiana out towards Richmond. You're not essentially in the tornado warning, but it has been extended now. It does not include the city of Richmond, but at least that far southeastern corner of Franklin County. So tornado warnings are out. Multiple warnings have been issued. This warning still showing some rotation near 244 and exiting eastbound. This is the tornado warning that was confirmed earlier on from our report from the Rush County Sheriff, passed right over his head. And kind of give you a perspective again. Here's Rush County, or Rushville. So all of this activity has pushed away from Rushville, and that's good news for folks in Rush County. So I feel that your severe weather threat, while you still have some heavy rain and lightning in the area, you are getting yourselves at least away from the worst of the weather. There's lots of wind here, still spinning down to 244, and as I say that, and I interpret the radar, I say, yeah, that thing still looks like it's got rotation. They've added a brand new tornado warning here, too, that does include the town and the city of Brookville Lake. So what we've done is we've got two different areas. I'm going to turn off the warnings very quickly. The radar is back up and turn the warnings off. So here we go. 244, southeastern Rush County. There's the update. This is kind of making a little bit of an east-southeast jog. So this is moving southeastbound towards Brookville. If you have family and friends in and around Brookville, near Brookville Lake, check in on them. This is a time when you got to go to your safe zone if you're in eastern Indiana, southeastern Indiana. Connorsville is about ready to be lifted. I want to check another method here. And when we're looking at our radar, we're trying to determine exactly where that rotation is at. Again, it looks like this one really started to heat up again and started to pick up. So it seems like there's this kind of pulsing. One gets going, it gets pretty hot, it gets spinning, and then it starts to weaken. Often when that happens, meteorologists refer to that as cycling. You get that lowering of the cloud base, you get the mesocyclone that's maybe fairly wide, 4 or 5 miles, and then it starts to tighten up. And when that happens, that's a better opportunity for a tornado to develop. I feel that has happened here in southeastern Rush County, and I feel that track of that particular cell right here is going to continue on an east, maybe even slight, southeast jog towards Brookville through 9:20 p.m. Still the rotation being sighted here near Connorsville, and now east. That particular cell continues to work its way eastbound. And I'm going to just kind of rock this back and forth. You can see how we feel that there has been this spin that crossed 1 and continues east, southeast of Connorsville, and the northern end of Brookville Lake. Now bring that up to the current, and it doesn't look as defined as it did, say, about 10 minutes or so ago. But it's out there, and it's still ongoing, and therefore that particular storm is revving up and roaring into portions of eastern Indiana. This storm here, a lot of wind, definitely a wind damage threat has developed as well. So what you have, and I'm going to pull up the regular radar view here. We're going to go back to standard radar. You've got yourself possibly a lot of heavy wind that is formed on the southern flank of the storm. That might be a good, strong, straight-line wind gust that has developed while you've got yourself some rotation here. So there's Lake Santee, and it's dropping southbound, and that's going to continue to persist here. Just kind of rock that radar in as well. You can see the movement. Looks like that corner of Rush County continues to see the heaviest of the weather departing, and the severe warnings continue at this hour. It's about 8:30 p.m. Update on our warnings. We still have multiple severe storm warnings going in southeastern Indiana. Essentially, heavy thunder and lightning south of Richmond that extends all the way back to north of Bloomington. These storms look to have at least the potential of producing some blinding rainfall. That's been about 3 rounds of heavy weather that has come through portions of, say, Morgan County. That will track into Johnson County. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. Heavy thunder and lightning again through portions of Shelby County. And then it's that southeastern corner of Rush County that the tornado warning remains in effect. But then that warning now has been extended even further south and east as you get into Franklin County. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued. Tornado warnings have been out this afternoon, but the real chance of seeing a tornado has developed just within the last 30 minutes or so, in the last 45 minutes, just before the 8 o'clock hour. Tornado warnings for Franklin County, southwestern Union County, and Fayette County in central Indiana until 8:30 p.m. A couple of these warnings now have been extended until 9 p.m. So they're just going to stay on these storms, and with those areas showing rotation, particularly south and east of Connorsville and north and west of Brookville. These are the 2 areas that we locate. In fact, I'm going to position the radar here a little bit clearer, move this up here and slide it into this position. Yeah, these are some pretty healthy thunderstorms. Again, kind of rocking this back and forth. You can see that these 2 started here about 8:20 p.m. miles ago, back across Rush County, and then tracked eastbound. So it continues to move away from Connorsville. It continues to make its eastward move towards Brookville Lake. But boy, there is some spin and there's some rotation right here into that southeastern corner of Rush County. That continues to work its way south and east, so kind of zeroing in on this area here, north of Batesville and east of Greensburg. This is that northeastern corner of Decatur County. That continues to work its way out and off to the east. So of the 2 storms, still rotation here southwest of Liberty. This storm right now over Lake Santee looks to be pretty nasty. Let's go ahead and take this radar full screen as I check some of the reports that are coming in on from the Weather Service. The flash flood warning has now been issued now ahead of those storms because this incredible amount of humidity is producing some very heavy rainfall. These counties that are still under severe thunderstorm warnings include Morgan, Johnson, and Brown until 9 p.m. That tornado warning that was extended includes Wayne County, Union County, and folks out towards Fayette County through 9 o'clock tonight. Northwestern Franklin County and southeastern Indiana, Union County, and southern Fayette County are all under the tornado warnings that again run until about 9 o'clock tonight. So we still have about another 30 minutes or so before those storms continue to exit eastbound. We're looking at Fayette and Union County with the flash flood warnings that were just issued. Shelby, Rush, and Decatur still under severe thunderstorm warnings until 9:30 as the storms kind of tail back towards north of Bloomington and kind of drag eastbound some heavy rainfall. A report out of Greenwood, Johnson County, 4 miles west of Greenwood. Thunderstorm winds downed a few 12-inch diameter trees near Fairview Road and Leaning Tree Road and Peterman Road. Some fences and roofs were damaged at the time. So we've got some storm reports here. I'll pull those up right now. That do include some damaging wind gusts in the southern portions of Johnson County, closer to the southern portions of Marion County, Johnson County. Still have had not confirmed tornadoes other than we had a report from the sheriff out of Rush County that a tornado passed, or at least a funnel cloud passed overhead, and that's when the National Weather Service went to a confirmed tornado. At this point, they have lifted the confirmed tornadoes and say, okay, we still have some rotation. We don't have any eyes on these storms and don't have sights on the storm, but there are multiple tornado warnings still in effect for these counties out in eastern Indiana. So it looks like now Rush County is in the clear. It appears that the tornado warnings, I'm going to pull up the velocity scans here, are still out for these particular cells that are showing this rotation. Boy, that looks to be some nasty stuff heading towards Brookville, and still seeing quite a bit of rotation here south and east of Connorsville, tracking eastbound towards Brookville Lake. Further west, again, we do have a couple of warnings still in effect for some heavy wind. We'll track back to the west here. We see some pretty heavy wind potentially here. Starting to slide through and just to the southeastern portions of Shelby County, maybe a 50 or 60 mile per hour wind gust there. So that's pretty active thunderstorms. Back further south and west, it looks to be fairly weak, but maybe some very heavy rainfall currently up towards the just north of Nashville. And that area continues to see some pretty healthy rainfall coming through as well. So a lot of humidity. Thunder and lightning is lined and trails itself up, almost runs in a corridor from just south of Richmond to north of Bloomington at this hour. Most severe storms are out towards Franklin and Union County at this hour. Rush County has been cleared of the tornado warning at this time, but boy, it was really spinning as it came out of Shelby County near Waldron and St. Paul, and then continued its easterly track. Local reports of a funnel cloud at I-174 and State Road 3 near Greensburg. They got a phone call about it from Decatur County, but nothing confirmed there. It looks like everything has passed away from and north and east of Greensburg as that storm continues to exit off to the eastern part of the state. We are continuing to monitor that two storms that continue to track east, and they will wind up in the far southeastern corner of Indiana. So we're looking at Franklin County, Fayette, and Union County, generally now under this tornado warning. Northern portions of Franklin, southeastern Union County, and then an additional warning that continues up towards, say, Fayette and Union County. Wayne County, which is the county where Richmond is, you're on the southern flank of that. It does not appear that this storm is going to impact our friends in Richmond, although you've got some thunder and lightning there. But definitely the storms and its possibility, twin spins here that continue to go out towards Fayette, Union County. This is moving eastbound, so we've got ourselves a couple of heavy thunderstorms there. Going to check the radar one more time. We have got ourselves a spin showing up, very noticeable on the radar. Now we're getting away from National Weather Service Indianapolis. These storms will start to be tracked by the Doppler radars out of Ohio. But that is our track right now that suggests that these two areas of spin are moving into Franklin County. It looks like Franklin, Union County, you're in the gun here for these storms. I like to kind of look at this and rock it back and forth to see what the trend has been. And it does seem like the one that's west of Brookville, right here, is the one that has the better possibility of producing a tornado. When we look at the warning, we see that tornado warning does extend for the city of Brookville. Severe thunderstorm warnings tail back towards Greensburg. Had a report here on the wires that said perhaps maybe there was some rotation near Greensburg or Decatur County. There does certainly look like there's some very strong winds here near St. Paul. Here's the Honda plant up 74. So you're coming out of Greensburg. This looks to be some very heavy rain and possibly some stronger winds, and that tends to be tracking a little bit with an east-southeast jog as well. Going to rock that back and forth as well and kind of see where that was going, and it seems like it's taking more of an easterly jog here, so that's going to stay north of Greensburg, but you will get some heavy rain and thunder and lightning there in the Greensburg area. Coming up at 8:37 p.m., we have two tornado warnings that are still in effect in southeastern parts of the state. These will likely be our last warnings of the day. We do not have any reports of damage. However, we did get a report that there was a tornado spotted by the Rush County Sheriff, said it passed over his house. Now, does that mean a funnel cloud came overhead, or did he actually see a tornado dip? We don't know for certain, but we do know that that was enough to warrant a tornado warning for that portion of Shelby and Rush County as it tracked eastbound. So severe thunderstorm warnings are out for portions of Decatur County, Rush County, Shelby County. The tornado warnings now are extending east, and that does include Franklin and Union and eastbound. From Connorsville to Brookville, that seems to be the area with our better opportunity. The tornado watch, by the way, is going to be lopped off, I feel, from points west here. Indianapolis will likely be cleared. The watch was in effect until 9 p.m. But when you look at the...
Thank you for watching the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. For more information about Charles Bookwalter and the Bookwalter for Congress campaign, visit bookwalterforcongress.com.